Powered by Riverside FM.
Following the end of the Second World War, the relationship between the Western superpowers and Soviet Union had turned tense, sparking off a new era of conflict. This so-called Cold War wouldn't be waged exclusively on the front lines, but also on political, economic, and propaganda fronts, the biggest of which was the space race between the USA and USSR, a means to capture not only the public's imagination, but to show the industrial prowess of their respective countries. You could understand why the USA would be a paranoid wreck in these trying times. Not only were they trying to keep the communists from its doorstep, but also out of the stars. To the average American, the Ruskies may have been from outer space. Hollywood, feeling the pressure of communist investigations in their own ranks, managed to translate those anxieties into the most popular medium of the time: motion pictures. Movies like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, The Blob, The Thing from Another World all tapped into the Red Scare of this era. Stories of infiltration, the loss of free will and identity, and the disintegration of the family and community. A takeover that represented what many Americans believed would occur in a communist invasion. It's unsurprising that 1994's XCOM, the groundbreaking PC strategy game from brothers Julian and Nick Gollop, would co-opt much of this Xerox paranoia, even if it wasn't totally intentional. In 2010, it was decided that XCOM would be rebooted for a modern audience. In a stroke of brilliance, it was decided that this new outing would directly tap into those inspirations by setting itself at the height of the Cold War. From a first-person perspective, players could see an invasion unfold before their very eyes, instead of the abstraction of strategy game windows. And being set in an era before mass communication and modern military hardware, fighting back would be a far more difficult ordeal. In order to survive and win, players would need to adapt to an enemy unknown. However, to survive a tumultuous development cycle, this brand new vision of XCOM would also have to adapt to a studio in disarray, a publisher desperate for guaranteed hits, and a surprise take on XCOM that would solidify a new identity for the series. Although it would eventually release some years later, this artifact of XCOM's history is nearly all but forgotten. The question is whether this odd outing for the strategy series deserves declassification. On this episode of Bullet Time, we close out our mini-series on the games of 2K Marin with their 2013 shooter, The Bureau, XCOM Declassified. So Medal of Honor 2010 is like, it's like it studied the dance moves of Modern Warfare, but it's like that thing of like when somebody creates creates the same thing but doesn't understand all the sort of work that went into behind like why
it
was
understands the surface level aesthetics of, hey, this Modern Warfare did really well, let's do Modern Warfare, and then not understand like the pacing, the rhythm, the extra gameplay, the prestige.
Yeah, it's a chocolate egg. Like, it is just completely hollow and like it looks like it should be solid all the way through, but then you open it up and there's just nothing in. Well, there is something inside. Half of it is the world's most. It feels like Virtua Cop, but you can move the rail, and then the other half is this. Like where Call of Duty is kind of like the Marvel films, where it's very sort of winky to kind of like, hey, you know, Iron Man might be a hero, but the real heroes are the people who lent us these F1 Tomcats and tanks for this film. If you want to be like Captain Marvel, join the kind of thing. Well, this is just blatantly like, all those like it isn't even a celebration so much of like soldiers. It's a celebration of like the fucking operator class, like the guys who were, I'm not really doing this for, I don't really believe in the country. I think I'm really good at killing, and I would like to be kind of like, I would like that to be reflected in my job resume. So it's like,
it's kind of the same trap that Call of Duty slid into a bit more slowly, where you get the original Call of Duties, and you are a boots-on-the-ground soldier during one of the most horrific, globe-spanning conflicts in recent history.
Yeah.
And then, as it goes along, just becomes more and more about, oh, we're the ones who are actually steering the war, we're the super specialists, and it's not about, global politics, it's about these 5 named characters who are pushing everything.
Yeah, I know that the famous Yahtzee thing that he says in his Modern Warfare 2 review, which is it's Bond goes to war, but I think it is almost kind of like I kind of understand why the new Call of Duty games now have a Marvel-style intro screen to them where they show off all the popular and memorable big air quotes around their COD characters from the latest games. But it is like Modern Warfare 2 especially, that is where they establish the team of everyone has their own special thing. And obviously Price and Soap, from the previous game. Price because just the design of Captain Price, I think, is so
it's so bizarre because, he is a character in the World War II Call of Duties, and then they just transplant this same guy into Modern Warfare, where that's kind of silly to begin with, but sure, there's probably a British Army guy who looks like this.
Yeah, who looks like a guy from World War II with a big bushy mustache, Cockney rhyming slang kind of stuff. And it's like, okay, I am going to remember the look of this guy for the rest of my life. Soap, you play as Soap in the first one, so in the second one they make him like a Scottish guy or something. He's Soap McTavish.
Yeah, he's suddenly voiced, and I think he's got a mohawk, and now he's an actual guy. Whenever you play as someone, they cease to be a character.
Yeah, so he's your Red Ranger. He has the least personality, but because of that, he must be the main guy. And then it's like, well, how do we round that out? Oh, why don't we have a guy who's literally a spooky skeleton? A guy who's a thing is that he has a skull face. And so, boom, we get Ghost. And it's like, he doesn't need to say a single thing. He can be like Snake Eyes from...
Everyone loved Ghost, I remember at the time, because he wore a mask and it was really cool.
Yeah.
There's nothing cooler than a guy who doesn't speak and just kills people really good.
Yeah, no, exactly. He is he's this supernatural figure. To the extent of, fucking Activision went, ooh, is this guy good enough that we could just build an entire game? Just not even around him as a character, just the skull mask. And that's how we got fucking COD Ghosts, which was this weird crossover 360 into the Xbox One era game where it doesn't look great, but and just they're trying to do all this shit with it. And the thing that I remember about COD Ghosts, apart from the fact that it's I think it's the least it's so the least copies.
It's when the spell really started breaking because okay, we're gonna do the promise that Modern Warfare 3 kind of dropped the ball on, which is everyone loved the arc in Modern Warfare 2 of America's getting invaded, which funnily enough Battlefield Bad Company 2 ended on that same kind of promise, but then Bad Company 3 never came out. It's funny to think they were like, okay, how do we make a justifiable war scenario? Boots on American soil, that's it. That's how you do it. Suddenly this is a war worth fighting. But then it just kind of gets wrapped up in the first mission, and then Modern Warfare 3 is you farting around trying to take out
Makarov.
What's his face? Makarov, yeah. And then we introduce a new character who's been there all along to really round this out.
God. And just, as he said, Ghost is trying to sort of play into the whole... Because again, I think there's obviously a lot of crossover between, guys who really love military aesthetics and preppers, or people who really like prepper aesthetics, where it's
that was funny as well, because the marketing of Modern Warfare 3 is be an elite, be this pro thing, and it's this is a far cry from the big back of the box marketing line for Call of Duty 2, which I remember to this day is as close as war as you'll ever want to get, which is that was the tone back then, is this is cool, but also we kind of know this is terrifying if you were really there, and now it's become you want to be there because this is the sickest.
Yeah, that was the whole thing with Modern Warfare 1, where it's just sort of they had to bite
Modern Warfare 1 kind of rode the line though.
Yeah, Modern Warfare 1 manages to pull it off in a way of because that was Modern Warfare, here's something that I didn't know before doing research for the podcast about a lot of stuff, was that Modern Warfare 1 was not an accident, but essentially they had two ideas for a Call of Duty game. Neither of them saw fruition, and they decided to basically split the difference. One was a World War II game with zombies, and another one was a far future Infinite Warfare style game. And neither of them, both of them just sort of petered out in the R&D stages. And one of the people at Infinity Ward said, why don't we literally just split the difference and make it modern day? Because then we get to have the fun of like working with technology, which is, technology in guns, which is obviously further forward than World War II. But because it's not speculative fiction, we can actually pull from like real world references and stuff like that. And because obviously I imagine Activision will like, can we not like do Iraq or Iran because that's like, super skeevy in the moment. They come up with this just sort of like this kind of funny idea of just, oh, the Russians are at it again, kind of thing. Like,
make it the classic enemy, the enemy you can get away with.
Yeah, and so it almost feels like a bit of like an 80s throwback in a weird way of like, height of the Cold War. We're not really sure what's happening overseas, but, the American propaganda armor film, they're putting out stuff like Firefox and Hunt for Red October and stuff like that, where it's like, well, can you really trust people that you don't speak the same language of kind of thing, which... Like, obviously, Modern Warfare 1 and then 2 really dig into that as a result of just, like... But then 2 obviously then has the thing of, well, bringing a bit of the real-world stuff into it of like, the real villain all along was, like, Makarov was working with Shepard, who was, like, an old army colonel. And his thing was just, like, I just want constant war because it's a money spinner, essentially.
And he also had this kind of thing of, we got led into a trap and he's really bitter about that.
Yeah.
Like, his method of avenging the 50,000 soldiers he lost was, I need a forever war to really get my revenge in here.
He's literally the fucking, the trolley meme where it's like, where he's at the controls and it's like, yeah, but if I were to switch the controls now, wouldn't that desecrate the lives who've already been killed by the trolley? Like...
Sir, you have put several more trams on the track.
Yeah. Sir, why have you put kill streaks on the trolley line?
So why is there a tram dropping ICBMs from above? I didn't even know they had wings.
Why has this tram got a monitor in it, and why is it overhead black and white like infrared footage? It's just showing the track underneath. There's nothing there.
Sir, the everything that was there has already been leveled.
God. This I don't know how much I'm going to savor this for the podcast, but I could segue a little bit into sort of maybe my bigger thoughts about where this game that we're going to talk about kind of sits, which does fit with all this sort of Call of Duty talk that we've been doing.
Well, yeah, I figured you were going to lead into it from Russia paranoia.
Oh, actually, that probably would have made more sense. Okay, I figured
that's where you were going, was talking about those dang dirty Reds.
Yeah, no, actually, yeah, I guess that makes a little bit more sense then. I guess it is funny that there isn't a ton of games that do really dig into the Cold War. Like, I know there's Black Ops, but again, like, if we're talking about how Modern Warfare 1 kind of avoids, like, being, like, overt military propaganda by basically being, like, the Hardy Boys goes to war. Black Ops is, like, the ultimate version of that, where it's just like, well, actually, we don't even know if any of this stuff happened. It's all kind of a bit of a mindfuck kind of thing, where...
It's kind of hard to make a game about Vietnam because there's a fucking horrible war and an absolute quagmire politically. You can't make it that fun without going insane.
No, which ends up what happens to the main character of that game. But also just the fact of, like, you play as, like, a fucking CIA spook. And the whole... Like, the first mission of that game... it's either the first mission or it's, like, the first big mission is, all right, you're going to be Guy 99 who's now gonna try and kill Castro. And like every other attempt there was to kill Castro, it didn't work. Like, you kill a body double, and then Castro turns up at the end and he's like, how do you like them apples? Send him to a Russian gulag. Which I always think is like such a funny twist to that game. But then, yeah, as he said, like obviously there was Battlefield Vietnam, which I would say probably the Battlefield game people like the least. I mean, granted, more Battlefield games have come out.
I don't know anyone who played it except from me. I had the copy of fucking Battlefield Vietnam.
Do you know what's funny? I remember the selling point of that game being the same selling point as GTA Vice City, which is they have helicopters now. Like
pretty that was the selling point. People loved helicopters.
People really loved helicopters in PC games at the time. So that was the only reason to buy Vietnam. And I
Hell,
think that
like
was
5-6 years later, me and my mates playing Bad Company 2 over Xbox, always just like I'm flying the fucking helicopter. That's me.
God.
Gamers love helicopters.
I think helicopters are just a fun way of traveling because planes are too fast and too squirrely. Being a tank is obviously slow and cumbersome. Helicopter, you kind of split the difference between them. You got like full, freedom, 6 degrees of freedom movement. But you can also put like miniguns on there and little rockets and stuff like that.
Yeah, you can have people sitting on the side so you can be with your mates.
Yeah, no, all games should have helicopters. I understand why the Avengers in XCOM Declassified are just fucking helicopters as a result, But yeah, as you said though, it's like the Cold War isn't really something that is touched upon in games, and so like they either go one or two ways, which is that you just do incredibly dry diplomacy, which I think that's like the realm of strategy games, or you just make shit up. And it's like, well, if you're gonna make stuff up about the Cold War, why didn't you go whole hog with it? And then,
I mean, you know what's funny about this as well, because you just reminded me that, Paradox, they make their big 4X, grand strategy games, and they've done the medieval period, they've done the Enlightenment, they've done the Roman Empire, which isn't a very good game. They've covered a lot of things. They've gone up to World War II. They were trying to make East versus West a Cold War game, which would have been fascinating, I think, but that project fell through. So even they, who've tried a little bit of everything except the modern day, they've balked a Cold War project, which I think is a tragedy.
Do you know what's really funny? Because in my head, I was like going through the sort of the image Rolodex of like, I'm sure I've seen a strategy game set during the 1960s. And I'm thinking of fucking Xenonauts, the XCOM spin-off.
Oh, the XCOM spin-off. I thought you were going to think, I'm thinking of Evil Genius.
Again, Evil Genius is kind of like, that's more on the sort of like Austin Powers side of stuff, where it's like, it is obviously the Cold War, but it's also like, 60s, groovy baby, free love kind of, the Avengers TV, the British version of the Avengers rather than the Marvel Comics version of it. But
I think the closest thing to a real-time strategy, and it isn't a real-time strategy that I've seen of the Cold War. There's probably a few, maybe like World at War or something, World of Conflict or something. I can't remember. There must be a Cold War kind of strategy game, but Tropico.
Oh,
the Tropico City Builders, where you play as a Banana Republic, which takes place during the Cold War, so you can decide, are we going to try and appeal to the US or to the USSR? Where do we stand?
I mean, yeah, no, those are literally comedy Castro simulators where, you've become like the new leader of Cuba, and it's just like, all right, well, yeah, do I work with the Reds, or do I cut a deal with Uncle Sam kind of? Yeah, God, I never really thought of that. But yeah, Tropico is like a perfect example, because like Banana Republics would literally I know they obviously, the kind of remnants of them still exist, but they were a thing of the 1960s and 70s. God.
That's when they were more of a hot button issue and more of a political playground. That's where you get the Bay of Pigs, and that's where, Black Ops kicks off.
Yeah. The Bay of Pigs happens in... Oh no, I'm thinking of... you almost get a Bay of Pigs style situation.
You get a Bay of Pigs news dispatch in the game that we're going to cover today, where it just kind of vaguely alludes to it.
I was thinking more of like, because obviously the Bay... was it Bay of Pigs, or was it something else where there was... they thought America had fired a nuclear missile, but it was literally just down to like communicate.
That was something else. Bay of Pigs was... I think they thought that they had fired a nuke. I've not read... It's funny, I did GCSE 1960s US history, and I have forgotten a lot of it.
Bay of Pigs I mostly remember as just like, it was a CIA attempted coup, like, sending them over in boats in Cuba. Immediately, like, shit hits the fan because they sent like 5 guys over and it didn't really go anywhere. And just like in what's his face? JFK.
I'm thinking of Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm a damn idiot.
Yeah, no, sorry, that's what I was thinking of, was the Cuban Missile Crisis. But yeah, obviously Bay of Pigs is just John F. Kennedy being like, I don't know these guys. They're doing their own thing. Leave them be, kind of thing. God. Yeah, no, Cuban Missile Crisis is what I was thinking of in this game, because there's that mission where you go to the farmhouse where the aliens have managed to figure out that it was a missile silo and then set it off. But then the twist at the end is that they couldn't stop the missile going off, but they were able to redirect it, and they just sent it to the Bikini Atoll. So,
yeah.
God.
So you just render Big Boss sterile instead.
Damn. Well, Big Boss would have been sterile before that point. Actually, no,
He was stationed at Bikini Atoll, that's why he's sterile. Metal Gear Solid lore facts. I managed to contaminate this history lesson with Metal Gear Solid bullshit.
When does MGS3 take place, though? Because I thought that was like
1964.
Oh, yeah, because it's Kojima's birthday, isn't it? Because he wanted to set it during the Cuban Missile Crisis, whereas this game is set in 62.
62, 63. 62, but there are events that happen later in the decade that they write about as having happened. So it's it's a little bit squirrely. But yeah, I did check it out. This game takes place in 62. I think maybe it ends in 63 because there's a vague passage of time. We'll get there. It's it's kept very like loose of how long is going on between missions.
Yeah, you know what? Let me introduce the pod in the game before we get.
Let's get into it.
Yeah, come on, folks, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people. Welcome to Bullet Time, the video game podcast that analyzes the shooters that missed their marks. Me and Snake are back for. So, I don't know whether I am gonna like actually stick to this, like make artwork or whatever. But in my head, there was just this funny thing of like, oh, why don't I do the world's shortest mini-series, which is. So, we haven't recorded it yet, but at some point we will be doing Bioshock 2 by 2K Marin. This is the second game that 2K Marin made before they were basically shuttered down. So, yeah, I guess this is, because, like, I had written on my document, like, oh, I could call it, like, oh, what do we call the miniseries, like, See Your Dreams, which was the stupid subtitle that they gave for Bioshock 2 that they then dropped immediately afterwards. Could call it Beyond the Sea as well, like the Bobby
You
Darin.
could call it Marin.
Oh, there we go. We could go it Marinara Sauce. That'd be good. So Snake is out for this one, mostly because of the fact that the game that we're talking about today is XCOM... it is the Bureau : XCOM Declassified from the year 2013. A game that I believe that when we started chatting to one another like 5 or 6 years ago, I think that we both have a bit of a fondness for this game, right? Or had a fondness for this game.
I actually don't think I've got a fondness for it. I just don't think I played it and I've never finished it, and I thought, it's okay. It's not as good as Mass Effect.
No.
Nowadays I don't know, I'm not too hot on 2 and 3 of Mass Effect either, but I think it's a game that kind of is a fascinating little case study in like audience reception and how a game can just kind of be tainted by very unfortunate factors.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I might be thinking of then? Do you have like a little Steam list which was called like games to potentially make videos on?
I do have a 2 review. I can read to you my 2 review, which, by the way, I've not updated in several years. It was just kind of an accident of, oh, maybe I'll do this stuff someday, and then never did any of it because I'm way too scatterbrained. But
yeah,
but you are right. It is in the 2 review thing, which has 10 games, which is 762 Hard Life and High Caliber. Ashes of Oahu, which I'm not going to review.
Fair enough.
Brigade E5 New Jagged Union, which that can be removed now.
Yeah, hey, that is now Donzo.
Check that one out of the list, even though this list is totally meaningless. The Bureau XCOM Declassified. Last Fight, which I have no intention of ever opening again. That game's a very bad Power Stone-like. Lemma, which I gave up doing a video on because quite boring. Refunct, which is 15 minutes long. Space Rangers HD, A War Apart, maybe, it's installed. And Valley, which not enough to say about that game.
Fair enough. But yeah,
I think I made that when I was gonna do a thing called the Chill Out session where I made I covered a bunch of easygoing first person platformers. But yeah, Bureau's in there.
Yeah, no, because I think like because obviously this is a bit of a funny one because we did I was about to call it Z News, but that's the fucking Russian name for it. Not the Boiling Point Road to Hell, which was kind of like that was you were able to sort of re-explore a game that you had done a video about previously some years ago and sort of bring some fresh thoughts into it. Now the shoe's on the other foot. I think that technically the first hot side of video is the video that I did on the... Actually, no, that's not quite true. It was when I was about to transition over to the new name. which I then eventually did when I made a video.
You made a very, very long script, I remember, and then trimmed it down quite a lot.
So there are 2 videos out there, which if anybody decides to subscribe to the Hop Side of Patreon, which I will also promote again at the end of this episode, one of the benefits that I gave to people who were on that was, hey, I had made an original version of this script, which, as you say, was like 2.5 hours long, I think. It was like kind of feature length. And the idea was that because I think I had been chatting to you and sort of I was like, why not, do a bit of experimentation of like, breaking away from my usual format of like, 10-minute, 15-minute videos, see if I can't make something a little bit longer. What's a game that I feel like I would have enough to talk about to get to that length of time? And funnily enough, it was like The Bureau, which is a game that like, I mean, I guess we can sort of dig into sort of our history.
I've got thoughts written up on this game.
Notes. My opinion on this game has changed a bit, and I will even say this: like, when I suggested to you, why don't we do it for the pod? I thought it would be kind of a cakewalk of just like, well, I'll like it as much as I probably did when I wrote that video. My opinion on this game has changed quite a bit, although not like. In different ways. I would say it's more of a lateral change than a linear change, but we'll dig into that. But like,
yeah, I'm curious. I am really curious about that because I'm in a very weird spot with this game where I feel like this is a bullet time game, which I said about Judge Dredd of the previous generation, but no, this is of this generation, of this era.
When you mentioned the Judge Dredd thing to me the other day, I was thinking in my head of like, because you kind of gave your definition of what a bullet time game was, and that kind of got me to sort of think back again to like, what is a bullet, like, because bullet time could just be, you just cover FPS games, but like, we're very specifically like, no, we don't want to do Halo, we don't want to do like Call of Duty, we don't want to do like any of the big stuff, we would rather look at kind of like the weird sort of outliers and offshoots. But then I was also very quick to be like, but that means we're not going to do like Unity games. We're not going to do like, somebody's indie projects because that would take a million. And like, it's not even that, those aren't particularly interesting either. Like,
I think it's a game that,
sure.
This is going to sound glib, but maybe this has to be a game that was from a biggish studio, an established studio, that could have had a chance of changing the zeitgeist, but for whatever reason, didn't make it.
So you've basically summed up, so right at the beginning of the episode where I said I had a segue point, that was kind of it. So I guess we might as well just get into it now then, which is
I did it. I didn't miss the mark.
Congratulations, Snake. We've beaten the episode, we'll go to the quiz. So when I was thinking in my head of like, okay, what are the games that sum up bullet time, and especially what were the games that I wanted to cover? Because initially that began with I wanted to do Legendary, I wanted to do Black, and there was another game as well, but it always slips my mind. It could be Medal of Honor, it could be the Resistance games. But essentially, it's exactly what you said, which is that like these were games that had a chance of changing the zeitgeist. And the thing is that the time period that I know, and we've covered games from like the oldest game that we've covered, it was like Heretic, which came out in 1994. The newest games we covered have been like a bunch of Game Pass stuff that only came out like a year ago. But very specifically, the era that I found most interesting was from 2005 to 2013, which, funnily enough, marries up exactly to the 360's launch date to the Xbox One's launch date. The game that we're covering is literally the last year of that. It's 2013. And what I always thought about this era of FPS games was that when we talk about the zeitgeist, these were the games. And when I say like, I don't mean like no other games existed, because obviously they did. But these were the big ticket stuff. Like, when a new FPS was announced, it always kind of felt like, in the 360 era, these are the games that we should be paying attention to. This is what's, like, really important. And I think part of that is just down to, like, Halo had come out on the Xbox and obviously made that, Microsoft is still...
There were big news reports going, this is the biggest entertainment launch in history. And it's the first time that it was a point of focus that had happened for a video game, so suddenly all eyes are on video gaming. This is now entering the mainstream, and there's a bit of a gold rush.
Yeah, I think the PlayStation starts to create that. Like, obviously, because of CD culture, it can tap into, like, rave, it can tap into sort of that early polygonal frontier as well. Music can do sort of, like, early breaches into realism, which is how you get stuff like Metal Gear in a cinematic presentation, or like Resident Evil, or like FF7 and its FMVs. But it is the 360 era and the PS3 especially that I feel like this is when games go from being like comparable to film and television to almost like having the potential to overtake them. And again, it's as you say, Halo 3 is one of the biggest launch events in history, where people are queuing round the block over midnight, and then Modern Warfare picks up that crown, and Modern Warfare 2 becomes like the biggest entertainment launch in history. And this is when the FPS is like at its most powerful. And because Halo was such a big deal, everyone wanted to do their own version of Halo, which is why Sony created Killzone. But then also in the PS3 era, you got like Resistance Fall of Man, like all of their big budget, all of their dedicated either internal studios or strong second parties. Everybody wanted to have their attempt at like knocking off the crown. And then when Call of Duty came out, that became the target of how can we iterate on this? And I think the Bureau is a really interesting kind of example of this, from both that it initially started as being a more direct competitor to these things because it was an FPS game. But then as it evolved, it became part of like this sort of interesting thing within 2K Games, which the publisher of this is like, I find them, doing the research on them for this, I found super interesting in regards to, it feels like all the way along, they've wanted to be a publisher of, quote, prestige games. And I feel that in this moment of time, 05 to 2013, what a prestige game was a first-person shooter. And when I say prestige, I mean like, middle brow. It has like kind of, it wants to have one foot in the sort of arcadey feeling of classic FPS gameplay, but then it also wants to go a little step further. It wants to subvert expectations. It wants to have like, reference points that aren't just other games. It also wants to dig into like literature.
The era this game comes out in is in this little kind of sub era, which I like to call like the AAA twist.
Yes,
which is usually just, and we'll get into it later, but it's usually just a conundrum of who is the player, or what do choices matter, or is violence bad?
It's a meta twist. It is the game tapping against the glass and saying, "Hey, I know you're here." Which is, like film has done that before. Like there have been films that comment on themselves being films, like The Purple Head of Cairo is like, a film which is about like it's a film within a film. I mean, The Last Action Hero is that. It is a stupid action movie which takes place within a stupid action movie. And so games are starting to do that. And again, to go back to 2K and to go back to this game, what's the most famous example of that? It's fucking BioShock. A game that, and I'm sure you kind of agree with this because we've kind of talked about this before, wasn't the smartest game of its era. Certainly wasn't the smartest game up to that point, considering that you had stuff like MGS2 during the meta-narrative twist early on,
I was going to say something really insulting, which is, it's smart enough for people to think it's smarter than it is, but not that smart that it's losing people along the way.
It is middlebrow. It is classic. Yeah, it is the most middlebrow game ever made. And I feel like MGS2 now is celebrated for that. But when that game came out, I think a lot of people kind of wrote it off because I think to sort of dig into the mire of it, I think there might have been a slight racist aspect to it because, again, it was a game by Hideo Kojima. It's a Japanese game, and I feel like a lot of people were quick to write stuff off as like, oh, well, they don't speak English.
Wacky Japanese game. Wacky, crazy. It only counts when a Western studio does it.
But I also think that just games writing at the time was very Western focused. And so even though MGS2 was a big game, it was never going to reach the level of something that was made in the US, which, when fucking BioShock comes out, people go absolutely apeshit for it in regards to finally a smart FPS game, which is fucking bullshit because, like, it was literally a sequel to System Shock 2. And anything, it was a dumbing down of System Shock 2 because they try to consolize.
It is one of the funny and frustrating things that people go, oh man, games writing has really come home, when it's like, there were RPGs with really interesting existential questions coming out in the 90s, just because they had a goofier presentation and were a bit more clunky to control. But I think that's also the thing of gaming became more mainstream, and
yes,
I'm not one of the people who go, oh, gaming journos or fuck. Yeah, I don't care. I don't read a lot of gaming journalism, but you do see bits and pieces of it. But I do think that there was that push of we need to look legitimate now, which in the early to mid 2000s, that was we're going to emulate movies. And the movies they'd grown up on was kind of 90s, kind of grungy schlock, which is, okay, how do we appear mature? We get really gritty, and we're usually quite embarrassing about it, which I'm quite charmed by.
Sure.
Then it kind of slid into, how do we be mature? We have little philosophical themes.
It's book smarts rather than, like, street smarts, essentially. Which, like, and I think it also goes back to, and what does make a kind of, what's a prestige game versus just like a solid AAA game. I think when we, and again, like, this is me bashing journalism or whatever like that, but you do start to see in this era the beginning of, like, blogger culture. So you get Kotaku, you get Destructoid, and you get, like, Engadget had always existed as a tech website, but then sort of brought in more voices which were outside of the traditional games writing sphere. And so you get a lot more subjective viewpoints rather than objective ones. Games writing becomes a lot more sort of diverse as a result. But it's also a lot more raw and a lot less kind of formal. And so
I think there's also a slight collective need in that to, like, okay, we have agreed this game's a bit of a darling, so it's going to get praise of him, which you see with Bioshock Infinite and you see with The Last of Us, like, that is prestige.
Exactly right.
Yeah, as opposed to a Modern Warfare, which is on the surface a lot stupider, and it is, like, unarguably stupider, but it's no less, like, worthy because it's telling an interesting story just in a dumber way.
And do you know who I think is the origin point of this kind of blogger style kind of journalism? It's fucking Jeff Keighley, who integrates himself into Valve early on to write about the creation of Half-Life and then Half-Life 2. And his whole thing is, like, I want to tell the stories of developers and the people who make the games rather than just be a bunch of points on the back of the box about fucking graphics or, like, you know, stuff like that. Which, hey, cool. Like, good that we now know who make games. But Jeff is also incredibly into auteur theory. Like, his whole thing, and you see it in anything that he writes about, is that great men make great games.
This is why he's so attached to Hideo Kojima then, because that man perfectly carries the auteur image, even though he's always been part of a big studio system. And funnily enough, since Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 always had, like, things in his things in the office for, hey, do you have an idea for an Easter egg? Pop it down here, we'll have a look at it. Like, his games have always had that little collaborative slide to them.
Yep. There's maybe the only person who might have had, like, the only person from, like, the old era who may still have that is, like, Miyamoto. But, like, that was purely because Nintendo sort of used it as a marketing point. It was like, from the creator of Super Mario and The Legend of Zelda comes this. And people go, oh, I know who this is because Nintendo put him into interviews and he's, you know, because of the NES era where you would maybe only have 3 people make a game, he's very canny to tell you about, oh, this, and this. And then sort of on the Western side, you did have people like Richard Garriott at Surtech who would also be kind of like, yeah, I'm the head of the company, and, you know, I'm going to tell you about this, and this. Roberta Williams and her husband, whose name, unfortunately, I can't remember, but obviously
Roberta Williams, didn't she write Phantasmagoria? Or am I thinking of... You
might be right, but
I'm thinking of King's Quest.
Yeah, King's Quest, that's the more famous one, but they formed Sierra Online, and again, she was a writer, and it was like, I want to bring that kind of prose to games writing, and boom, that's how we get King's Quest. But of the modern era, and I would say Jeff is the guy who fucking, and you could, like, split these up into the 3 different eras. On the one end where Jeff is starting off is Gabe. And I know Gabe Newell is more of a CEO guy, but he, like, people know who Gabe Newell is. And, like, he's not a developer and he's not really like an artist or whatever, but he is so in, like, the identity of Half-Life and the identity of Valve is so tied to him. And that's because of fucking Jeff. And then newly, and as you said, absolutely right, it is Kojima, which is like, oh, you know, Kojima really never got respect at the time. And then when Konami got rid of him, oh, well, that's only just, like, deified him even more. Like, he is this perfect game. Anything that he's going to do is going to change games forever. Who was of the 360 era of this time that fucking Jeff was obsessed with? Ken Levine. He would interview Levine so often about Bioshock, and that is how we know that, well, you know, I was interested in the writing of Anne Rind, so with that, that's why, you know, BioShock has all these kind of allusions to the Fountainhead and to, and Andrew Ryan is named after Ayn Rand and stuff like that. Oh, I'm so kind of books, and I want to take these big ideas that we had when we worked at, Origin Software and Looking Glass Studios. Now we're at Irrational, and we're going to bring those to the 360 people. Like it's, God coming down from heaven to give the humans, fire, essentially. He's going to bring the smarts of PC games and give them to console people. And that was what Jeff was... Yeah, I know. Like, that I know. It's so fucking stupid to say.
That sounds so wanky, but you know what? I can believe someone would see it that way.
Yeah, and that is how people were writing about Levine at this time. And that is what I think is so, like... What is a prestige game over something else? Because again, Snake, you said The Last of Us. The Last of Us has a fucking auteur behind it. It's Druckmann.
Yeah, it does. It fucking does.
Yeah, it does. This is... How many games have we covered for this podcast where we kind of almost want to take a bit of approach to be like, well, who are the people who made these games? Well, you don't really have that. They're mostly games made by studios who either like works in the old-fashioned studio system, where it's just kind of like, well, you're the artist, you're the texture guy, you're the programmer, and the product is going to speak for itself. It's not really... It's a game made by a studio.
Yeah, there isn't a name behind the game we're covering today. As a matter of fact, this game's identity is a bit of a mess as a whole.
And it's funny because I can get into it a little bit. And BioShock 2 is going to have exactly the same. Again, we're doing this out of order at the moment. BioShock 2 we'll talk about at a later date.
It's coming around.
It's coming around. Don't worry about it. But that has a similar thing where that is a game that is so tied to the identity, quote, tied to identity of a single artist of Ken Levine, that when it's handed to another studio, people have this kind of skepticism of like, oh, well, then it's not like a true artist product. This is just like, this came off a conveyor belt, which is a shame considering that, like, after the fact, BioShock 2 did have a little bit of that, where you got Steve Gaynor, who worked at 2K Marin, came off that game. And that was the guy who then went to find Fulbright, who made Gone Home. And so you don't get Gone Home without something like BioShock 2. And again, within the blogosphere of like Destructoid, and then eventually that becomes like Polygon, you get a lot of writing about like, these are games made by smart people. We're going to name every single one of them. But really it is who they're talking about are usually the project leads like Steve. Another name on this game, which comes over from BioShock 2, is Jordan Thomas, who was the visionary on XCOM Declassified for a minute, but then eventually leaves the project, and then it kind of becomes a studio product again. Now, to sort of put a cap on this, like, is the fact that or this hasn't got an auteur behind it, is that what makes the game bad? Is that what you covered it on Bullet Time? Not particularly. And again, there's a lot of games that do have like auteurs behind them that are dog shit. Like, I'm trying to think of Daikatana, famously, yeah. Or yeah, like...
there's a big one. The Two Human. That was a big auteur game.
Oh, God, yeah. Dennis Dyack? Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. Like, Dennis Dyack tried to, like, style himself in a similar way. Cliff Bleszinski, I think, is a perfect example. When he was at Epic, he was, like, the visionary behind Gears of War. And what was he able to achieve after he left Epic? Fucking...
Radical Heights and Lawbreakers.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, and again, I think that's the interesting thing, is that as we come out of 2013, we start to see the wheels kind of come off what is a prestige game. But not only that, but what a prestige game then radically transforms into what I think is that's partially why I've always wanted to kind of focus on FPS games within Bullet Time, because I always think that the era of the third-person shooter is the PS4 era. That is what comes after the 360 era, and that is where third-person shooters kind of become the everything game. Because after The Last of Us, Sony decides, oh, every game we make needs to be this, which is how you get the God of War reboot, which is ostensibly a third-person action game. You have the Spider-Man games, which are ostensibly third-person action games. And then, shockingly, you get the best-selling Sony game of all time, Horizon Zero Dawn.
I still can't believe that sales chart, but that is the perfect fucking Avatar cultural impact thing of, no, this game sold well. It's just that the people who are playing it probably aren't tuned in to talking about stuff online because they're just playing the game and moving on.
Exactly. But Sony very much styles those games as like, these are our new prestige games. Like, again, God of War has Cory Balrog as like the lead auteur on those games, and they're going and they're doing interviews and saying, "Oh, there's not a single cut in this game. It's like watching it's like watching Children of Men where there's no cuts in that one scene, so you know it's good because Children of Men did it, you know." Or the Spider-Man games where it's like, yeah, no, this looks like the Beanox ones, but it's not. We actually take these we're making Spider-Man games you've never seen before because there's scenes.
I'll tell you though, I will say the Beanox games weren't very. They just in terms of sheer thingy control, I'll give it to the new studio. The new ones feel better.
Insomniac are good at games.
They're still boring though.
Oh yeah, no.
Beanox is at least interestingly bad.
That's kind of the thing with prestige games as well, is that they have to have a lot of boring moments in it because boring equals like intelligent, I guess. Like,
boring means you're thinking about stuff because you're not thinking about the game.
Yeah, which funnily enough, there's a lot of boring stuff in it. But so to go back to the Bureau XCOM Declassified, 2K is such an interesting publisher of like. They wanted to be in the business of making, quote, prestige games. They make Bioshock. Boom. They've invented the prestige game. They put out fucking Spec Ops The Line. The most, like, every fucking journo has written about that game after the fact being like, this is what all shooters should be like. They should be subversive and comment on, like, the actual contents of what the gameplay is like. Boom.
Why no? We didn't play Modern Warfare 1, don't ask.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Again, fucking prestige ass game. Borderlands kind of tips the toe, but you could argue it is kind of a prestige game because Randy I was about to call him Randy Newman, but that's the
a very different game.
Yeah, that's the composer, that's the Pixar guy, isn't it? Randy Pitchford.
Randy Pitchford.
He's
Mr. Magic Trick.
Yeah, he can make a USB stick disappear. He is the face of those games for better or worse. Like, so 2K are very much in the market of these are what we want these games to be like. And I guess kind of cutting to the end of like what were the results of XCOM Declassified. Game comes out in 2013, it's a fucking bomb. Bioshock Infinite comes out, is a sales success, but critically is a fucking bomb. What is the one game that comes out in 2013 that 2K publishes that becomes a success and then becomes their North Star for the rest of, like, where we are today? GTA 5. Because that was the thing about 2K, is that, like, all the way along...
wasn't that Take-Two, not 2K?
Take-Two owned 2K.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Yeah, I should have explained that. So Take-Two owns 2K games, but they also own Rockstar. But all the way along, Take-Two is saying to 2K, it's going to take these jocks like 10 years to make another GTA game, but we want games that are as important as GTA to be coming out alongside it. And I think for a while, in that weird era between GTA 4 and GTA 5 where they didn't know what to do, they got really into prestige games. And I think Bioshock was the game that kind of sparked the match on that. And now at this point, it's just kind of like, oh, we make so much money off fucking GTA Online, we don't really care. So, like, it's only now that we're getting a new Ken Levine game, which I feel like a ton of people are really skeptical about because of the fact that Infinite has now become this sort of... Again, like, Infinite is the game that you point at and you go, what is the sort of, like... What were the negative aspects of the, quote, prestige era? Boom. Is that. Like, you can point at Infinite and you can also sort of kind of point a little bit about The Last of Us Part 2 and go, this is kind of what the prestige era gets you, is these games that are very sort of high, who think, incredibly middlebrow games that think they're sort of saying something but aren't really doing anything. And they're just, and then gameplay-wise, they're just incredibly simple. Whereas, with GTA Online, it's the everyone game. So they're like, oh, we want to be in the business of just having games in perpetuity, which is why they focus on GTA and why they also focus on the basketball games, which nobody ever is able to guess in the quizzes. But that's what 2K puts out, is those fucking NBA basketball games, which make them a shitload of money every year.
And they tried to make those a prestige game once with the help of Spike Lee.
Oh God! See, that's what I mean. Like, you see my theory isn't completely bonkers. Like, you can see it all just sort of plug in. Like,
yeah. They wanted their basketball game to be taken seriously with a insane tale of here's how corrupt the fucking basketball fucking like the business end of basketball is. But we're also making a corporate product, so we are going to softball super hard on this one.
A ghost is going to explain. Again, it's like fucking prestige games are all built on subversion. A ghost is literally going to tell you that he was the hero all along. Oh, I didn't see that one coming. Fuck.
That is genuinely the plot of a 2K NBA basketball game. A ghost has a 10-minute plus monologue.
Versus, if I were to give an example of a game which I would say is a good example of like a prestige game, which was also 2K published and came out the same fucking year as BioShock, is a game that I've been playing at the moment, The Darkness, which I'm sure I'll get into when we talk on that episode. But that is a game that is so much like, again, I couldn't tell you who the lead auteur was on that game, but Starbreeze themselves as a studio are like, oh, they're going to give you something that you're never going to see from another like developer. They're going to have all these kind of interesting plugins with it. It's going to have these kind of like highfalutin elements of like, they're going to reference films and television. They're going to have subversive elements in them. But it's also just... But then again, like I'm not saying, oh, and then the game is good in spite of those things. No, the game works within all those things and is like incredibly good. And then smack in the middle of like, what is a game that tried to be prestige but couldn't pull it off? The Bureau, XCOM Declassified. It's like, hey, there we go. We brought it back around, folks. But like, that's a perfect example of that, of just like, because I always think of prestige games in the way of like prestige television. And one way they do that is like, they usually do a lot of period, like you either do elevated genre or you do a period piece. This is both. This is both a fucking science fiction horror game, but it is also set in the 1960s and has all the trappings of the 1960s to go along with it as well. It was funny, before we started recording, we were talking about kind of like how jeans have gone from being like casual wear to sort of being like outdoors wear, which now means that indoors you have to have another form of casual wear. Oh, in the 1960s, everybody was just wearing a fucking... it's like wearing suits, like, all the time.
Yeah, just knocking about in slacks, which, you know, much more comfortable, really. It's just wore slacks.
It's funny to think of in this game where it's like, I get the point of the Bureau is meant to be completely clandestine, like, not even the army knows about them. But if you're gonna go out and fight aliens, wouldn't combat fatigues make much more fucking sense than a fucking petticoat shirt, waistcoat, and slacks?
Well, I mean, the thing that disappointed me is after a few missions, he trades that in for a jumper.
Oh yeah, that's right. He does wear a bamper's fucking turtleneck. God.
And you know what? I will say, and I didn't mean to do this, but because you do have light XCOM style customization, I made his jumper green and his slacks like a kind of tan. So I did kind of wind up wearing, you know, not quite camo, but you'd see if, you know, that's kind of military-ish.
God, I feel really bad because we're like nearly an hour into the episode and we haven't even like talked about the game
yet.
The
background of the game.
Yeah,
like,
well, that's. I mean, that is the point of. Again, that is the point of bullet. And to go back to what I was saying about the fact that I was trying to figure out what is a bullet time game. I think it is just of this era. The FPS was what people were trying to make the prestige game, and which is why you end up with all these kind of weird fucking like that's how you end up with Resistance: Fall of Man. Yeah, like and
you wind up with Syndicate.
Oh god, yeah. No, like Syndicate's a perfect example of that as well. And so like now kind of figuring this out and kind of like again, this is all the sort of background that we need to build up. This is the context that people love about Bullet Time. It's talking about these games, you know, in the wider tapestry of video games itself. And to kind of talk about the Bureau, I mean, should we kind of start with XCOM itself?
Because I think we have to, because I brought up Syndicate for a reason, which is Syndicate and the XCOM and Bureau the XCOM Declassified. I can't even remember which order the title goes in. The Bureau XCOM Declassified. Right. They suffer from the same sort of problem, which is nowadays everything gets rebooted, and it tends to actually usually get rebooted in its genre. This was the era of everyone makes an FPS, so a lot of games of, you know, classics of the 90s, which existed in genres that were popular in the 90s, they're coming back.
Yep.
But not in the form that 90s fans really want, because they are turning into shooters.
This is the prestige thing. This is, we're going to make the game as a prestige game, but a prestige game can only be one thing. So we're going to take a game that you recognize and we're just going to hammer it into shape so it fits into a round hole. And at this point, if a game was going to come back, it would have to... or if a game was going to come back or an adaptation was going to be made into games, it would have to be a first-person shooter. And so, yeah, Syndicate's a perfect example of that. And again, I think we'll do a video on it. A video?
Yeah, it's something else there. It's something else that came up in my research on Brigade, which was one of the developers of that, Dmitry Avashkin. He was asked, hey, do you think your game, which is a very, very in-depth tactics game, do you think that's going to sell well in the West? And he's like, the genre's kind of dead in the West. And he said that in like 2005. He kind of knew like, this is for the holdouts because, you know, by and large, they're making shooters over there now. If a company's going to make a game, it's not going to be a tactics game.
Can I give you my favorite quote about this game, which I do use in my video, but I'm going to just reiterate it here because I always think it's so funny. So Christoph Hartmann, who was he's currently the head of fucking Amazon Game Studios. Oh, doing great over there, Chris.
Yeah.
Looking forward to all the Amazon games that are coming out anytime soon. But he used to be the CEO of 2K. And in 2011, when the XCOM reboot had been announced, before it had turned into the Bureau, people were interviewing him saying, why haven't you brought back XCOM as a strategy game? And he basically said, strategy games are no longer contemporary. Which is shocking to consider because they had fucking Civ at the time, which is all.
Oh my god!
To go back to what I said about the fact that GTA Online is a consistent moneymaker. They also have the 2K basketball games, but they also have Civ. Civ is a game that, like, you know, it's funny, we have conversations like in Discords elsewhere, and somebody who you've probably heard at this point, Swede, on a different podcast, was doing a thing that he wanted to make a list of like all the important games that you should play if you wanted to get into games. Civ is like one of those games that you can literally, like, a child is born and you just give them a copy of Civ and you go, you might not like this, but this is like one of the games, so give it a go and it might become your favorite thing.
When I was like 6 or 7, I was playing Civ 3 and I loved Civ 3.
Yeah.
Like, it's deep enough that you can really get into it, but it's good. Like, a child can pick it up and get it. It's that kind of, it's that really nice kind of smooth granularity that you can pick it up and just have fun as a kid, or you can really get into it as an adult and play tactics and kind of break the systems down.
And you know what's funny? I never got into Civ. I mean, you know, long enough time to learn and may finally get into it. But the game that I really got into was fucking XCOM Enemy Unknown, and then eventually XCOM 2. That was the strategy game that I managed to gel with, and boom.
Those are way more complicated as well, I would argue.
Interesting. No, I never really figured that was the case. But again, comes from Firaxis, who have made everything.
Oh, I mean, if we're talking about the new ones, then no, Civ's more complicated. But the old ones, no.
Yeah, no.
I'm thinking of UFO, as it was called.
Oh, no, we'll get into that in a second. But I just want to, so this Christoph Hartmann quotes, they go like, why aren't you making strategy games anymore? And so he says, I use the example of music artists. Look at somebody old school like Ray Charles. If he would make music today, it would still be Ray Charles, but he would probably do it more in the style of Kanye West. Bringing Ray Charles back is all fine and good, but it just needs to move on, although the core essence will still be the same.
I want to smack this man.
This is a quote that's only become funnier considering where Kanye West is in the year 2024 as well.
I want to smack this man twice.
But again, like, what he's trying to say is like, oh, well, you can have strategy elements, but you just... Yeah. You can have a strategy element, but you just filter it through an FPS, because, like, again, it was... Again, this is the... Not to blow up somebody that we don't really know, but, like, I remember there was a video creator who said, like, the FPS is like the simplest game that you could use to get somebody into games, which is complete fucking nonsense because you have to have independent moving and aiming. Like, that is such a complex.
You need 2 thumbstick mobility at the very least.
You need for somebody to understand, like, not only are they moving through a world like on a flat plane, but that can also move a camera in 3D. What he's basically trying to say is, well, FPS games sell a shitload of money, so we want to squeeze everything down the pipe of an FPS. Which, hey, they tried to do with fucking XCOM, the Bureau XCOM Declassified. We're gonna do this throughout the entire episode. I can't wait.
It's a good title because it's a title that censors itself.
Oh yeah, the branding of this game is all about fucking redaction, which is great.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's basically just trying to make the argument of like, oh no, if a game needs to be successful, it has to be an FPS. Which isn't fucking true. I mean, Minecraft
That's how the big corporate types sort at the time think, oh, only FPSs sell, we're going to pump so much money into a game, which is only a problem that's gotten worse. It needs to be of the genre that sells.
Yeah, which is how we are where we are today.
Meanwhile, you have the big CEO types in interviews, and they can't just come out and say that, so they have to find the nice way of saying it, or a way that makes you believe the bullshit.
And because he was driving over to the interview and was listening to Gold Digger on the radio, he said, it's a Ray Charles sample, but Kanye's rapping over it. How interesting. And so, yeah, in his mind, the Bureau XCOM Declassified is fucking Kanye West Gold Digger. And ironically, didn't dig any fucking gold because it barely sold any copies. So there we go. But that's how we end up in this weird situation of just like, yeah, as you said, there was the Syndicate reboot where they did it as an FPS. A game that I would defend mostly because, talking about the darkness, that has got the fucking Starbreeze juice to it. Like there.
Oh, and going back to Auteur Theory, born out of Bullfrog, which was, you know, the British auteur Peter Molyneux.
You know the problem is this, that I can't say Peter Molyneux's name. When I think of his name, I don't say it properly. I say it in Guru Larry's voice.
Peter Molyneux.
Peter Molyneux. Which, to go back to Auteur Theory, Peter Molyneux, that's your British auteur, which is like so fucking
tragic.
Yeah, sad to think about, you know. But yeah, so they rebooted into an FPS game, and they want to do the same thing with XCOM. And to go back to fucking Ken Levine, the initial pitch is Snake, you'll like this. So go back to the episode that we did on Boiling Point. So at this point, Boiling Point has come out, has not done very well sales-wise, neither has Driver 3, barely has fucking Fahrenheit done well. So Atari are now at a point where it's like, oh shit, we have no money. Well, time to sell our IP and separate developers. And so, Phyrexis ends up at 2K. That doesn't really matter for the moment, but they have the Civ license. But 2K have also got the XCOM license. And as we all know, a game with a name, that is a game that sells. People like recognizable IP. So even if it's not really XCOM, they'll buy it because XCOM, I've heard of that name before, so that must mean it's an important game. They give XCOM to Irrational and they give it to Ken Levine before BioShock goes into development, and they say, hey, have you got any ideas with this? And so he goes off, and what he initially comes back with, funnily enough, is a strategy game, because before they made BioShock, Irrational also had done SWAT 4, but I don't know if you've ever played this game, but they also did Freedom Force.
I own that. I remember that game getting a ton of buzz in like PC Gamer when those were coming out, but I've never played them myself.
I think it's because they were an example of like kind of a modern, kind of more accessible strategy game, because it is like it's almost a little bit like Marvel Ultimate Alliance in a weird way, but like kind of more turn-based and tacticsy. And I say it's like Ultimate Alliance because it's also about like superheroes, but like they couldn't use like any real ones, so they kind of made all their ones up. But it's a cool little game, and it's sort of like they basically say, well, we have an engine to do strategy games. We could use that for XCOM. And what they initially pitched was, oh, why don't we do a world where the like Earth has already been taken over and you play as like freedom fighters, like like a resistance force who are trying to get the aliens out. And his pitch was, the character you play as looks like Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters, and you go around placing boom boxes that play music that gets all that's how you create resistance fighters, is that you play rock music.
I'm not sure if I'm sad whether or not this game failed to exist.
No, I don't think it was a particularly good idea either. And again, like they take it off Irrational and they end up going, oh well, what are some other studios that we got in 2K? They give it to 2K Australia initially, who then go, well, this BioShock thing looks like it's going to become a hit. Why don't we try and combine a strategy game with an FPS? I was trying to think, and you might know better than me with this. Are there like any decent examples of like FPS strategy game mashups?
So as a kid, I loved this idea, and I looked for examples wherever I could because I found the idea really exciting.
Mm-hmm.
They tended to be short-lived online-only games, and the biggest example I can think of is a game called Savage, which got a sequel.
Ooh.
And yeah, the big gimmick of Savage was it's like I think it's two people playing it like there's two people playing it like a strategy game. You're placing down bases, you're doing resources, but then the other like 31 players aside, I think, are on the ground units carrying out the orders and doing stuff.
Oh.
And it's mostly melee focused, and they never really got too far. I mean, the problem is, game that's not terribly popular to begin with, and a very, very high player cap needed for a good time. It's always wonky. The other example I can think of is a mod that I really liked. It was very short-lived as well, Zombie Master, but that was kind of inverse. That was a guy playing a strategy game, summoning zombies versus players, which is a fun concept, but there's always a bit of it's a balancing nightmare because, you know, the thing with strategy games is your units act in a semi-consistent manner and you play to their stats, and that's immediately thrown out of whack when personal skill is thrown into the mix.
Yeah. You know what? That just reminded me of, did you ever play Natural Selection?
First game I ever bought online, but no.
Yeah.
I bought the sequel in a two bundle with the sequel to Lugaroo.
Interesting.
Oddly enough, 10 years before either game came out on pre-order.
I think it's that concept, but basically it's like you have the dungeon master who plays it like a strategy game, and they place mobs and spawners, and then everybody else plays it like an FPS game. So yeah, I guess when you say a strategy shooter, like that's how most people try to do it. Where it's like, well, these two elements don't really mix, so let's do it asymmetric. One person's the dungeon master, and the other people play it like an FPS game, kind of thing.
And funnily enough, Peter Molyneux, that was where the Fable series almost wound up.
Oh yeah, Fable
players
Legends
versus Fable Legends, which fell the fuck through.
Which is a shame, because apparently people who had played it during, because they did a bunch of beta tests and stuff. People said it was solid, but just Microsoft were like, well, we want to increase our profits by 0.2%, and this is only going to get us up by 0.1%, so let's cancel that.
They had spent a lot of money on what was essentially would have been a good free-to-play model before that market had really come to form, so it was ahead of its time in a weird way.
God, yeah. But what they were kind of like planning to do with XCOM, so initially Irrational says, why don't we do it more like a top-down one? But then Australia goes, no, we can make this work as an FPS. The initial pitch that they come up with in 2010 is called XCOM Enemy Unknown. Now, you might be wondering,
I recognize that name.
I think I recognize that name. Hold on, let me go on to Steam. So that's obviously the game that Firaxis's their first XCOM game is named after, which same concept with both, which was that they wanted to combine the American and UK names of the original XCOM. Over here it was called UFO Enemy Unknown, because they couldn't call it UFO over in the States because, like, I don't know, somebody owns the rights to UFO. They called it XCOM insteid, like XCOM. You know,
I'll say a cooler name.
Oh, XCOM's a way better name than UFO as well. And again, to go back to, I say to go back to, we haven't even mentioned this, but like, actually, I'll ask you a quick question. What are your opinions on the original pre-Firaxis XCOM games?
I've been filtered by it.
Yeah, no, so have I.
I've just got to throw up my hands and say I respect it. I appreciate it. I've played, and you know, with the games I've played, it's like I've never cut my teeth on it.
No, absolutely the same.
Probably.
I've gone into conversations about this quite a lot with a fellow video maker.
I like watching other people play it. Yeah. Not for me though.
No, yeah, there's people that I know who like adore those games and don't like Enemy Unknown because it is such a simplification. But I'm like, there's way too many moving parts to the like, and in a way that it's like, because modern games, I don't mind if they have a ton of moving parts if there's like decent synergies. But like in XCOM, like the original XCOM, it's just kind of like, oh, you have 3 different buttons for stances. You have like 3 different like, it's giving you all this kind of like granularity, which again, that was the popular thing on PC games at the time, was this kind of like everything felt like you were in a submarine, but it was just for controlling a human being. And
as
again,
much as I wish this kind of genre still existed for the people who like it, it fell out of favor because, yeah, this was for PC power users at the time, where people who used a PC were generally more used to kind of high-end kind of office software, so you could play a game and just kind of get to grips with all this. And
it's a game of Windows. Like, it looks like you're running an application. And again, what if I asked you what does a military game look like, you would think of what does a military game look like in 2024, which is an FPS. what would a military game look like in 1994? It's kind of this. It's like all simulation, but it's all top down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got Operation Flashpoint and you got this.
Yeah.
Operation Flashpoint's a bit later, but yeah, it's way more in depth.
This is more of a throwback to like classic tabletop style wargaming, like like Warhammer or something like that, but it's humans versus aliens. And again, they called it UFO because the guy who developed, two guys who developed Gollops loved the Jerry Henderson series UFO, which was about like a British paramilitary like clandestine operation fighting back against the aliens, which it's cute. And again, like for 1994, they wanted to update it so it kind of, there's a lot of comic book style graphics in it, so it looks very Jim Lee. They have a big 3D Earth and stuff like that, which is kind of where this is where 2K Australia begins and goes, well, how do we modernize this? And because BioShock is doing so well, they go, well, why don't we do a similar thing to what they did, which is, why don't we do a period piece? Because then we could argue that, like, oh, well, this isn't the XCOM of 1994, where you have, like, a huge military operation. We want you to be more on the back foot. And if anything, we want this to be more like a survival horror than, like, a tactics game. So why don't we make it first person? Because as we know, first person is the scariest perspective of them all, because it's you. And why don't we make it more like, why don't we pull from the X-Files, like, you're just a little guy. You're just a small bean who then has to go and investigate all this spooky-ass alien stuff. And that's the idea they came up with. And they set it in the 1950s because they're just kind of like, well, we can't do the 60s because Ken Levine's got that unlocked for BioShock. Why don't we go a little bit further back than that? But I also think the 50s is kind of a cool idea because it's like, it's post-war, kind of like the Cold War is just about starting in the 1950s, but you're in this weird kind of like memory hole where it's like, well, nothing's quite moving forward. We haven't had civil rights yet. We're not having women's lib yet.
We're just taking a little bit of a break after the war before we get really into it again.
Which is why I think so many people's ideas of the 1950s are formed by advertising. And what they were saying.
The 50s is generally regarded as this kind of nostalgic era. The Korean War tends to get rubbed over.
Oh, yeah.
As, that just happened, but, we had the baby boomers. Things were going great. As rationing's over, we can eat.
We can eat as many hot dogs and hamburgers as we want. Thank you very much, boy.
You can go get a milkshake at the diner and then go to Homecoming.
You can go buy a car for like $15 and then buy a house for $100. Sounds great. And that's why like so many people's like, when people think of the 1950s, they think of like fucking Norman Rockwell paintings, where it's like, oh, it was a little boy at a malt shop. No black people, don't worry about that. That was just what it was like in the 1950s. Which is where they begin with this concept, and it's like such a cool idea of, oh, why don't we get a Norman Rockwell painting and fuck it up? Why don't we bring aliens in it that don't look like little grey men, like the guys from XCOM? Why don't we go with something a little bit more cerebral and freaky looking? And that's kind of how we end up then in 2010. They go to E3 and they show off XCOM. For some reason, it dropped Enemy Unknown at this point. It is just called XCOM. And it is an FPS game that they are showing off like you're just playing as a G-man. You're playing as a guy in a white shirt with glasses and you're going around and you go into like, like somebody's suburban house where it's a housewife and she's making dinner. And then she turns around and she just starts vomiting up black goo. It's like, okay, this is neat. And then you go outside and there's this big ass fucking obelisk made out of like individual cubes, turns into like a little UFO, and then just starts digitizing when like he doesn't kill him. He just starts pulling out cubes of like his body bit by bit. And it's like, oh, this is a cool fucking like this isn't a game, but like as a pitch, this is fucking cool. And I'm gonna say, Snake, do you remember this trailer or do you remember the Spoonie reaction?
I was the whole time you were describing that, I was like, do I go for the low-hanging fruit and bring up and Spoonie was nearby yelling betrayal?
Betrayal! Betrayed me! Yep. God.
Yeah, okay, but yeah, it turns out I was right to be thinking of him because you were leading there, because that's where it leads. Because, you're saying, oh, this is really cool, but the reception at the time didn't think so because XCOM fans were just thinking, but where's my XCOM?
Yeah. this is where the worm has turned. We were talking about journalists. We were talking about like the early blogosphere earlier and how people were kind of like getting their start being like, oh, did anybody think that Shatterhand on the NES was a good game? And like, yeah, I had that game as a kid, kind of. But then you start to get that kind of turn of, oh, I would rather games be like I like my game. I want old games to stay the same. I don't want new. And I'm not going to be like, oh, well, they were idiots for not liking this new version of XCOM. Because I understand. It's called XCOM. Like, if you were a fan of the original XCOM,
it's like, I have not seen a new game since, 1998 with that really bad third one.
Yeah, that's the thing. Atari shat the bed with the XCOM license. They didn't know what to do with it. Funny enough,
the tactics genre died for years and years, and you only got shovelware kind of games that were trying to capitalize.
You got Freedom Force. Like that fucking little glim, that little shining beacon throughout all these games of, hey, some of us can still make strategy game, guys. Don't worry about it. And then from those, not quite those developers, but from a sister studio, they're saying, "Fuck you, it's an FPS game now, you dorks. Kiss my butt." So no, I totally get it. Like, so I came from it from somebody who loved BioShock, and this was the year that BioShock 2 came out, and I saw this and I was like, "Oh, fuck me up, buddy! Like, I'm gonna buy 5 copies. This is gonna be top tits." But again, the reaction at the time was people were not a fan of it.
No. Now, this is a game that would have been saved if announcements were revealed in a different order.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Now, based on research, Spoonie's reaction had 0 effects on how the game... That's why the game turned into the bureau. Like, they were still happy
I can imagine.
Yeah. 2K was still happy to go ahead and say, now we're going to make this. The big thing that changed was... So 2K Australia were working on this, and they were doing the single-player aspects. To kind of go into what the game was initially meant to be, and I think this is kind of and we'll kind of, maybe we can contrast this a little bit when we talk about the bureau, but there would be a base, but the base is purely theater. You were a soldier, like you never did any of the commanding side of it. You were just placed with other guys in your squad. They were AI driven, like they were pulling a little bit from SWAT 4, which was the game that Irrational had made previously, which, hey, funnily enough, we talked about that when we did Right Response. That was where the SWAT license... So again, all these things are funnily enough connected. But the idea was that you were a researcher, so you did have a piece to protect yourself, but the idea was that, well, how do we modernize R&D from 1994's, XCOM, where... R&D was done by, you went in a menu and you went, okay, $100 for light bulbs, $200 for guns, R&D was basically done by investment, which, I don't know, you probably could do investment for an FPS game. That would probably be you shoot capital at one thing and then you remove divestments from the... I don't fucking know, but like...
leave that to some boffin to work out, the investment shooter.
Yeah, no, I think there's an I think you just create the divestment gun. You just shoot money and stuff to put more money into it.
But the shotgun could be called the shortstop or something.
Oh, there we go. You have 2 different types of ammo. You have pink chip and blue chip for different company sizes. That'd be good.
You get a speed up that's just called bull market. We just charge forwards.
Yeah. Oh, there's 2 different upgrade trees, which is the bull and the bear.
Oh, yeah.
See, there we go. We were full of great ideas on this podcast. Obviously not at 2K Australia, though, because they were like, oh, how do we do the research side of stuff? And they go, well, if you're a guy in the field, how you do research is that you have to take pictures of shit, which probably makes a lot of sense considering that BioShock, that's how that game did research, like 3 years beforehand.
That was quite a linear upgrade part of it. It's like, how do you expand that into the focus of the game is doing research, which I think there's probably fun ways to do it, but it's... The reason games tend to resort to violence is very linear, effective, and easy to read. Research is a lot more nebulous, and where's the end point of this?
No, like, taking a picture of something is like, as you said, it's like shooting and shooting. Taking a picture is kind of like shooting a gun, as in, there's no gradient to it. It is alive or dead. It is shot or not shot. And once you have taken a picture of something, you can only get a linear upgrade path of, oh, well, now we know what the black goo is, so we're going to give you, like, anti-goo stuff. Yeah, maybe they might do a thing of kind of like, oh, well, we can either put money into anti-goo protection or into better guns. Which one are we going to do, sort of thing. But that's very Mass Effect. Like, that's more like changing a story rather than feeling like actual strategic improvements in a way. But that's kind of what they were thinking. And that was what the single player was going to be, was you were going to be a guy who went around taking photos and, you know, as the game went along, the alien, apparently just as it went along, the alien stuff just got more and more fucked up. And then they were like, okay, we've invented Kevlar arm. We've invented a slightly better pistol. Good luck. Like, they were really leaning on the survival horror elements, which, like, in my head, I'm just like, that's cool. Okay, I would still love to see a version of this game, but as an XCOM game, that ain't it, Chief.
I think, like, God, I mean, I'm just doing, like, imaginary games in my head now, because it's like, how do you do a game, where... Because I think, at first, I would take away all your combat ability. I'd make it so that your AI companions are your only means of defense, and it's like,
Bingo.
You are telling them maybe, like, hey, grab that sectoid and hold him so I can take a picture of him.
Yeah.
Or, like... If there's like a muton or something charging you, you tell the guys, pin him down, I need to sneak over there so I can get, literally doing a flank just so I can get a picture. Like something like that.
It's the ultimate risk reward game. Like, it's how people describe how, like, with Bloodborne, you have to fight people to get your health back. This is like the mega step up from that, where it's like you actively have to put your team at risk in order to get better. You know, and it might, you know, and it's stuff that will pay off down the line. None of this is immediate, which is like, God, that again, that's like, because we both like Enemy Unknown. I think, do you like 2 more than Enemy Unknown as well?
I like 2 more than Enemy Unknown, but I will say there was, I mean, we both saw it with like the capture mechanics, where it's that kind of thing, which is you have to take extra risks either to get more research points or to literally at some points progress the game. You need to capture an alien, or in 2's case, you need to hack an alien's brain, which requires a melee attack. So with this game, just kind of, you make that mechanic more abstract, and it's like, okay, you are a battlefield researcher, you have no means to defend yourself, here's your squad of guys, you can command them about, so your job is to use them to kind of apply pressure to the enemy, but you get more points, say, if you take a picture while they're alive, so try and be prompt. And also in my head, it's like you only get so many photos per mission or something, so you've got to be clever in their use. But I'm just imagining their game at this point. And they probably had all of these thoughts in meetings and just thought, okay, but then actual implementation is the real pain in the ass here.
And I think like BioShock kind of managed to sort of balance the act between lots of really great System Shock level ideas, but also making them more, I don't want to use the term accessible because that's not what I mean, like in regard, you know, I mean kind of like approachable. Like something that, because again, I would have been 16 when BioShock came out, and I had never played a game like that before, but I was like totally locked in for it. Whereas even today, I will try and go back and play System Shock 2, and I have had like years of like playing jank, especially for this podcast, and System Shock 2 is still like, there's too many fucking moving parts in this, guys. Like, can you please chill out? Like, come on. And so, yeah, like, it is always that funny thing of how much do you add and how much do you remove, which I think is like,
especially when you're trying to do a AAA prestige game and time is money, and money is like how easy is the game to pick up and play, and how well can you shift units?
Exactly right.
Like a game about being an alien researcher, perfect for today's indie sphere. Maybe a bad match for a big studio release after the 1990s.
For a game that had to be bigger than BioShock, is a bit much of an ask. Like,
you know what, though, the closest modern equivalent I think is to this concept which petered out is Phasmophobia.
Oh yeah, I mean, you say petered out, but I feel like Phasmophobia then evolved. I think that take a different linear path, because that then evolved into like Lethal Company and like Content Warning.
Oh yeah,
the thing that people liked about Phasmo was the audio side of it more than, because the thing that you're talking about is the research kind of side.
Yeah, I'm talking about a game where you're a researcher and there's an enemy you can't defeat, so you have to approach it in a different way.
Yeah, no, a lot of it, it's the funniest thing, because like even like Resident Evil now is maybe even like Amnesia the Bunker, which the original Amnesia games, you didn't really have any weapons to fight back with, but obviously
it's funny, the series Amnesia came out of Penumbra, where you did have a ragdoll arm, which you could use to hit monsters away. So it's funny. Amnesia is a sequel where you are even less combat worthy. So
God, yeah.
But Penumbra never took off the same way Amnesia did. That was a big star of early YouTube Let's Plays.
Yeah, and now I'm thinking of just like if this game had, I mean, that would have been so forward thinking of 2K being like, we've made AAA Amnesia. Like, probably wouldn't have done as, because I think Amnesia was made on like a budget of like a fucking ham sandwich, so any money it would have made would have been a success. But like, God. But then again, this was the era. 2010 was the fucking year that Dark Souls came out, so people were now. All the people who were saying like, oh, used to like NES games, and then that turned into, I used to like that NES games were challenging, and I kind of wish that would come back to modern games. Dark Souls, Demon Souls comes out first, and then Dark Souls fucking ratifies, and people go, oh, great, games can be challenging again. Excellent, thank you very much, games. Potentially, if this had come out later, maybe they could have tapped into that a little bit more, but. So anyway, so the only reason I mention this is so Australia is building the single player version, but alongside a multiplayer version of this game is being made. Now I have no fucking idea what multiplayer FPS
there's an alien with a camera who's trying to take pictures of the humans.
You play as a little sexoid with like one of those little Kodak disposables kind of thing. But even then, like in a
humans.
What we were describing is kind of like, okay, you do the mission, and depending how well the mission went, that then goes back and, like, you develop the photos, and then when you come back, you get better weapons. Is the idea that you do the research during a round? Like, I mean, that's a cool idea of just, like, it's almost like a kind of a VIP mode, but you have to keep taking the VIP back to, like, an FOB. And so it becomes, and like, you know, like in Counter-Strike, where you can go to the weapons shop. And I know, obviously, in that, you can only go to the weapon shop at the beginning of the round. But, like, what if you could keep going back during rounds to get better weapons? But, like, an FPS, like, multiplayer game, those are short. Those aren't really built around, like, long-term research and payoffs. So, yeah, I have no idea what
Probably
they were.
Probably a very repetitive loop if it wound up like, take pictures, run back to a developing lab, look at the pictures, cool, we have a new gun.
Okay, we have better. Unless it's like,
there's only 2 minutes left on the round timer.
Unless it's like capture the flag and it's like you have to do more research to get to like 100% research to win the round.
That'd be fucking bizarre. Yeah. There's an alien player who's just like playing hide and seek, like don't let them take pictures of you.
But then also hoping that they get to do like, you get like research bonuses if like the enemy got headshotted. So it's like you just shout into the. It's like when like in films where you always have like the stock photography character who's like, "Yes, baby, work for the camera for me." You're just screaming at the rest of your teammates to just be like, "Yeah, work it," like that. Oh, I don't know. This is okay. Anyone who's listening, so we've already given you the research camera idea. Okay, now here's another idea: the Austin Powers multiplayer shooter. There we go.
You've got to yell and encourage your teammates.
Sexier, working for me. Push the camera. Push the camera. Oh, this is good. Oh, by the way, none of this stuff is in the Bureau XCOM Declassified. That has
no.
I wanted to double check. That has got zero multiplayer in it whatsoever. Which
no, none.
Apparently, that
when
was
you mentioned multiplayer, I was baffled. I was like, wait, okay, where's this going?
So funnily enough, that was a late in the day decision as well. They had been working on a multiplayer component for the Bureau, but then like a couple of months out, they just decided to cut it so they could put all the effort back into the single player. Which they figured would be the biggest, and again, as a prestige game, kind of makes sense, you know, it's a single player experience, you want to sit with it and go, damn, I feel so much smarter having played this game now, which you're not really going to have that in multiplayer if you're sharing that experience with other people, but it is funny considering that the game that 2K Marin had made previously, Bioshock 2, did have a really robust and pretty cool multiplayer mode in it, but there we go. But yeah, so they show the game off and they decide, now let's go back to the lab and rework this. As all of this is happening, Bioshock Infinite is in development and has gone basically hasn't gone anywhere. They've been working on this game for fucking years and they realize, oh, there's nothing here. This is like, we've only have like a couple of engine tests and it's all dog shit. So 2K not wanting the Bioshock like name to go into disarray basically shuffles the teams around. So they cut the multiplayer side of this XCOM project. 2K Marin goes full time on it, whereas other people are then removed and then put onto Bioshock Infinite to get it over the line. Marin didn't like the idea that they were basically doing somebody else's, like, they were like trying to fix a project that wasn't going anywhere with the XCOM one, and basically in 2012 said, can we just reboot this into something better? And
so it had nothing to do with popular reception. It was just, this isn't working. We need to.
Yeah. So
okay.
All of this is so just a shout out while I've been talking about all of this, but all of this information I was mostly able to find from, there's a really good Polygon article written by Chris Plante from a couple of years ago called The Many Faces of the Bureau 2006 to 2013, where he was able to interview people from Marin and 2K Australia, and he just lays out everything to do with the development of this. And yeah, as you said, none of this was to do with popular like reception, although I will dig on that in a little bit. But like, this was just internally, the studios were just completely in disarray. Like, because 2K wanted multiple irons in the fire, they just spread the teams too thin across like multiple different projects, including Infinite, to try and get out of the gate. And yeah, when 2K was basically given the project full hando, they just said, well, we're not going to make this fucking game that Australia had been working on for like 2 years. We want to do something else. And so 2K Marin called their bluff and said, yeah, sure, but you got to get it out for 2013.
Oh.
So heads down.
All right,
thumbs
you want
up.
to do a total reboot? We're going to make this so much worse for you.
So it remained an FPS for a little while, but the big thing that got them to change it to a third-person shooter, funnily enough, was that 2K didn't tell them this, but you said about that public kind of reaction, so they didn't like it. A 2K spokesperson came out and said, oh, don't worry, XCOM is going to release with a downloadable strategy XCOM game that's being made by the Civilization people, and that'll be like, it was kind of that thing of like how back in the GameCube era you used to have like the GBA release, but then, you know, usually those
in
were
their
two separate
heads, the strategy game was the side thing.
That was how 2K had been treating it. Was like, oh, this is just like a little bit of, because there had been games which had done
a little
like
something for the fans.
Yeah, like the one I think of is that Mass Effect 2 had an iPhone game where you played as Saeed, and the whole point was that, oh, well, you get to do this, explore this other part of the Mass Effect universe, and you get to learn about this character before you then get to play them in Mass Effect 2, and it's like, okay, cool. But this is like something that one of your teams made in their off time, so fair enough. But it's all, but that was like, you know, there's games that they treat as, you know, you have the prestige games, but this stuff they were treating like merchandise, where it was only designed to promote the main game. And that was how they had been treating this fucking Firaxis game, this fucking Firaxis XCOM game, until they had a look at it one day and said, oh, this is the shit. Okay, tell you what, guys, this is, do you want more budget? Like, they were already working on a ham sandwich budget because, like, fucking, what's his face? Sid Meier always works on a ham sandwich budget anyways. He's been doing that since the 80s and is able to push out fucking stonking games, but they were like, oh shit, there's actually genuinely something special here. Okay, fuck it, this is a proper XCOM game now. And tell you what, this is XCOM Enemy, you get to call it XCOM Enemy Unknown. Good job, guys. Comes out in 2012 and is massive critical success. I think it's a really big sales success as well, but like it is.
I mean, it got a sequel and it got loads of people talking about it.
Mm-hmm. Not only did it get a sequel, it also got a spin-off, which I'll mention a little bit when we talk about the Bureau, but like fucking 2K Marin had no idea this was happening. They only knew that.
I am baffled by this twist. I figured that. Okay, so let me just.
Yeah, sure.
So I haven't done research, but let me just tell you my perception of events as an outsider who admittedly didn't do research, because it's funny. So game gets revealed, gets shouted down, and then they release this game, and this changes tack. You know, the main project, the Bureau, changes tack to be more popular. I didn't know that what was meant to be the side dish. They take a look at it one day, realize, oh shit, no, this side dish is the main course, and then just fucking shift gears to like, okay, now you're the side dish.
And they basically, that is how, like, 2K doesn't really say this to him, but the Marin team feels like, oh fuck, whatever we make has to follow the form and function of Enemy Unknown. They still decide to keep it as a period piece, but they move it up to the 1960s, and that's because of Jordan Thomas, and he basically says nothing happened in the 50s. The 60s, on the other hand, you had women's liberation, you had the civil rights movement, you had, like, it was a big period of change in America, and obviously you also get the Cold War, and, like, you know, the Ruskies have put Sputnik up into the atmosphere, and we're going to have the space race as well. You're laughing at this because of the fucking final game where none of this stuff is in it.
I'm on the inside laughing, like, all these things this game can look out at the corner of its eye.
It's like on the Generation game where it's like, all these prizes could be yours if you're able to deliver the game in 8 months.
Like, you say, oh, women's lib, and I think, yeah, Weaver's a woman. And then you
yeah,
say,
that's it. It's
the civil rights movement, and I go, oh, Barnes is a black guy.
Barnes gets to be the pilot.
Anything.
Good job, right? God. Yeah, I mean, we'll get into it when we talk about the game proper, but it is like... So they only have a couple of months to get this out the door. Jordan Thomas proposes all these changes of like, okay, we're doing this. And the thing that I have always said about Enemy Unknown, and I think I'm going to try and dig into it a little bit here so it totally does make sense, but I've always thought that Enemy Unknown, especially the look of it, was inspired by like Gears of War and third-person cover shooters at the time. And the main reason I think that is that the way that cover is like the main way that like things are communicated in that game. Like Enemy Unknown is incredibly clever in regards to it can give you the information if you want it, but most everything is kind of communicated very visually and very kind of cleanly. And the main thing is that like in the original XCOM from 1994, you'd have like people standing out in the open, but then you would change their different stances and like all the. And like, oh, well, if you stand behind a wall, then you might have this kind of percentage, blah, blah, blah. Like, just so much stuff to juggle. Versus in this, where it's like, oh, if you're behind a pillar, that's full cover. If you're behind, like, a barracks, that's half cover. So, like, oh, my brain knows what that stuff is. But also just the fact of, like, using the A button to snap people into cover. Oh, that's like Gears of War. I've done that a million times before. And then when they're shooting, like, back and forth between the aliens, it looks like a third-person shooter as well. So it's like, oh, I recognize all these things from having played third-person shooters. It's just that you've kind of abstracted it into button presses rather than, like, you know, slamming into cover, pulling the trigger to pull, but, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that's partially why I think that Enemy Unknown was such kind of a big success in converting people over. Like, even down to the fact that you change weapons by pressing the X button like you would in a third-person shooter. It's like, no, this is... You've done a lot to kind of like, hey, console heads, like, hey, third-person shooter heads, you can still play this game on a controller. Like, you don't have to learn, like, a fucking phone book to make this work, and that is why it's so successful. And then if you're 2K Marin and you're looking at this and you go, oh, well, then a third-person shooter makes the most sense. Like, why aren't we doing that rather than a first-person perspective where, sure, it's more survival horror-y, but, like, especially now that people are used to the look of Enemy Unknown, why don't we just do that? And so, not that I can really find a reason for why they moved it to a third-person shooter. They just decided, well, let's do that. Because there is a version of this game that they show off at an E3 one year, which is still FPS, but they had said, even internally at this time, this was going to be a third-person shooter anyways. The assets were high quality enough that it was, like, the character models were high quality enough that it was never really an issue to begin with. So, yeah, it was
makes
mostly
more
just
sense for cover squad mechanics. You get a wider view and you get to obviously peek corners and such.
Yeah, and obviously the innovation that they add in this game is you have the radio tactical menu, which then turns into a slanted bird's eye view, which looks like XCOM Enemy Unknown. So it's like, oh, like, hey guys, you've been in the fucking pits for like 3 years trying to get this game off the ground, but hey, like, you might be able to pull this, like, not only will this look like XCOM Enemy Unknown to people who know this game, but it's still a third-person shooter. So people who are coming in from that, they're they're going to hit the floor and give a thumbs up and go, yeah, I know what this is. And boom, you still have the prestige aspect of it's set in the 1960s. There's a lot of guys in, it's a lot of people smoking around in grey rooms. Like, cool. You got Shyman, the fucking composer for Bioshock. He's working on this. You have subversions up the ass. Like, hey.
God, I'm going to say I can't actually remember a single piece of music from this game. Now that you said that, it just slid right off of me.
The only thing I remember about this game is whenever you're in combat, they play bongos.
I don't even remember that. How did it's like nothing stuck with me musically in this game?
That's fine, but I just remember there's a lot of kind of like jazz bongo, like you're at a like at a coffee club and everybody's clicking their fingers.
Piano stings.
Yeah, there's a whenever
there's a lot of piano stings that crept its way in.
Yeah,
I think I was so focused on the gameplay in this one that the kind of aesthetic motifs musically just kind of really never set in for me.
Do we want to talk about the gameplay before we get to the plot? Because we've talked about it anyways in regards to they're trying to...
I'm fine either way if we want to get a basic setup for who we are and what we're doing before we get into the shoot bangs.
I'll just end the story then with basically saying that they had a year to turn this around. And I think this is one of those classic bullet time stories of just like, why isn't this game very good? And then you look into it and you go, oh, because they tried to make a game in like a year. They tried to make a AAA game in this amount of time, and because they crunched, certain things didn't get the polish it needed, and certain things aren't explained. If this game had like another 2 years in the oven, it maybe would have been good. But we can dig into why that's a maybe rather than like a definite. But like, it is really funny that they had started with wanting to make this prestige product, when at the time a prestige project was an FPS game. And then by the end, they end up with this kind of third-person shooter. Not quite realizing that third-person shooters are now the prestige games that we get, thanks to the PS4 era. But it's like, just this project that just kept hot potatoing around all these different studios. And then the one game that comes out of this and actually fucking lands, which is XCOM Enemy Unknown, the Firaxis one, they go, oh fuck, this is XCOM now, isn't it? Shit. All right, fuck. Let's fix this up. To the extent of initially, sectoids weren't in the game, and they had to add the sectoids really late in development because people were like, "Oh, our cuddly friends from XCOM and in the Unknown, they're back."
It's our sectoids, and you know, it's funny as well, just. The initial enemy type from the initial trailer,
the black goo, yeah,
silicoids. Those are from the original like 90s XCOM.
Okay,
but, yeah, it's funny they kind of just come back around. They fit the 50s really well, to be honest, because you got blob monster stuff where you got.
Oh yeah, no, it is very the blob. And again, I just always thought it was a cool idea of, you know, 50s housewife in the kitchen, you know, frying bacon or whatever, and then just these black amorphous creatures, which is just like so unlike, like somebody from the 50s couldn't imagine something like that.
Yeah,
I think. But hey ho. So the Bureau, XCOM Declassified. What's it about? Well, it's set in 1962, and you play as William Carter, who sounds like Lego Batman, and he looks like your granddad.
In an era of the gruff male protagonist, this guy is pretty gruff, pretty male, and pretty protagonist.
He's the prototype. He was born in the 1960s, and then, like Big Boss, they used his DNA to create every gruff protagonist of the 90s and aughts onwards.
He was a World War II vet. He probably, I don't know,
I think he fought in the Korean War as well, it says in his background, but he's definitely a World War II.
I think he was World War II, and then he went to college and then became
that was
CIA,
right. He went on the
became a CIA spook and got shuttled around the globe doing jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what happened one day while he was away?
Let me think. Did his wife and child accidentally die in a fire?
Also, his dad died at the same time.
Oh, I never noticed the dad as well.
Oh no, it might have been I think it was dad-in-law, but he was in the house too, so...
Alright.
Triple whammy.
The funny thing is that whenever he has his kind of moments where he's thinking about, like, you know, he's hearing his wife and child scream like Max Payne, he never hears the father-in-law.
No, I guess he just didn't like him that much.
No, I was about to say, was it kind of like, I'm sorry, Will, your wife and child are dead. No, also your father-in-law. Oh, Okay.
Well, I guess that stings.
Oh, well, that's a little bit of Savlon on the wound, I suppose. That's one less Christmas card I gotta buy.
He was in his 70s. He had a good run.
Yeah. The guy was a racist. I never liked.
Yeah, gotta take the bitter with the sweet.
Yeah, I suppose so. But anyways, because his wife Chow and father-in-law died, he goes as a fucking alcoholic. What is the first thing we see him do in the game?
Have a nice old drink.
Yeah, knocking back Jack Daniels while listening to Buddy Holly on the fucking. He brought a fucking record turntable to listen to Buddy Holly on.
He's listening to Buddy Holly, and he's been left in charge of a very important artifact. So obviously, this is the time to drink on the job.
Yeah. So before both of those things, we do meet the XCOM commander, who is my favorite character in this game. And even playing this game later, I still think I'm a big fan of Marin Falk.
I like Falk. I think Falk's interesting. I wish his and Carter's dynamic was better fleshed out, or at the least consistent whatsoever.
Yeah, like he seems like he should be a ball buster, but half the time he's just kind of like, Carter would just be like, "Deads justify the means," and then Falk is like, "Okay, you just go do the job then."
You talk to everyone on the base, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, Falk is the most paranoid man in the universe. He will get on your ass for anything you do." But then the whole setup is, oh, Falk has hired Carter, who is a severely unhinged alcoholic who got kicked off of field work after the death of his family and constantly disobeys orders, but Falk overlooks it because he gets results.
So I mean, we can talk about that with a twist, but I assumed that there must have been more to that. But then...
Do you think there was some fuckery going on to make Falk act a bit less paranoid than he should?
Oh, I wasn't thinking so much that, but I was thinking more he was just like, we got to put Will in the field because he's the only guy who can do this one specific thing.
Ah, okay.
But I guess we can get into that. But Falk is basically, he's in a room with a bunch of generals, and he just says, like, look, something's happening at the Illyrian base, and we think it's pretty fucked up. But don't worry, because I got my man on the scene, William Carter. Sure, he's an alcoholic, but I think he'll be alright. Don't worry about it. Which, you cut to Carter, who's drinking in his room. Then a 60s babe turns up to take the briefcase on him, but she was actually an enemy unknown. And the suitcase explodes, and it explodes so hard that it turns the game from a cutscene into a third-person shooter.
And it also fixes Carter's bullet wound.
Oh yeah, he
gets shot.
Yeah, that's right. He gets shot by the enemy unknown, but then it fixes his bullet wound. It puts him into third person, and it also generates the on-screen widgets, and that is where action begins. Although it's kind of in a tutorial. Now, funnily enough, did you play the PC version of this?
I did play the PC version of this.
Did your game keep crashing whenever you're at the plane?
No. Do you have an AMD card?
I don't. I have a newer NVIDIA card, but I also have
Okay, never mind, because I was going to bring up, this game begins with NVIDIA the way it's meant to be played. That's NVIDIA the only way this fucking game can be played, because AMD cards get fucked. You need to turn off a bunch of graphical settings to get this fucker to run.
So
I'm on NVIDIA as well, so I lucked out on that one.
So I've had this with playing a bunch of older games, physics. And I don't know what it is, whether it's because I don't have a newer enough version of physics or it's too new. But I had to basically, so thanks to our good friends at the PC Gaming Wiki, I had to patch this with a newer version of physics to get it working. Because anytime you interact with a physics object, if NVIDIA, you don't have the right version of physics, it's like, oh, close the game now. It's like,
that
cool.
sucks.
Thanks.
I lucked out on that.
Yeah.
I didn't have any crashes. This game's it's okay looking. I think the funniest thing was this is the first time I've played a game, I think, where I bothered with screen space reflections.
Ooh.
And that's a very funny bit of tech because it's so easy to notice it not working.
Oh yeah, like his
working as intended, which just looks very jarring.
Yeah, it is very blotchy looking. It is a game of its time. I mean, yeah, as you said, it's not a bad looking game. I think this was the thing that kind of BioShock sort of figured out by accident, and then every two came after the fact had this, which was all the character models are slightly stylized, and I would say that it helps that they're kind of not, even though it's not the 1950s anymore, but they're still kind of going for a bit of a Norman Rockwell look, where
Yeah. Everyone looks very kind of sharp, especially of the very angular William Carter.
yeah, oh yeah, Carter especially literally looks like he's been carved out of wood. Like he was whittled into existence, but like
that man's hair is pomade. Like,
oh god, yeah, it is Uncle Terry's boot black on his fucking head. That is absolutely the case. But yeah, everyone's kind of not plasticky looking, but there is like a slight level of artifice to everybody, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Everybody in the Firaxis games also kind of looks like that, but that's always been since the Civ games went to 3D and they do kind of caricatural versions of like world leaders. That's always kind of been their art style. And it's not quite as extreme as that in Enemy Unknown, but the vibe of Enemy Unknown is kind of the vibe of this, but yeah, way more angular looking in this, which yeah, makes everything look pretty solid, I would say. And the 1960s
I've got my
aesthetics
gripes with this game aesthetically, but no, everything generally looks nice.
Yeah, and the 60s look, they do try as hard as possible to like make sure that everything's quite period appropriate looking, down to because you're on Groom Range, and most of the military like kind of vehicles and stuff there are pretty spot on, I would say.
I'm not an expert on like 50s era tanks, but you're rocking around with like Colt 1911s and M14 rifles and like an 1897 shotgun.
Yeah.
Or trench gun.
It's the one thing in this game that I kind of wish that they had, because it is obviously speculative fiction, we got to see like more, not modern version, like, you know, oh, we've invented the bullpup now. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. But like more so like them trying to retrofit the alien tech into like the form of like a 1911 or like a bolt action and stuff like that.
That's kind of the thing that is kind of a shame about this, because they still do it with the abilities. Like, oh no, your abilities come from the fact we're retrofitting alien tech, so you can do bloody bloody blah. But usually in XCOM, it's okay. We are researching, you know, laser guns or plasma guns, and then we're going to make a human-centric form so that we can use them. In this, it's, oh, you pick them up and you just use them. And I think it'd be cool if maybe you pick them up for the mission and it kind of works. And then at the end of mission, it's like, it would get a new model of, okay, we've refitted this for XCOM agents and mass produced. And it's like, okay, cool.
Ooh, another thing could be like, because they're trying to do energy and laser weapons, but it's just like, we haven't got batteries big enough, Carter, so you have to bring somebody else you have to bring another member of the squad who just lugs around a giant fucking battery.
I mean, you're already wearing like those backpacks.
Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah. The backpack
system kind of blows, though. It's really boring.
The backpack system is very of this time, because I remember when, because this was a game I pre-ordered. I think this was one of the first games I pre-ordered, funnily enough. But the pre-order also came with a bunch of 2K games as well. It's like sweeten the deal. But this was the era of, if you buy the limited edition version of the Bureau, you get 2 exclusive backpacks. It's like, okay, and what do? They make your laser weapons slightly better. They mean you bleed out slightly slower. It means like it's just tweaking the numbers stuff. It is really boring.
Get into that as we get into gameplay, but yeah, just jumping the gun a bit. The backpack system is mighty underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean we can kind of blast because basically you're on Green Range, which is like a military. It's like a Black Ops, but like they don't like it's not on the map. It's a base where they're doing alien research, where they're researching Elerium, a name that you should remember because you never have enough of it in XCOM 2 to build any fucking alien weapons.
They have a ton of it here. They're stocked with the stuff.
Yeah, they are, and they're building generators and all sorts of stuff with it. But
I feel jealous of the fucking 50s, 60s XCOM where, like, they just can't get enough Illyrium where I'm always fucking struggling for it.
It was the 50s thing of, like, you know, when they discovered, like, radon and, like, you know, early nuclear materials, and they were putting it on, like, watch faces and putting it in, like, food and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
They were doing that
with it.
They were putting Illyrium in, like, they were using it like paprika to, like, colour and flavour foods. It's like,
oh, no. God. Even if everyone lived, they would have died years later from massive cancer.
Yeah, everyone died of Illyrium poisoning. Yeah, that's how what's his face?
we're
what's the cowboy guy called? The guy who does the cowboy films, John Wayne. He didn't die of radiation poisoning in this one. He died of Illyrian poisoning. But yeah, so it's just a tutorial where it's like because again, it's a prestige game. It has to assume that you've never played a third-person shooter before, so it teaches you cover, it teaches you like flanking and stuff like that, and then eventually it introduces new characters. One who's called Nils, and I can't remember the other one. And then it introduces the big unique selling point of this game, which is the command stuff. And I thought it was a unique selling point until Snake reminded me this is Mass Effect, and I went, "Oh yeah, it is." Well, it's Mass Effect.
It is Mass Effect, but it's Mass Effect with a bit more bells and whistles. But I don't like this gameplay very much.
Okay, yeah, let's dig into it. I mean,
okay,
the thing that's kind of more of an evolution on Mass Effect is just the fact that you can actually place your soldiers,
and there is way more important because damage calculations are based on flanking and cover, which, hey, if you and an alien are kind of facing each other head on and you poke out a cover and you plink away at him, jack shit damage. If you get a unit to the side of him, however, you're doing like plus 300% damage and they wipe out instantly.
Yeah, that is a cool kind of like, when people were kind of saying the like third-person shooters, which is kind of stupid because it was, you just literally sit behind cover and just take pot shots. This at least had a tiny bit more brains to it in regards to having to think about enemy positions, like character positions. Also, like keeping an eye on, because you can see their health bars, but you have like no real, like you sometimes get little instructions on like currently receiving orders or like, oh, he's being floated up in the air and stuff like that. But you don't really get an idea of like what you guys are up to. So using that radio menu is kind of useful for just like keeping a bead on stuff. But it is like, it's a real time.
This game is very squirrely, I'd say, because it's trying to apply turn-based practices like, okay, I move him into flank. And in XCOM, that flank means much better hit odds, much better critical hit, much better chance for a critical hit.
Yeah.
In this game, it's, okay, I move him into position, fuck, the enemy immediately moved out of position, and I spent, like, time setting up that flank, and now he's exposed, and it's very hard to read angles in this game.
Yep.
It doesn't feel like they've done it perfectly, where sometimes I would have, I'd have a soldier who I thought was dead on with an alien, and then I would tell him, hey, shoot that guy, and it would say, like, 225% damage in flank, and I'm like, that guy's in flank? How the fuck is this being calculated? You two are facing each other, like, your cover is diametrically opposed.
Yeah.
There's no flank here. But sure, I'll take the damage.
I wonder how much of that is just down to the fact of, like, they had to get this game out as quickly as possible, so they couldn't, like...
they couldn't get the maths perfect on.
No, like
angles.
In the Firaxis one, it is like everything is fucking calculated to like. Despite the fact that, and I learned this the other day, but apparently in the original Enemy Unknown, a lot of the maths that they show you is kind of like quote fake maths because the majority of it is just based on line of sight. Because that was a weird restriction of working in the Unreal Engine, was that a lot of the enemy damage stuff had to be calculated via line of sight, and so any kind of like advancements like like death from above and stuff like that was stuff that they actually had to like force and program into the game as much as possible, but it is still mostly line. If your soldier can see an enemy and there's nothing obstructing in the way, they will always land the shot, which it's interesting. Again, with this one is also made in the Unreal Engine, which makes sense. They probably had a license for it, and there's the connectivity between the two games as well. But yeah, it's as you said, it's like the move from turn-based to real-time is kind of like the biggest struggle with this game, that I feel like because of the fact that this had been designed and they still wanted to make it a prestige game, was something that they were never really going to crack the knot on in a way. Like,
yeah, it's a tricky thing because it's taking all these turn-based principles and make them work in real time. And this game, so I played on the difficulty it defaulted to, which was the second hardest, and it's very punitive. You die fast, caught out position, like dead, knocked down. Luckily, massive iframes whenever you're healing someone, so bad fights would just kind of devolve into me and a guy healing each other over and over again until just like we back off, get our cooldowns back, and just whittle the enemy down. And God, in the early game, you don't have any abilities, which means you have no means to push or create advantages, which means it just kind of means the early game kind of blows because it's got no rhythm, or it doesn't have the game's own rhythm yet.
Yeah.
You're just plinking at each other. And then you get abilities and it becomes kind of a spam fest of like, okay, I'm going to float you so you take extra damage, or I'm going to mind control you because you're a muton, so go do some damage for me.
Yeah, it's the only thing that's a bit annoying with this game is that like it never felt like I was doing like proper tactician stuff like I do in, because again, like the benefit of XCOM Enemy Unknown is that, and I get XCOM 2 as well, is that you can only really do two things a turn. You can move and then you can like, you know, go into cover or like shoot or go into Overwatch and stuff like that. Whereas in this, it's just like you're just spamming Qs. It's just, and like there's battles in this where at the end where I have all my abilities, it's like, okay, I go into cover and then Silicoid, advanced mech, throw a guy up into the air, critical shot, you know, combat sims, critical shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, and I kind of wonder like how would you fix, I mean, I guess going back to sort of how Enemy Unknown does it where you only get two things a turn, maybe it could have been like a bar or something that you have to fight enemies and you have to, or like it's slightly timed, like you can only do so much a turn. Like you can't just spam all your abilities. So you have to kind of figure out like, or do I want to save this power for now so I can lift a guy into the air? Or do I want to save that in case somebody gets downed and I have to heal him, sort of thing?
Yeah, whereas this is just like, I may as well just use everything and then hold out, because it's like, I'm trying to figure out what this game is, and it's like, in Mass Effect, which I don't think is actually that fun nowadays, like,
No.
we tried to stream through it, and I'm not into that combat anymore, but there's a level of kind of creativity and freedom of application in your abilities. So it's like, okay, I can do this and like fly over to that enemy and smack them and then run back behind cover and break a shield and do all this. In this game, you're trying to get into the game's rhythm where it will reward you with actual damage, and if you fall out of the rhythm, the game punishes you.
Yeah.
But that means once you're in the game, it's like, okay, this very repetitive game is even more repetitive because I've worked out how to play to it.
Yeah. And when you play to it, it just kind of feels like you're not, it kind of just feels like you're breaking it, like you're just cheesing it by just fucking spamming it, you know?
It's like, okay, cool, the game is playing itself now. I've got a turret, the enemies are dying, my guys are doing stuff. Next gunfight, we'll do it all over again.
Yeah. And like, to think of the previous game that they made, Bioshock 2, at least that was built on the Bioshock 1 thing of like, you have magic powers in your hand, but because it still has systems in it, you know, water, you can electrify it, certain things you can set on fire, whatever. There's none of that kind of thought of systems overlap in this. I mean, granted, there isn't in kind of XCOM Enemy Unknown either, but that's not really an issue. Like, you can still sort of, you know, set stuff up.
You can still be sort of creative in that game, even though that game is turn-based and like, okay, simple principles of use cover, push enemies out of cover, get the flank, kill them dead, focus on certain enemies. In turn-based, all that stuff works, and it's very fun and very dynamic, and you can see something crazy happening and think, shit, plan's gone to pot, I need to react, and like, you get an exciting story out of it.
Yeah.
In this, it's like, okay, I tell my man to move here. Oh, an alien moved there and threw a grenade. Fuck, I've got to recommand him now and kind of... You're trying to constantly jimmy the game into playing it the right way. Like, you're not playing the game, you're fixing the game in real time.
You're turning the dial like on a radio and trying to get the station in, and the station is just a good game.
That's exactly it, yeah. Like, you're you're trying to get out of static, essentially.
Yeah. No, it's so funny. And I mean, here's the big one. Like, thinking about like how dynamic stuff could be in XCOM. You can't... in Enemy Unknown, could you blow up the cars?
Yeah, no, and there's no, obviously, you've got that thing of environmental damage as well, which this game has none of that. There's no destroying or removing cover. There's no changing the battlefield. The best you can do is turrets and putting down mines, which is a very weak version of that to kind of create some variance on the battlefield.
Like all the environments are like too solid feeling, which again, I think part of the fun of XCOM is just the fact that, well, the newer XCOMs, I would say, is the fact that, yeah, I can put a guy into cover behind a car, but if that car is on fire, then like, fuck, what do I, like, if I've run out of turns, like, what do I do kind of thing? Like, it's always trying to figure out, like, how can I use this to my advantage? There's a move in this game called Push,
No reason
you
to
would
use
never
it unless
use
maybe
it.
you
Like,
put
what
a
would you
mind
even
behind
use
them.
it for? You know, like
Yeah. There's like, there are some abilities where it's like, oh, I'm going to put down a damaging field here, or I'm going to put down a mine there, and then maybe I'll jury rig a push. You know what the oddest thing is? Like, when you do a kill linked with an ability, it will say combo kill, and it's like, okay, that's cool and all, but do I get a bonus? Like, where the fuck is Tony Hawk right now?
does it fill up an XP? Again, like, going back to the thing of saying, like, filling up an XP bar or, like, filling up a action bar that lets you use these actions. Like, that's something that could have plugged in too, rather than, yeah, it just feels, it feels like when you see, like, a video game on a TV show and it's just flashing up, like, combo kill and stuff like that, where,
Yeah,
was that
it's
actually
totally
related
extraneous.
to?
It doesn't fit the 50s theme. Like,
Oh, God, no.
I don't think, sorry, 60s theme, but
Right, yeah, whatever,
it's confusing, it's mine. But, you know, I don't think Carter is a combo fiend. I don't think he's thinking, that was awesome.
No, yeah, Carter invented Evo 15 years ago. He has like this retro. He has a fight stick, but it's like, you know, one of those really. Oh no, he has an oscilloscope. That's how he's playing these games, like it's tennis for two.
You know, talking about Carter and like character and combat, my favorite thing, like, it's so out of left field for everything else he says, where usually he's like, you know, gruff guy, gotta get the job done. But when he uses lift, his combat line is alley-oop. It's like, oh, you're having fun.
God, yeah, like he's so like, I mean, I guess maybe that's a character thing of, he loves combat, he loves commanding people, because he is like fucking buzzing. He's like, take the pressure off, and, you know, stuff like that when you heal people. But
give him a push.
Give him a push. Group up on me. He's like, yeah, he's having a whale of time. But then when he has to do paperwork and niche, he's just like, I don't want to be.
It's also funny because, you know, all the mission banter is two guys following you, and usually they're saying stuff like, oh wow, it was a massacre in here, and Carter goes like, shut up.
Yeah,
stop talking.
Keep your voices down. Yeah.
Like, Carter has no time for it, but the moment combat begins, he's so chatty. He's so like into it.
God, yeah. Well, he just loves commanding people on the field, and unfortunately, the only way that you could command people in the 1960s was by shouting instructions out at them. Granted, I guess the aliens don't understand English, except for the ones that do, but don't worry about that, I guess.
Yeah, no, that's fine. There's some of them cracked it. Some are cunning linguists, but
let's just smash through the first, because I just want to talk. I want to go into talking about like the other side of the XCOM stuff. So you're in Grim Range, you blow it. So they're making like generators with Illyrium. That's what the aliens want. And fucking Carter just goes, oh, we gotta blow this up. It's like, okay, cool. But it's mostly just you're trying to get to the generals and you're trying to get to Folk. When you eventually do get to the generals, they've all been infected by a black goo, which the woman who attacked you earlier in the game kind of also is. They explain what this stuff is later on, but no one's ever as active as they are at the beginning of this game when they're infected by the black goo. That's when you meet two characters that you'll meet for the rest of the game. Angela Weaver, who is she's what's the name of the character from No One Lives Forever? Because that's who she is. Oh
god, yeah, no, 60s femme fatale spy. Though she's not really a femme fatale. She's just
a femme. She's just a lady. She's a lady spy in a pantsuit with a. Cool
she's there so the game can occasionally go, it's hard being a woman in a man's world.
In the 1960s. And you nod solemnly and you go, I'm so glad that I can have women on the XCOM squad in the year 2020 or 2017, or 2016 when 2 came out. And you also meet Leon Barnes, who's the helicopter pilot. And he's like Winston Zeddemore from Ghostbusters because he occasionally cracks wise. There's a bit where when you go to the college town where the streets are full of dead people, like it's a fucking, like it's a World War II massacre, but then he's doing bits on the radio like, oh, I guess we lost signal, you better go ahead, Carter, winky wink.
Yeah, like the one time he's being a bit cheeky and like siding with you over Folk, which... Yeah, it's very weird, because that... Barnes is a mess of characterization in that they can never settle on what it should be.
Yeah, no, like they do, it's the Winston Zeddemore thing of either like they do the Ghostbusters thing where it's like, oh, well, because he's a black guy, he should be the voice of reason. Or because he's a black guy, he should be cracking wise all the time. And it's like, neither of these things are good. Why don't do that just because of the color of his skin.
There's one mission which I think is the most this game's writing in a nutshell, which one of the minor ops, you're going through some town. I genuinely can't even remember the actual story of the mission, but suddenly Barnes is all dejected and like, oh, Carter, we're losing this war. And Carter goes, you can't give up. And then you kill like 5 squads of aliens and Barnes is like, you know what? You're right. We can't give up. And it's like, I'm glad this arc has been introduced and resolved in 20 minutes, because they're trying to do the Mass Effect, like, you know, loyalty mission thing of let's have a little miniature arc and flesh out a character. But it's like, let's just change Barnes' whole character to suddenly he's very pessimistic for a few minutes.
I was going to ask whether that was a playoff of a thing, because they do the same thing, right? Did you get the voice clip when you did the finale, which was Barnes saying, my son's infected, will you be able to find a cure for him?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay, maybe that might have been a we're-only thing then. I'll have to get to the end of this some point.
Yeah.
But, so that was an element with Barnes as well, is that his family has been directly affected by the alien invasion as well. So it's like, oh, that's an interesting character thing. Are you going to do anything with that? Oh, you only have 3 months to get this game out. Never mind.
It's like Barnes is just, hey, we need another hat for a character to wear, and we've only got this much cast, so give it to him.
And it's funny considering they do the same thing with Angela as well. I guess we'll get to that. But
yeah, Weaver has a thing. She has something.
She has motivation, I guess. You know, because because this is a prestige game, every character also needs additional motivation beyond just alien invasion. Don't stop the alien invasion, please.
Hey, you know all these characters are all these archetypes, but what if we gave them a little twist?
That's why I like Folk, because he is just like man. He's just Commander Man. It's like, you don't learn about his backstory or anything. He's just old man who's just like, look, I just want to win this war at whatever cost. And it's like, cool. Fine.
The twist with him is like the twist with Folk is you think there's gonna be a twist, but there isn't.
I guess the twist with Folk is that, and I'll just say that this level ends, you blow up the base, and then you go to XCOM base. There we go. That was the level. Wasn't a very interesting level.
You get on a big train, you blow up the base to make it so that the aliens will have a hard time chasing you back to XCOM HQ, and then you go to XCOM HQ.
And there we go. Finally, I love XCOM. My favorite thing about XCOM is that I do field missions, but then when I'm back at base, I can put all the rooms wherever I want them. I can put money into research. How does the Bureau XCOM Declassified handle that?
You walk around a hub and talk to people. And
it's digital theater. Oh, okay.
It's you returning to the Normandy.
Yeah, it is literally you just go back to the Normandy and just chat to people. Which is fine, I guess. It's not like...
I kind of like it. Honestly, my favorite times in the game were at base, kind of getting the little stories, which sadly they never really go anywhere or develop. Even the things which conclude are undone, which is fun.
Like, this is kind of where the game feels more like 94's and even a tiny bit of EU XCOM, where the people who are back on base are kind of Firaxis-style, goofy, big personalities. There is literally a German Operation Paperclip scientist there, which is good.
Yeah, my favorite guy was Webb, the
British armory guy,
Yeah, the armory guy who's a World War I vet who hung about with Folk in the old days, and he's kind of chipper old, British stiff upper lip type, and he's not overbearing about it though. He's kind of he's just he's an archetype, but not just fully into it. And I like him, which is a shame because he disappears in the final third of the game for no reason. I just kept checking. It's like, where's Webb? I want to chat with him, but he's gone.
Did he die of old age? Because they
Did trench foot finally get him?
Oh no! After 100 years, it finally got him. Yeah, he fought in the Boer War, not just World War One. He also fought in the Boer War. The base should just be full of as you said, it's the Normandy, so it's the sort if you like an RPG, this is where you get to chat to your squad mates. Not in this game because the squad mates because they want to still do the XCOM thing of you can make people in your squad and you can name them after people you know. Oh, cool. Do they become people I can interact with on base? No. Fuck you.
The funniest thing about this, the funniest one, jumping ahead, there's a side mission where you find a Russian infiltrator. It's called like Pyotr or something.
Oh, yeah.
And I did the mission. I talked him down successfully, sent him on the dispatch mission, and then you unlock him, and he's like, "Cool. Will he sound Russian?" No, you take him on missions, and he just has a generic American accent, like anyone else you can take out. It's like, what's the point then?
So I sent them off on the mission, but it was so late in the game that I never got to use. Like, I never bothered using him. Do you unlock anything for like? Do you get like a Russian gun or what?
No, you get nothing. He just becomes an American guy. He's a level 3 engineer when you first get him, and I had level 4 engineers by the time I got him. But I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, bring him along. I want to hear if he has unique dialogue. He does not.
I'm not angry with this game, but like, it is shit like that. That it is like, I don't want to sound like a gamer, but that is like insulting. Where it's like, if you're gonna go to the effort of having this side content, just have that reflected anyway in the game. Like, I know you had to make this game in like a week because you decided in the last minute to make it a third-person shooter in the 60s, but like, if that's the case, don't have the don't tease this shit if it's not gonna have a payoff, you know?
Yeah, like I wanted my Russian guy hanging out. Like now he's part of the XCOM squad. But he integrated really fast.
Yeah, and again, it kind of plays to this funny idea of just like the fact that it's still set during the Cold War, and right at the beginning of I can't remember if it's at the beginning of the game or whatever, but they basically say that XCOM was put together it's like a covert thing for it was like research and development, but also like
basically, if the US fell, this was meant to be a resistance group to rebuild America, and like in case everything else had failed.
But the idea was that if it was ever invaded by the Russians,
this was their last line of defense. And I mean, literally it opens with Falk making a big speech like, hey, I'm just going to assume that because communications are down, that all of Washington is dead and I'm in charge now, so I'm renaming us XCOM and we're going to fight aliens.
I'm going to say that the speech is like, that is my favorite bit. Like, the speech is an 11 out of 10 moment in an otherwise 6.5 to 7 out of 10 game.
It is a good speech, and I will say this, and I'm not trying to take away from it, but it is funny where you can see, like, okay, they didn't have the time and the budget to, like, really hit the notes, because it peters out of him taking a drag, and you can tell if this had, like, more production value, more time into that would have been, like, the kind of big hitter moment when he takes a drag of his cigarette and the speech kind of ends. But because they don't have the presentation to pull it off, it just kind of awkwardly tapers off in, like, okay, I've made the speech, end cutscene.
They don't. Yeah, there is like a slight level of like presentation isn't quite there that they can't pull it off. But again, to talk about subversions, usually that kind of big speech, like that's your man chooses slave obeys speech that you would say for the end of the game. No, they're fucking kicking off this XCOM game by a guy going, the red phone will not be lit. Washington has gone dark. You know, but it doesn't matter. The mission remains the same. Adapt, survive, win. Welcome to XCOM. The game, like, it's fucking funny because they have to keep splitting the difference between, oh, it's XCOM. We're at XCOM. This is XCOM base. And then occasionally you have a guy going, oh yeah, the Bureau was put together to do this. Oh yeah, you work for the Bureau. Like, they decided late in development that, oh, we can't call the game XCOM anymore. Oh, fuck. What? The Bureau, XCOM Declassified. So get a guy in the booth to keep saying the Bureau and we'll just patch it into the game.
Can we just awkwardly ADR it over lines that already exist?
And the fact that they're called the Bureau is also fucking stupid because the Bureau is the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, which is American, that's investigating American crimes on American soil. Whereas this is the CIA. What they're doing is covert. I can't remember what CIA stands for, but
Central Intelligence Agency.
Central Intelligence Agency, yeah, and that's what they're doing. It's like they're keeping an eye on like the rest of the. I mean, I guess it's the Bureau from the fact of you only deal with like on home soil problems. You never have an idea what's happening in the rest of the world. You're only investigating shit in the USA. Which, hey, XCOM prequel, fine. Cool. I saw a lot of complaints about this game being like, oh, well, XCOM was formed by the UN, so why didn't they go to, like, Germany or Italy? Doesn't fucking matter. This is, like, what they're riffing on is that they want to do, like, a Cold War kind of, like, sci-fi survival horror game.
Not to mention, the continuity hardly matters. This is a game
Yeah, no one cares.
You know from moment one, like, nothing in this game is really going to matter. Everything's going to be covered up.
Funny development note as well is that they rewrote a lot of the lore of this game so it could be compatible with Enemy Unknown. When XCOM 2 came out, they made they no longer compatible. The Bureau XCOM Declassified cannot fit in the world of XCOM 2. So Francis literally said, "Fuck you, kiss my
grits. I'm out.
Suck this. I'm fucking Sid Meier.
Fuck you, William Carter.
Keep my whole asshole, William Carter." It's like in Arkham Knight, they do have a wing of the exhibit which it does talk about Arkham Origins, even though that wasn't a game that they made. But then in Suicide Squad, they just patched that out. They were like, no, Arkham Origins didn't have it in our universe. Kiss my ass. It's like, wow. Petty game developer bullshit.
You wrote a story in our universe, fuck you.
And to
At least Kojima had the good grace with Portable Ops to just throw in one line every game thereafter to just say, yeah, that happened.
Hey, how are the twins doing? Yeah, they're alright. Yeah, okay, I don't know. They retired. They live on a farm now. Oh, cool. Good to know. But there's also a character that they add to this called Chwolski, which is the angle of this game which would have been super interesting. And I feel like the marketing people must have figured this out, because this is what the entire marketing around this game is built on. But it never really goes anywhere. And I always thought this was a really cool idea with XCOM, which again, so it's set during the Cold War, and the whole point is that we have to fight back the alien invasion. But the other thing is that we don't want anyone to know about this. We have to keep the US in the dark, about what the fuck is going on.
They're not attacking major population centers. It's mostly just happening in flyover country. So
yeah, it's mostly a lot of sort of Texan suburbs and stuff like that. So you go to Oregon for one of the fights. So there's all the backwoods stuff. You go to I can't remember where Rosewood is, but
Rosemont.
Rosemont, yeah, that's like a college that's just, as you say, in the middle of the country. So yeah, it's people that shouldn't really, the parts of the United States that you would never really think of. And they even say at the end of the game where it's where they clean all this stuff up, those places were wiped off the face of the earth, and they said that it was a gas explosion. Just oh, wow, fuck. Cool.
Big gas explosion.
Yeah, really big gas explosion. But all throughout the game, there's this just sort of tone of any research that we do or anything that you discover then has to be massively redacted. Which is it's 2013, so I feel like a lot of people are kind of, woke isn't the right term, but a lot of people's third eyes are starting to get open a little bit about what would the CIA do?
Well, more and more kind of military documents from this time are becoming declassified, and the US was doing weird shit.
Yeah, operate MK Ultra and stuff like all these things that were on the books that we couldn't know about, and just that alongside, I think WikiLeaks and the NSA Prism stuff, people were starting to go what the fuck? What are the CIA and the NSA doing? And so this game has this perfect opportunity to tap into, going oh hey, what if an alien invasion happened, but you had literally no idea about it? And not in a way of Men in Black, where that's kind of played for laughs, where they flash your memory and then they go, they were doing gas works and you hallucinated everything that just happened. Don't worry about it. This is trying to go an even creepier edge than that. And all the initial advertising for this game had very quick cut sort of mini stories about the suburb in the United States got completely fucked up by an alien invasion. But you're seeing all the footage of these guys working in the CIA having taken all these photo films, throwing all this shit into a furnace, then including human remains to make sure that absolutely no one knew what the fuck was happening. And I'm oh, this is intriguing. So it's it's the concept that, hey, you go on these missions, but then you have to make sure that no one, do you have to kill civilians? Do you have to destroy houses? No. There's
even a mission where you find some people hiding out in
in the bank, in Rosemont.
Yeah. And you can even go, oh yeah, we'll send evac for you. We'll come pick you up. It's fucking hell, you're doing a really good job erasing the truth there, Carter.
Yeah, and they kind of invent like sort of a get out of jail card with so their addition to the XCOM lore is that there's like an alien disease that turns people into what they call sleepwalkers. And essentially it's like a kind of a zombie thing. Like they're not decaying or dying, but essentially just people have been put into autopilot. And they're using that to essentially round up huge populations of people and bring them onto the ships. Now, when I played this game initially and when I wrote that video, I assumed that they were doing that so they could turn people into kind of like DNA goo that they could make over aliens. It turns out I confused that with that is the plot of XCOM 2. Turns out they're just rounding people
It's also
up.
kind of the plot of Mass Effect 2.
Oh yeah,
with the collectors.
God, maybe Mass Effect kind of affected a lot of my memories about this game because I was just remembering Mass Effect stuff. No, they're just kidnapping people for like slave work. I get like they're just gonna break frogs.
I think it's funny. I think they're doing a thing similar to the Combine in Half-Life 2 because they're also like draining lakes. No, they were putting the poison in the lake, but
that's right.
Essentially, the Outsiders go from world to world, and they need to drain them of resources to keep their empire sustained. And then I guess humanity gets folded into the collective.
They just become part of the workforce, yeah.
Yeah, like sectoids are on there, and I think the mutons are said to be mercenaries. So then they're a client race, not a slave race.
So the sectoids you get that idea anyways because they're all wearing giant necklaces. Well, not like big shackles around their necks. And there is the scene where one of the quote outsiders like kind of does like a Darth Vader chokehold on them, and you see that is affecting the necklace around them. So I think the idea is that they're basically saying they're all enslaved races. Now, not quite compatible with Enemy Unknown, where it's like, they're all bad. Yeah, they don't have necklaces. They're just all working. Well, they're all working for like the Ethereals or whatever they're called in Enemy Unknown, where they just have like massive psychic powers, so everybody's just on the same network essentially. Which is kind of the same here, but
it's just on a smaller scale, and they try and give it like a corporeal bad guy.
Yeah, which so the name of the big network in this game that controls all the aliens is called Mosaic. I was like waiting for the drop of like, why is it called Mosaic? Like, is it because like there's the cube alien that's like kind of made out of squares like a mosaic? Is there like another? No, they never explain it. I was hoping for like some kind of cool explanation.
I think they were just going for like a kind of term that means a collage that can be considered a collage of things.
And also because it's a Greek word, and if you're making a sci-fi thing, well, you either have two choices. You can either call them the verbing, or you can give them a Greek name, and they went with the Latin. So,
well, they went with both, with the Outsiders as well.
Oh yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah,
well, that's less of it's more an adjective, isn't it? An outsider.
Yeah, the adjectiving is sometimes. Yeah, that's okay. That makes a bit more sense.
They did it all. They hit all the notes.
Yeah. The Outsiders in this are, again, another kind of XCOM 2 thing of just like, it's a third-person shooter, so you need human-shaped enemies. Please put a human-shaped enemy in this.
So you get the most boring race to ever grace XCOM, which is Outsiders, which is alien men.
Yeah. What's their big alien, like, thing? Their mouths are...
I saw that because their teeth are still fucking horizontal.
Still chatter up and down, but their mouths are...
I fucking hated talking to the infiltrator. You capture one of them, talk to him, and it's just, his whole face is a mouth, but it's vertical, but then his mouth opens and his teeth are still the fucking normal way. And it's like, this is bullshit.
And the mouth flap shit as well, because it's like, it's not like lips where you can phone like different shapes and get different phonemes. No, it's like, I don't know if you ever did this as a kid, but it's like when you make a card, but then you make a slit and then you fold it in. And when you open it up and down, it's kind of like a beak kind of opening up and down like that. It's literally just like that. It's just like a bit of folded paper just going like that. It's like, this is a bad design, guys.
I hated how they looked. They looked so awful.
And I know that this was probably a design that you carried over from one of the earlier versions of the game. So you can't even say, oh, we only had 6 months to make these. Unlike the sectoids, which I assume you just had to go to Firaxis and say, hey, can we have the sectoid models, please?
I'm sad that you never see the infiltrator like get really shocked by anything, so he's just mouth agape, because I'd have liked to see him hold his mouth open for like any amount of time.
Oh yeah, imagine like one of them pogging.
No, I don't want to imagine him pogging.
See, now I'm just thinking of Carter being like the first FGC player, but for Tennis for Two, and one of the infiltrators is just pogging like a pog. That's a good thumbnail. Grandpa School's FGC in Tennis for Two.
Carter, the original gamer.
God. But that's kind of like the main bulk of the game. So I guess we can just sort of hit like quick plot points, which is just that. Yeah, so you have to get a scientist called Dr. Weir, who I totally forgot this in the game, but like I was actually like, I kind of like Dr. Weir, but like I couldn't remember anything about him apart from he was a scientist. I forgot he was a fucking Aussie.
Yeah, that took me by surprise as well. Weir is one of the more likable characters in this game. Actually, not generally, I'll say. I kind of like the characters in this game.
Yeah,
I'm
on board with them. I even like Carter. Like,
yeah, I like Carter as well. I like Carter enough that stuff that happens later in the game took me out of it for a moment before I put it back together, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
But I found him intriguing. I thought, okay, he's gruff, but he's got that impatient edge. But he's still kind of likable. He's still kind of... And I played him as impatient, but even in those dialogue options, it was always quite reasonable, which is quite interesting.
And the impatience makes sense in regards to... Yeah, as you said, it's always reasonable because he's literally just like... We're being invaded by aliens. We don't know how much time we have on the clock here to speed it up. And it's like, no, that totally makes sense. Like,
yeah.
But yeah, you go to Rosemont to rescue Weir, and it turns out that he was developing, like, he was working on alien technology stuff, so that was kind of why they were interested in him. And the idea is that, well, hey, now he's on the team, he should be able to now start retrofitting some of the technology, which should give you a bit of an edge in combat. Not that it matters really either way, because before you even rescue Weir, one, you get the Pit Boy from the from the Operation Paperclip Scientists, where... So what does the Pit... So is that the thing that you were saying?
Yeah, I had confusion with this, because the way he sells it to you is like, this will let you interface with alien technology or whatever, using this will help me with my research. And I thought, okay, so the system surely is risk reward. If I get in and punch an alien to death, that's more research points. It isn't. It's just you now have a better melee punch, and I guess it means that you can do the lift and you can...
Yeah,
it's very vague on like what it's offering you.
It's hard to say because when you do the lift, I feel like he does it from his arm that doesn't have the Pit Boy on it. My assumption was that it lets you use alien weapons, but then it's a chicken and egg thing anyways, because you don't actually get to use alien weapons until Rosemont anyways, because they just don't populate.
The others can use them.
Yeah, no, exactly. The rest of your team has Pit Boys as well. So,
okay.
Yeah, so it's very... Yeah, so I didn't really get that. And then it also turns out that before you rescue Weir, which is a point of the game where... Because I think I'm a bit with you where it's like the beginning of this game is kind of sluggy enough that you go, oh, this is kind of stupid. Like, but then there's enough kind of bright points sort of in the middle that it does perk it up a little bit. And one of them is literally just Falk going, hey, don't worry, we're going to bring this fight to the aliens. Check this out. Opens a blind and shows you they built a UFO. As in, like an actual flying saucer. And I can't remember if he says that, like, oh, we were kind of retrofitting their technology to do that. I assume that they must have because it has, like, hover functionality and whatever. Yeah, that's the thing as well, is that, like, aliens do invade at the beginning, but then Falk kind of hints at, like, oh no, the aliens kind of came here beforehand, but we can't really tell you when. Or when any of this technology kind of turned up. But we just assumed it was the Ruskies who were doing this. And it's like, okay, cool. All right. Fair enough.
When the aliens turned up, we just kind of slapped our heads and went, oh, yeah, of course.
But then it's funny that like they saw the guy with the sideways mouths and they didn't think, oh, God, this is really what people from Russia look like.
They were very racist back then.
They became incredibly racist after World War II. They were like, well, we beat fascism. All right, time to loosen your belts, guys. It's racism time. Oh, God. But yeah, they built a UFO, and you do go on some missions with the UFO, which is kind of fun. But yeah, you rescue Weir, and then it's just basically, all right, we now have to go to these alien centers, and we have to like figure out what the hell is going on. You mentioned NPCs you like. They give you a desk job with a guy called Nico. There's literally no build up to the relationship. It just instantly happens. And then Nico is instantly put in danger.
Yeah, they do the thing where they're setting up the buddy cop of, all right, Carter, he's a hard ass. He's lost his family. He's gruff and determined, and he just gets the job done. And you got De Silva, he's more laid back. He's a people person, and he's
Nico. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's schmoozing. He's like trying to get on. Then they're mates, and stuff happens to De Silva, and it's tragic because they're mates.
Yeah, but when Snake describes this, by the way, this is a 1 minute like Mass Effect dialogue of you talking to Nico. And then you don't see, like, that's it. You don't see him after that. And then Fox says, we sent De Silva out on a mission, but he hasn't come back yet. Go investigate it. And it's like, okay, cool. That guy who I talked to for 15 seconds at the beginning of the game, sure, I will go and do that, I guess. To talk about the base stuff, I do, like, again, like, this is the really annoying thing about this game is that they put, like, a shitload of effort into it. And I imagine this must have been stuff that was held over from previous versions of the game, but, like, you go into XCOM base in a cutscene on a funicular, and you can then keep walking past that. Where the Avengers get, like, the helicopters get shot out of, is like you get to walk past that and see this giant ass funicular system going up and down. It's like, this is like a really massive amount of world building and smarts that you're putting into this, but you don't like.
The base is absolutely massive, and it's filled with NPCs and dialogue.
Yeah.
Which brings me to a couple more complaints I have. But
yeah, go.
Like, okay, essentially, it's way too easy for conversations to overlap in this game. Like, I'd walk and a conversation would start, but then a base announcement would kick off, and then someone else in another room would start talking. It's like, I just want to hear one at a time. I'm trying to get this lore piecemeal. Please stop talking for a sec. Also, dialogue audio is super directional. Mm-hmm. Like, you have to be facing dead on in the right direction, or it is silent.
This, you know what's really annoyed me as well is that, like, this is the developers of BioShock 2. This is built on BioShock. The fucking base is full of audio diaries. You have to stand in place and just listen to them just spit out audio. It doesn't just give you, like, a little record player in the bottom right corner and you can listen to them while you're walking around, or even, like, listen to them on missions where it probably would have made more sense.
Yeah. It's not an eloquent system, and once you listen to them once, they become unhighlightable, so they're done. Mm-hmm. Which is annoying as well, because all of the autopsy reports, which are in the game after you kill certain aliens, they're just kind of scattered around the lab, and you have to just kind of seek them out to get...
Yeah!
It's like, the flavor text does really run the gamut in this game of very dry, kind of boring, and well, okay, a lot of the missions have the same story, which is, I think there are aliens here. And then you go further, there are aliens here. I will try and survive. And then you find a corpse later on. It's
find a skeleton. Yeah, it's BioShock. You find a skeleton on a toilet. That's environmental storytelling. Like, and it is annoying. Like, it is, like, again, BioShock would make such a point of, like, finding all of these notes written by people or like audio logs where they're slowly like slipping into kind of dementia and stuff like that. And like it's the same in here, but again, it's, as you said, they're just hitting the same drum, which is just, oh, I'm having a sleepover and I heard something outside, or it's the itchy tasty fucking thing from Resident Evil 1 where somebody got the sleepwalker's disease and they're just starting to repeat themselves towards the end. Again, they're all effective. They would, itchy tasty.
They are
remember
the best
it when it
in
worked.
in the Mass Effect, in the XCOM base where they have something unique to say.
Yeah. And again, like, XCOM Enemy Unknown even understand. And again, I mean, this must be just for Axis, such as the master of this. So if click on a room, oh, this is the archive room. Oh, there's like hours of like written stuff that I can just read through at my own time. Awesome. Why didn't you have this in this fucking game? Well, it's because there's a third-person shooter and everything must be done down the barrel of a gun. Okay, fuck
well, speaking of, just how weird the base is, you didn't know it even had an obituary until I pointed it out. And I found that through sheer happenstance, because it is a tiny little notepad on the wall of the ready room, which is on a corner of the room you might never walk down.
This game has a briefing room that you never use. Why the fuck have a briefing room if you're not going to have, like, Carter, before you go on the mission, make sure you go to the briefing room, and you have to watch like somebody do like a slide deck presentation. Like, Yeah, sure, you have to sit in place and watch like a deck presentation, but you're making a fucking 60s sci-fi game where it's all prestige-y and like you have to interact with this world as if it's a real thing. The fucking previews for the original version of XCOM they made, which was first person, that was the mission briefings, was you had to watch a presentation that somebody was giving you. What a cool fucking idea that is completely wasted in this game. Like, God.
Speaking of the 60s presentation thing, I think this game does, I mean, okay, yeah, to turn it around, but so the kind of big aesthetic trick of this game is the juxtaposition is you turn up in kind of, 60s Americana. It could be like a little kind of suburb doing homecoming. It could be, the old college campus or a wee little town out in the sticks or big redwood forests. And then you get to the aliens and it's all kind of alien prefabs that kind of are dominating the environment. And that's the kind of big trick, and it's, it's also so the alien prefabs very angular, very boxy to make the shooting easier.
Yeah.
And you can kind of tell at certain points, like, it's really hard to make this nice looking 60s aesthetic. So you now have to go down, repeat metal corridors.
Yeah, it made me think of like, if this game only had like 6 months to get out the door, why didn't they ring up Firaxis and say, could we just reuse all your Enemy Unknown stuff? Because what a fucking like perfect idea would have been was like, they were working on, this is 1960s Earth as you recognize it. But then it gets invaded, not by aliens, it literally gets invaded by fucking Enemy Unknown. Like, you have to go into these levels and prefabs and areas that look like the alien stuff from Enemy Unknown. Like, what a smart fucking idea of literally just feeling like these two game worlds are colliding together. But it's as you said, like, the alien prefab stuff is so boring in this game. Like, in a way
it's like, and it's funny as well, because they're so angular, you can tell I will never get into combat here. Why? Because this area is not angular.
No, this is I can tell there's no chest, it's the fucking webcomic joke of, oh, the battle's going to happen here. How do I know? Waist high cover. Like, like whenever a fight's going to take place because, oh, this is just an angular arena. Oh, boring kind of thing. Whereas, like, I even remember in Enemy Unknown, like, whenever you went on the alien ships and stuff, they looked really weird. Like, they had, like, a lot of plasma and sort of, like, a gooey look to them. In a way that this doesn't. This looks like Mass Effect in a way that the juxtaposition with the 1960s stuff never quite pays off. It's just doesn't.
Yeah, because it doesn't feel like, a 60s vision of the aliens. It just feels like generic modern day alien tech.
Yeah.
And it never quite manages to create like, an impactful feeling of juxtaposition and contrast between them. It's like, okay, I have walked out of stylized game into non-stylized game.
Again, that's why I said about the fact that this is an XCOM game. Why didn't you, like, the juxtaposition should be the 60s Earth stuff should be way more like kind of, sort of technology. They should have probably just stuck with the 50s where the technology was way lesser. And then that would have made oh shit, I'm heading into the world of Enemy Unknown, but I'm a fucking G-Man FPS guy. What the fuck do I do? That would have hit way harder than like this, where it's just like, oh, now I'm in a generic sci-fi game, but it just happens to have sectoids in them. Like,
I am in a generic sci-fi game, but at some point my character wore a Trelby.
Yeah. Does this have the thing where your hat can get shot off?
Yeah, it can, but your character stops wearing a hat at a certain point.
Yeah, he's just like, this is too much of a liability. What the
this keeps getting knocked off.
Folks just like, Carter, I need to talk to you. Why aren't you wearing the hat on the field? Like, you folks just giving you the business for not wearing that anymore.
Like, you walk into your fucking office one day and there's like 5 hats on your desk with just a note from folk, wear the hat.
To talk about things that they brought back from the original 50s concept that gets completely fucking squandered. The cube boss fight. So you go onto the alien ship for the first time and you meet Axis.
Well, yeah, you only fight this enemy once in the game. I
literally
totally
once.
About it.
And it's the most interesting enemy because what is the scariest thing that can happen in an XCOM game? Your cover gets destroyed. It is the only enemy in the game that can destroy cover.
Okay, I gotta complain about the boss fights, because I totally forgot that even happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, this game has 3 boss fights. It has mutons, it has sectopods, and it has dropships. I think they're called dropships, but it's a dropship. You know what I'm getting at. It operates like any dropship in any other game. And these all get introduced very early, and then they get repeated, and they repeat so much. The game just runs out these boss fights over and over again. And if you're, I think I did 100% completion. I did every minor dispatch. I did every dispatch. I did every minor op. I did every major op. It really doesn't help the game because your reward for dispatches and minor ops are you get more agents, which you really don't need at a certain point.
You level them up. That's kind of
You level them up, yeah. And you get backpacks. And I noticed I've written down every time I got like 4 repeat backpacks. I think more than that, actually. I think I got more than that. And the problem is I noticed at times I would do a dispatch mission and its reward was you will unlock a backpack. And then I'd do the minor mission during the same chapter and I would find that backpack.
And when we say unlocking the backpack, it's not like in I mean again, like this is one of the people who may know what XCOM Enemy Unknown is, but like you have to build items in that game. And like Enemy Unknown was a lot meaner on this because it would literally be one item. And it would be one item for one person. It wouldn't be like in XCOM 2 when you did upgraded the suits, every person in the squad would get that. Now, when you unlock a backpack, that is a backpack for everyone. So you're getting repeat stuff. It is completely worthless. And you can't...
It's totally redundant.
Yeah, and you can't break them down into materials or anything like that. It is fucking not it is just a waste of time.
At best, you might unlock a weapon earlier in the story, which you can then enter the next actual story mission with. You'll have it a bit sooner, might make the early gunfights a bit easier until you come across it when you were meant to get it. And because the minor bosses repeat so much, on the one hand, it's cool that the first time I fought a Muton, it was a struggle. It was like, oh my god, he has completely disrupted the rhythm of the game, which is actually something I don't like about the boss fights, is the boss fights, they don't play to cover, they ignore cover, they charge you, so it's like, this is... Okay. And this game does not play well as a traditional third-person shooter, so it's just, it literally just forces you out of the rhythm the game is punishing you for falling out of.
Yeah.
And I understand that, but it's also just not done very well. I'm not saying that as oh cool, I've got to get to grips with the rhythm again. It's like, no, the game just plays differently now, and it doesn't play well.
Again, it's the prestige thing. It's trying to do subversions, but there's no benefit to it. Why upset the pot if it's not gonna why throw paprika in it if it's gonna make the meal worse? Kind of thing. Yeah. It's like you're not replacing this with anything, and I'm not gonna give them the benefit of because they only had 6 months to do it. That was the fucking bed that they made. If you only had this much time to do the thing, you should have made it a much smaller kind of experience where maybe you only focus on maybe 1 or 2 things rather than the amount of gruel that you had trying to stretch it out to. Because I think my final total of this was 6 or 7 hours in the end. But
I can check my footage. And I played. What difficulty did you play on?
I played it on normal, so the second.
And I played it on the second hardest, which I can't remember what it's called.
So it's this rookie squaddy veteran, I think is. And then
I did vet.
Yeah,
I did vet, and I did every dispatch and every minor, and I walked around the base a lot, so I got my fill of this game. Because you know what, I'm being critical. I don't think it's terrible.
That's the thing as well. It's
mine is 13 hours.
Oh wow, okay.
So 13 hours is a completionist.
That's nearly 100% playthrough.
Yeah.
God. And like I said, that's partially why right at the beginning where you kind of went ooh at that was where I said that I was initially very positive on this game, but I've sort of turned against it. I think when I made that initial video, I was sort of celebrating kind of oh, well, you didn't quite pull it off, but hey, let's focus on the things that it does well. Whereas with this, I think I kind of wanted more room to be because this isn't a video essay, this isn't me making an argument of this game is actually good in spite of what happened. This we could get a little bit more into the details of the context of when it came out and kind of what it is as the final product. I kind of do want to focus a little bit more on just the fact that I think my big thought about this game is just what squandered potential it is.
Yeah, but it's funny. My most scathing note on this game I wrote, which was, this game lacks the budget or polish to be as uninteresting as it wants to be.
Wow. I mean, that is a good way of putting it, though. Yeah. And again, to go back to the thing that I said earlier about 2K being in the business of prestige, this so wants to be something like a BioShock, but it just...
It never lands it. Everything feels half-baked. Like, you can feel that, like, they wanted the twist in this game to be talked about.
Which, I mean, the twist of this game is it is
the best part. It is interesting.
Let's power through some plot points. So we've already said...
let's power towards it.
Yeah, let's power towards it. So, let's talk about... So there's the UFO boss fight, which is my favorite boss fight in the game because it's the only boss fight of this game, basically. It can destroy cover. This is the design that they showed off in the initial trailer, which is a cube that can transform like into different... Like, it's a kind of a voxel effect. Again, to go back to... This is a game set in the 1960s. All the aliens kind of, because they're based on XCOM designs, they look like, little grey men. Oh, is the man from outer space kind of thing. But this cube thing is like genuinely weird and alien looking in a way that like even XCOM 2 doesn't quite have anything like that. Apart from like maybe the big golf ball is like maybe as close as they get to.
Yeah, that's the closest you get. Is that bugger is weird and very annoying, like to fight.
Because they can just keep opening and closing, which keeps adding and remove. Yeah, even if you shred armor on it, it just generates more armor. It's like, oh, you suck. Boo you. But, and then you fight that boss, and then Axis goes, haha, you'll never get me. But then you go to Folk, and he says, hey, I think there's something happening in Oregon. Do you want to go check it out? By the way, go have a chat with Weaver. You go have a chat with Weaver and she's fucking wound up. And you're just like, hey, chill out. And you go talk to Fog and you're like, hey, can I bring Weaver on the mission so she can help out? Oh, no, you can either say, don't let Weaver go on the mission. Can I bring Weaver on the mission? It doesn't matter because she stole an Avenger and went off without you. Well, why did she do that? Well, it turns out that the aliens kidnapped her brother. No idea when. Was this year?
It was a few years ago, but he's the basis for the Sleepwalkers.
Yep. So they used him basically as a guinea pig to create this virus, which is what the Sleepwalkers are. Which is like, oh shit. And then the most audacious moment of the game, which is that you find the brother who's basically being kept alive past his boiling point, and then it gives you the Mass Effect choice of, do you want the sister to do euthanasia on her brother? Or do you want to hey, you bought this game for $60, do you want to do the euthanasia?
I mean, obviously you say, well, I'm not going to make her do the euthanasia, I'll do the euthanasia. No one should have to do that to their sibling.
Oh, I think I let her do it because I was like, this isn't my brother, this is your choice. So I think the first time I did it, I was like, well, because I'm William Carter and I'm the star of this game, I'm going to do maybe I'll get more gameplay options if they let me do
Maybe he's worth 10 experience points and that can push me up a level threshold.
Oh yeah, no, it flashes combo achieved and then I glow bright gold because that's what happens when you level up in this game.
I don't know. I kind of interpreted that choice more as like, I mean, maybe that's you know what, I'll say then, it must be an okay choice because we walked away from it with very different
I was going to say, was your thing that you didn't want to put it through the, like...
Yeah, because it's like whenever because it comes up in stuff like The Walking Dead as well, whenever it's like, oh, are you going to make them put down a family member? I always think, to me that seems like, absolutely not. I'm not going to make someone do that to their own. Like, I'm going to carry that burden, not this is my kill, get out of the way.
Interesting. No, my thing was, because it was a family member, I felt like I'd be kind of not desecrate, but I feel like I'd be involving myself in something that maybe I shouldn't have, but then...
that's interesting. So we kind of read those situations like very diametrically opposed.
In this game that isn't as good as Mass Effect, we came away with a really interesting sort of... That was our... Because when you did Mass Effect 3, what was the one of the 3 colored options that you chose?
So I never beat Mass Effect 3. I watched a mate beat it, and I think we went synthesis. I think synthesis is the baby option. I'm gonna say that
everyone does synthesis. Synthesis is like, again, to talk about fucking prestige games that don't quite land their punches. The end of fucking GTA 5, where it's like, oh, you have to kill Franklin, or you have to kill what's his face, the crazy guy. What do you do? And then you get a text which says, actually, you don't have to kill either of them if you don't. It's like, well, oh, okay, thanks for taking the fucking venom out of that snake right at the end. Oh,
and I'm gonna say it now because there are people I fucking hate all the characters in that game, so fuck them. Saving all of them is bad.
I mean, I just saved all of them because it was like, well, this is just going
Well,
to kill
yeah, I
gameplay.
saved all of them as well because I think, well, that's clearly the hardest option. So,
And it's
the
not.
right
It's
one.
like you can still fucking easy mode gameplay because it's just Rockstar have only been able to make one good third person shooter, and it was only off from a fucking IP that they stole from somebody else. So there we go.
No choices in that game either.
No, exactly right.
Actually,
Not that
no,
you
there
need
is a
choices
choice.
in
Never
Max.
mind. There is one choice, which is do you shoot the bad guy or let him burn to death? Which is a hell of a choice.
Do you put him out of his misery, or do you let him have the world's worst death? Which, yeah,
That's a choice, I guess.
I guess that is a choice.
I
I was
say, though,
I was
while we're on the Mass Effect bent, I do love that their innovation of the dialogue wheel is inverting it. So the options on the right are to ask more questions, and the left is to progress, which feels very counterintuitive until you just kind of your mind switches over.
Also, you know that this is a morally grey game because they don't tell you what the good and the bad options are. It's just all the same color.
Yeah, it's all the same gradient. So,
not that there's a morality system in this game. The morality is just William Carter. You're William Carter. Like,
are you slightly more forgiving William Carter, or are you slightly bastard William Carter, and all this stuff will get wiped away anyway?
My brain is mush. How do you get from the brothers in the brothers hooked up and you can kill them or not to, like, how does that level? Does that level end just with like a fucking like?
So you're at the base. You're there to kill Axis, who is the first big villain of this game. Axis, by the way, is the one you kind of first think, okay, we've got to track him down. Oh, turns out he's been on Earth for a while. There's kind of two concurrent plots going on, which is one, we need to open up a slip gate to get to the alien world and take the fight to them. And that's kind of Dr. Weir's whole thing of, okay, we need all this computer tech. So you go up a big alien tower to nick it. That level, by the way, where you go up the alien tower to find the, like, I don't know, the coordinate thingamajiggy to go to the alien world. That felt more alien than the alien world you go to.
Yeah.
And then
the thingamajiggy level, I think they just combo it with the dead brother. Because, you have to get...
No, the dead brother is later because that's near a reservoir where it turns out, this is where they've been putting the gunk into
the thingamajiggy is when you go to the suburbs. Because when we were talking earlier about like the juxtaposition between alien and kind of like picturesque stuff, the only time this game lands a punch is when you're fighting in somebody's back garden where it was obvious like it was a kid's birthday party and you can like shoot the balloons and pop them, and it's like, why isn't every fucking firefight in this game like this?
Yeah, like this is the one time you're really hitting on the aesthetic here, but then you walk into an alien tower and it's gunmetal grey, and but then you go outside and it's like an apocalyptic yellow-red sky, and there's a lot of wind, and it's like, man, this should have been what it looked like on the alien world, not we're somewhat in the sky on Earth, but whatever, because the alien level is just gunmetal grey prefabs with no alien atmosphere. So.
It's the thing I always think about with, because I said about Halo Combat Evolved, where like that game's like brilliant thing is the Wizard of Oz moment where you start the game in gunmetal grey prefabbed like kind of corridors, and the thing is that it's meant to tell you, oh yeah, if you're used to Quake, here you go. But then its big twist is the ship crashes, you end up on Halo, and it's open world, and it's like, oh, this is really impressive. This game kind of does the opposite, where you go from like green pasture open worlds to the world's most boring metal corridors and arenas.
It's like, it's every time my interest drops because like I'm not looking at anything interesting. I'm just looking at the most kind of obvious like fucking shooter arenas ever contrived.
Whereas like again the 1950s one, which doesn't exist, so we can just make up how good it could have been. Like, imagine if we can just talk about the potential of a game that doesn't exist. Like imagine if you went from like 1950s placid like environments and then you go into the alien world and it's like Lovecraftian, like, non-Euclidean geometry, like you're on the fucking roof, or like, angles that, like really use game engine stuff to like really fuck with navigation or whatever, and it's like, this is neat, but
this game is kind of doomed by the cover mechanic formula to force the aliens to be geometric.
But in a way that like Enemy Unknown, well, I mean, I guess Enemy Unknown never really has this issue because it's either all at night and it's just kind of like, oh, you're at a Burger King, or like, oh, it's a city street that's been blown up, Or you go into the alien kind of ships and stuff, and it's like, oh, weird plasma and goo all over the place, kind of thing. Which, I don't know.
So you got one plot line, which is get the thingamajiggy, and then you've got the other plot line, which is how do we cure the sleepwalkers, which goes nowhere.
Nope, doesn't. That is literally, they leave that to the end of the game. Don't worry about it.
And there's even a side mission on base. If you save De Silva and do all the right dialogue options, you cure it, and it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Like, there are 2 endings, spoilers, where like, oh, we had to get rid of...
Well, there's 3 endings, but we'll get into
I'm gonna say there are 2 endings where...
Oh, right, for the right,
Yeah, there are 2 endings where, oh, we had to dispose of the sleepwalkers, and I got one of those endings, even though I saved this, even though I created a cure, which maybe you can still read it as well. They knew too much, they had to go, but it's like, why did we even fucking bother curing?
But again, that leads into the whole kind of like this potential dark heart this game could have had in the year of fucking, like the year before it was Spec Ops: The Line, a game that, like, you know, both me and you and I have donked on, but at least it's trying to do something interesting in regards to like, you are ostensibly a bad guy. Like,
can you imagine like if this game had the guts to be like, you can do this whole thing, and then like maybe prior to the final mission where there are a whole lot of falling outs between the characters. Imagine like you just kind of realize, hey, where's De Silva? And then through optional dialogue, you realize, oh yeah, he's been disposing of the sleepwalkers, and it's like, but we cured them. It's like, yeah, but that means they now can talk about the aliens.
Well, if there was a level where it's like it gives you a flamethrower and it's like, hey, yeah, I know you've already been through this level, but we can't leave any evidence. Fucking blow through. And like you have to go to somebody's house and it's full of like, you know, kid, you know, do all the you know, all the little violin things of like it's full of kids' drawings and like, I don't know, like there's a dog there or something like that, and so it's giving you all these things of this is for the greater good kind of thing, but it's like, yeah, but I don't feel fucking good doing it, you know?
It's like the opposite of Power Wash Simulator. It's Power Wash from History Simulator.
Yeah. There we go. That's what this game should have had. It should have Power Wash DLC where you're trying to cover up the fucking CIA doing the darkest shit in human history. But I mean, that ain't gonna sell copies. Despite the fact that the fucking this came out the same year as The Last of Us, and it's like, oh yeah, but you're a bad guy. Look at all this bad stuff that you've had to do.
Oh, but
like,
but to be fair, James, people have been arguing that Joel was totally right for years since he was.
Oh god, yeah. Imagine if this came out with all the dark stuff, and you just have chuds online being like, "No, William Carter's fucking base."
And I'd be right there saying, yeah, based.
and I'd be there being like, yeah, but I'd say what isn't based. XCOM based is you don't do anything.
You go around, you talk to guys.
Yeah, it's theatre. It's digital theatre, which funnily enough is something that we've added that to the bullet time bingo sheet of like things that bad FPS games do, where you have to stand around. Well, actually, no, so digital theatre was more of a thing of, at least in this game, if you want to talk to people, you have to like press the button to talk to them. You can ignore them if you want. Our thing that we're annoyed by is like in games, in order to progress, you have to stand still and watch people talk to each other, and you can't interact with it. And it's like, this is boring.
I'm just walking around trying to not trigger too many dialogues at once, because I'm trying to get invested. I like the base stories, and oh fuck, I triggered 2 at once. Guess I'm not gonna know what's happening in either of these.
It's the thing that kind of goes back to the thing that makes Enemy Unknown and 2 so good, which is just, the stories that come out of the synergy of playing the game, and like how certain, squad members become heroes because of how the game rolled out. They were able to pull off impossible shots and survive missions where other people didn't. This game can't quite pull that off, but it can. But hey, it has the writing talent.
I mostly just felt antipathy towards my squads because they were useless.
Yeah,
they kept leaving cover and getting gunned down, and like, oh, you fuckers.
So like, if this game can't like rely on sort of synergy storytelling, which Firaxis stuff is really good at, you're the BioShock 2 team. Lean on how good your writing is there, which they only do maybe 15 to 20% of the time. So, and that's not a successful. That's not a 99% shot rate like in.
No. I'm genuinely trying to think, like, is there any writing in this game where I was like, that was a good line? I'm looking through my notes, like, did I write down, like, anything? It's like, oh, that was a... But I really can't find anything.
Literally, the only good bit about the writing is the big idea stuff, which, if we're going to get into that... So you come back from mission, and, Folk is there with 2, like, guys brandishing rifles. And Carter's just trying to play it smooth, just like, oh, hey, you increased security on the base. Hey, bad news what happened with Nils and stuff like that. I was like, yeah. Anyways, we're now going to start. We think that there might be alien infiltrators amongst our ranks. And it's like, oh, fuck. Like, this is an interesting thing. Because, yeah, right at the beginning of the game, you're attacked by a woman who looks like a sleepwalker, but she's been activated by the aliens to attack you. So it's like, oh, okay, now is this now going to become like a thing of there could be alien? Like, I can't imagine they're going to do anything mechanical. Like, oh, one of your squad mates might be working for the aliens, because like that's a bit too much. But you know, you might have an interesting storytelling thing of what if somebody's an alien. And Fox just goes, don't worry, we've invented this we found the correct frequency that when we play it makes aliens go absolutely ape shit. Don't worry, Will, it won't affect you. He flicks it up, and William Carter starts freaking the fuck out. And it's like, oh, hello. And then it cuts inside his head where he keeps cutting to this bit of like, oh yeah, because we played this on PC in the year 2024. All the models and textures have scaled up really well. All the FMVs look like absolute dog shit.
And they run at a worse frame rate.
You can run this game at like higher than 60, but the FMVs are like got giant macro blocking, so it looks like you're watching through a Lego scope. And
also,
they're at like
subtitles become fucking tiny.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But it keeps cutting to the inside of Will Carter's head, where you see this initially when Nico's still around, where he's haunted pretty badly by the death of his wife and kid, and it's a big thing of just like. So from this initial point, my thing was that William Carter's a control freak, which is why he likes being a commander. Like he doesn't like because he's okay. Like with Folk, he's all right, kind of working alongside him, but you always get this kind of feeling of him that. He's not really a team player, but it's more so in that he doesn't really like having a manager. And
he
that kind of
trust
that
Folk
makes
either. Like you get a lot of dialogue lines where it's like, I don't know, because you are a CIA toady, you answer the thing, but also you don't get along with Folk, who is just a very in control guy.
Yeah,
but that friction really just tapers off when it becomes inconvenient and then comes back again when it's needed.
Yeah, and like I always kind of read it as sort of a thing of like, you know, it's a prestige game, so obviously they're doing subversion. The idea is that you play the game thinking that he's your classic third-person shooter. Oh, he doesn't take, he doesn't take rules very close. He does his own thing. He doesn't like speaking to authority kind of thing, because then that explains the video game conceit of why you can act like a maniac and sort of get away with, it's the classic Nathan Drake ludonarrative thing of like, how can he be so charming in cutscenes and then kill 100 million people, in the next scene sort of thing. But that's just that's an FPS third-person shooter protagonist, is like a guy who seems one way during conversations and then is kind of like he's doing another thing in gameplay. But they just sort of explain this just through, well, the guy's a bit of a control freak. It's like, oh, okay, makes sense, fair enough. I wonder if they'll pick that up later towards the end of the game. Which, I guess as we're starting to barrel towards it, I mean, do we want to talk about you go to Hoover Dam in the UFO and it's kind of a boring level? But,
yeah, we can just kind of skip all that. But basically, you go to the alien planet and you destroy a thing and you think the war is won.
Yeah, you find out what's powering Mosaic, the thing that we mentioned several hours ago in this podcast. They're all the aliens are being controlled by like a hive mind called Mosaic. You're able to kidnap an alien from one of the missions, and you pull them out of the network. And by doing so, this alien becomes more of themselves, and they realize, oh shit, I was being controlled by a higher power all along. I was a slave. We're not really like this. There's something called Mosaic where we're all part of the same whole, and it's about like, oh, we want to invade Earth and we want to convert everybody over to Mosaic. Now, is that a kind of a cheeky 1960s, USA versus the Reds, or all the communists? They've all got the same sort of, they're all a hive mind versus us where we have individuality. Potentially. They do exactly that same fucking gag in Bioshock 2, where it's like, what's the opposite of libertarianism? Collectivism. Okay, the bad guy should be a collectivist then. But they can't quite... Yeah.
This game's all like, hey, let's do vague allusions to body snatchers and the Red Scare and...
Yeah, like I remember saying in my video like 100 years ago that like, oh, it's kind of riffing on the Red Scare and like the look of 1960s, sci-fi, which was obviously so fed into the kind of the Red Scare thing of, body snatchers about like, what if your next door neighbor was secretly a commie, and working with an alien hive mind of other commies, or the thing from another world, which is just that, but on a micro scale, essentially. And there's, again, when they tease that, hey, there may be people on base who are secretly aliens, and again, even earlier on, where there's a secret commie on base, but it doesn't matter because the bigger threat now is the aliens. It kind of like, raises an interesting thing of like, well, who can you really trust? Can you even trust yourself? Winky, winky. Because
Speaking of as well, another base element that goes nowhere, just like the cure for sleepwalkers. The alien infiltrator, as the game begins, he's very skeptical. He's like, yeah, no, humanity's gonna lose. You don't realize the scale of what you're up against. You're all cooked, man. I'm just gonna wait here. Then you kind of talk to him more and he becomes more friendly and you realize, oh, William Carter has a shot. And if you do all the right dialogue options, he kind of concedes like, okay, look, when all of this is over, I will try and help you reintegrate the outsiders into human society. That shit does not matter.
No, it's an interesting point that he says, your homeworld's gone, so, you were saying about interesting lines. He said, well, America has taken on immigrants before. We will do it again.
Like, that is an interesting line. That is Carter can be at times like this more interestingly forward-thinking
He
character.
has these moments of introspection, and I just wonder whether it was just a thing of they had writers in the room who didn't really know who William Carter was, so they were just like, let's just give him an interesting line. Let's just write a cool line.
Carter does kind of bump between that, where you think with his backstory, who he is, the role he serves in the world, he should be this red-blooded, get the fuck out of my country type, but sometimes he'll have these very introspective, very forward-thinking, pragmatic in a very optimistic way kind of lines of, look, I'm going to need you to help us reintegrate when all of this is done, which is, Carter, do you even really believe that?
No, and I know that it's down to the, you can play the Mass Effect choices that you make him a bit more of a, I got mine, fuck you, kind of Americans are Americans, and by that I mean humans, get the aliens out kind of thing. But you can, as he said, you can play him, making him a bit more introspective, which I find is a way more interesting thing of just in war, there's two sides, but it's still being fought by people, and it's trying to come to an understanding of how did they end up on these particular sides. Which is why, when the twist happens, makes that way more interesting, I suppose. But
that's where some lines blur on who is William Carter. But
so you go onto the alien ship and you discover what is Marin Mosaic. What's Marin Mosaic? It's an ethereal. It's the final boss of XCOM Enemy Unknown, and XCOM 2 is on this ship and is basically what is, quote, pulling the strings of all of this, because Axis has his own. Axis is being controlled by an ethereal, right?
He's bonded. The lines of how much that means, there's one line that gets into it, but we'll save that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So he's bonded with an ethereal, which means that he's got superpowers essentially. But then you're able to defeat them, and you're able to get to the ship, which is being powered by an ethereal, which is Mosaic, and you're able to pull the ethereal. You basically suck the ethereal into your pit boy, right?
Very painful. Actually, okay, one moment I did love from this game is when you finally go to the alien world and confront Axis. He's living in this wall portal thing, and he just pokes his head out, and it's like a fucking joke shot, because he just pokes his head out and then pokes it back and shit, there they are.
Yeah, no, it is. It's like a kind of it's like a mixture between a mercury bath and a mirror. Yeah, it is just kind of like a flat. So it almost, it kind of looks like it's full of black goo of some sort, but you have no idea.
Yeah, he's just kind of in this weird suspended nether space, bonded with the ethereal.
Yeah, which I wondered whether there was an Enemy Unknown thing of you discover just how alien the alien world is, because you go for that portal and it gets even odder, but they never quite pay that off. But yeah, you're able to then get the ethereal back to XCOM base, and it feels like okay, so we've disabled Mosaic, so is that the end of the game? But they were able to build a big tube that they were able to stick the ethereal in, and they put the alien in the tube, and you go, okay, well, is that the end of the game? So I always get confused that this kind of happens after.
So what's kind of happening at this point is XCOM has kind of decided, okay, we've more or less won the war, because Mosaic is destroyed, their slip gates are shut down, the rest of the alien forces are confused and scrambling, and they're not getting any more backup. but the war isn't over, Carter. We need you out there doing cleanup. So it's kind of like, you think, okay, you kind of think, okay, we're going to go into an arc now of, the game's winding down. But that's a bit weird. That's not how action stories work. We've gone past the rising action.
Yeah. And then
you trigger a mission.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember then how the twist actually happens.
The twist begins with you kind of go to the thing. It's like, oh, do this mission. Carter, we're sending you here, and then you hit launch mission, and then bam, the lights go out.
Yeah. So it does the classic XCOM thing of you spend all this time building up the base, but then then the aliens attack the base. I always like it when that happens, where it's like, oh, cool, this place where I'm used to throughout this, what I thought was this quote unquote safe space throughout the entire game, has now become an arena, like a place for arena shooter. Cool, smart. All right, that's a good use of that. But yeah, they basically say, hey, Will, like the fucking the base gets because they tease you. They say that like
up, Carter, get to the lab.
Yeah, because isn't the tease that the final mission is like it's called like the last or whatever, and it's set in Chicago, but then that doesn't happen. It's just
you think you're going to Chicago to just do some like mop up operation, but no, you get sidelined by the real final mission, which is everything goes to fuck.
XCOM base gets fucked up big time. So they tell you, Will, you have to go to the lab and make sure that everything's okay. Right. Yeah, that's correct, right? I think, they tell you
I'm getting a little bit sketchy on how all this plays out, which is funny because this is the last thing you do in the game.
Second to last thing you do in the game. But you go to the lab and then you go and see the ethereal. And folks, like, why are you here? Like, because they kind of treat it like, why are you in the lab? Nobody told us you'd go here. And then Will turns around. And then behind him is another ethereal. I'm trying to think of like a better way of how that would have landed, but essentially it's just like, it turns out that the guy that was inside the tube, there's another guy who's like him, but he's outside the tube, and he's connected to William Carter, and it's like, okay, this is weird. Because when you're on the alien base, when you go and fight Axis, you do see there's like this kind of blue glow around like William Carter, and it seems like there's a bit more going on. I mean, obviously besides the thing of, my bullet wound is healed, it's like Carter just seems to know the alien language. Like when they're talking thing, he'll just say, they're doing this. And only occasionally people question, Carter, why do you know that? And it's like, then you get to it, it's like, the ethereal probably knew that, so Carter just like knew it as well. But Carter himself never questions that. It's a bit choppy on like, okay, you don't need the specifics of it. It's like, okay, how much was... I mean, that is... Okay, I'll just go to it. There is a line later on where a character asks, when you're playing as someone being controlled by the ethereal, it's like, so who am I talking to? And he's kind of like, both? Like, I am me and I am him, and he's me and I'm, So, so the ethereal is basically... This ethereal has been with William Carter the entire... So that's the thing. So initially they just reveal that an ethereal is connected to William Carter, and you go, so like was like an alien hiding inside his body or something, or like in his head. No, then the ethereals talk to each other, and the ethereal that you kidnapped, who was Power in Mosaic, says, who are you? And it gives you the choice options again, and you go, I don't know. I thought I was William Carter, but I guess I'm not. And throughout this entire cutscene, William Carter is with you, and he's T-posing.
Well, he's being hung in the environment. He's not like...
he's being hung... Well, it's the least subtle thing they could have done. He's being hung by literal puppet strings.
Yeah.
And he's T-posing like you would import a character into a 3D modeling
I kind of get what you're saying now. I didn't really draw the connection of like the generic model T-pose.
Yeah. What they're literally trying to say at this point is that like, so in the parlance of video games where it's like, you play as William Carter. No, you were playing as William Carter, but technically you're this guy. You're this ethereal that was inside his body.
All along, you have been the ethereal, the player. William Carter was just a puppet.
William Carter was like in XCOM Enemy Unknown or XCOM 2, like a soldier that you direct around. That's who William Carter exactly was. And there's also a funny line that you mentioned kind of what happens later in the game. the first time that you go into the battle menu, that character will say, "Oh, this is why you were such a fucking crack shot at commanding people on the field."
Yeah, no, I found that really funny that they just they utterly just fucking deflate Carter's achievements so early. It's like, wow, Carter actually sucked. It's just he had this rad alien doing all this shit. He never mattered.
This alien gave him a fucking UI that he could use to direct people in combat.
My God, this alien gave Carter such giant nuts.
This alien literally gave Carter fucking widgets so he knew what people's healths were.
It's just funny how the game just pisses on Carter's reputation so thoroughly after the twist. Oh wow, Carter, you actually sucked. It was really the fucking ethereal, man.
I mean, partially is why I find it so again, is this twist of the game that kind of lifts it. This is still a 7 out of 10, but this is kind of what pushes it into the interesting talk about it on bullet time kind of territory. Again, it's a prestige game. This is the sort of fucking twist that you would pull off. And this is an evolution again on Bioshock 1, man chooses a slave obeys. It turns out that the crazy taxi arrow was actually the fucking bad guy all along in Bioshock 1. But it's, where it's oh, you were doing all this stuff, but it's because you were being directed by the guy doing the ropiest Irish accent outside of our tabletop games, you know?
And the funny fucking thing is, so now you're in a conversation and you're like, oh, who am I? What are the ethereals? Oh, I see. The ethereals are super intelligent race, and this one paired with Axis and is the whole reason Axis was able to lead his species to any sort of importance.
And the ethereal that you're talking, before you move on to the thing that you're going to say, which is really funny, you say then, okay, what now? What do we do? What do we do from here? And the ethereal basically says, well, ethereals are meant to rule. You're basically at the driver's seat for this one, but the thing is that whatever you do next, you're going to lead humanity. And you kind of say, I don't really know if I want to, I've seen what humans can do and what they can achieve through the sparkling blue eyes of William Carter. I don't really want to enslave them. And the ethereal, basically the ethereal that you're talking to is well, so be you, bud, but that's kind of what we do.
Well, the funny thing is, you can kind of talk them around.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You can. Yeah.
If you pick the right dialogue options, you kind of go, well, isn't there a more peaceful solution? Can we maybe, we can meet in the middle here? And then Shamash, I think their name is, the other ethereal. Yes. I can't remember what our name is.
We'll just call them, we'll call them William Carter Jr.
Yeah, Willie Jr.
Big Billy. There you go.
Through Willie Carter's, newfound young optimism that was brought about by William Carter's amazing cover shooting. He goes, isn't there a better way? And the ancient ethereal goes, you know what? You're right. And then you return to reality and William Carter goes, fuck you, and he pulls a gun and just starts shooting.
He just plugs 5 rounds into the fucking mosaic ethereal and then turns to the camera and says, I didn't know that worked.
Yeah, he just mugs and says, well, now that I'm finally my own character and I'm free of puppet strings, I'm a fucking psycho.
Yeah, it then cuts inside his, and again, fucking, this is when the game's and again, I don't know if this was part of the 50s concept or whatever, or this was something that they came up with in the last 6 months. This is the shit that lands to me, where they cut back inside his head, where it's playing the dead wife, dead child thing, and he goes, oh, I fucking get it now. You were basically using this to fucking control me. Well, not anymore, fucko. I'm back in the driver's seat and I'm mad as hell.
No one controls me. And it gets really good where you go back into his head, you do some shooting, Axis is on the run. William Carter totally botched the peace chart. The chances for peace have been scuppered by this. And you control him for a bit and you go through, and then you're going out on the Sky Ranger for one last mission to do something.
No, it's all set within. No, you never leave XCOM base for this. It's
okay.
You go deeper in, and you discover that one of the outsider that was on the base all along, is back collaborating with them.
Oh yeah,
they have a bomb. They got a bomb.
Yeah,
folks.
He's gone back to them now. He's like, oh no, I'm back in the network. Fuck you. I've been broadcasting all along.
Oh, I love this network.
All along, just recently.
I'm so glad I'm back on the network. I can download apps again. I can go back on Twitter. And they decide. I mean, it's really funny. It's just like they're an alien race who have like plasma weapons or whatever. But their solution for XCOM is very lo-fi of, we're just going to set a bomb. We're just going to blow up XCOM base. And it's like, okay, cool, fair enough.
Actually, one thing I did like in this final mission so he runs through the alien captivity, like, prison, and he sets all of them free, and they're using human guns, which on the one hand, they probably shouldn't have left those lying around, but on the other, it's a nice touch that the captives, so you're just suddenly fighting guys with M14s and such.
And it fixes the problem that I had of this game, which is the problem I have with Halo, which is that you start every mission you can start every mission with human weapons, but as you go in later into the level, human ammo becomes harder to find, but there's plentiful alien weapons and ammo, so you just end up naturally gravitating towards using the alien stuff. Also, the alien weapons are kind of more, not useful, but they're kind of more powerful anyways than human weapons, so towards the end of the game, you just do end up using alien weapons, which is
talk about the weapon selection in this game. Yeah, it's very linear. It has problems, I think, which is better sniper rifles get integrated way too late, so the sniper class just sucks for most of the game until you get the plasma sniper, and engineers are kind of balanced out because they can do turrets, but they're using shotguns. Shotguns are not good in this game.
No, this is a game where you sit behind cover and take pot shots. Shotguns are
this is a game of mid-range, so
which
you're
I was
mostly
thinking
just
of
using the most boring guns, and at the end, I used the plasma assault cannon and the heavy plasma pistol. I didn't enjoy using these guns, but they were just by leagues the most useful, which is kind of an unfortunate. It's very unfortunate when that's how it feels like these guns are not kinesthetically fun. They're just kind of dull, but they do the job better than anything else. So.
And then, you know what's funny? Enemy Unknown has the same issue of the shotgun as the engineering class, and it's like, oh, I'm just putting these guys in danger. This sucks. How do they fix that in 2? Oh, those are the fucking close quarter classes get the shotguns. Those are guys with fucking swords that you have to put in danger because they have maximum damage potential.
And great mobility bonuses to kind of like these guys are high risk, high reward. They're all about getting in, and they're very good at getting in, but then the problem is you've got to keep them there and hope they don't get fucking killed.
And you won't unlock a running gun for a while, which means that you don't get a potential option to get him out of there. So
it's funny because I've been playing Showgunners lately, and the main character is basically an XCOM 2 Ranger, I think they're called. They're the machete guys, right? Yeah, and all of her bonuses when she starts stacking them are all about, okay, if I kill an enemy with like a melee attack, she gets an extra move. Ooh. So, you use your other guys to damage everyone, then you send her in, melee kill, melee kill, melee kill, hopefully, and then you've got to be planning ahead to like get her back out.
Oh, it's like not Blade Storm, but no, it might be Blade and Storm, but yeah, that's an ability in XCOM 2 where you get new moves for every successful kill, basically.
Yeah, they took that kind of the base character's class is all about, getting extra mobility for taking risks, which I'm always a big fan of that trade.
Yeah, I do like that a lot. I mean, they tried to build an in-time mechanic around that with the fucking Lost, but that is such a slog in what's it called, War of the Chosen. But hey ho.
Yeah.
But yeah, you do a fight on XCOM base. You go through and you manage to stop the outsiders, and then you kill the outsider who has been there since the beginning of the game, and he says, "I'm sorry, Will. They put me back on the network. I just don't want to be a slave." And then William says, "You know what? I'm feeling that as well."
I'm all about that, actually.
You know what? That's actually, I've made a change in my life. That's my entire thing from now on. Looks at the fucking bomb that they brought over and says, I got an idea. Flings the bomb over his shoulder. Starts to head over to like the generators. There's a bit where he kicks you out of his body and it turns into a first person 6 degrees of freedom.
Well, yeah, it turns out you're the ethereal all along. So when he kicks you out of his body, that's the third person camera that you've been all along.
Yep, that bum. That is exactly it. And then you get back into his body and he's like, no, I'm fucking done with this. Goes to the power generator, sets up the bomb, looks at you, the player, and says, all right, here's how this is gonna work. You go back into my body and I'm fucking blowing this place up. Easy as that. Get back in the fucking tube and maybe I'll turn this thing off. And so you do go back in the tube, but then you're like, all right, what am I going to do? Because I don't really want... I can't survive out in the real world for like whatever. I need to be bonded to a human host. So the game, so Mass Effect 3 kicks in and it gives you 3 options. Do you want to finish the game as Falk, Dr. Weir, or Angela? Now for my game, so even though I've played this game like 3 times before, and I think I've done all the different paths, I guess at this point, I picked Weir this time. You went with Falk,
I went with Falk. My logic being, I wanted to pay off the drama between Falk and Carter, and I figured, looking at it from an alien perspective as well, he is the guy with the most power and the most reach, so he is both the most dramatic option and also the most like reasonable option for like, hey, I'm gonna get something out of this.
So my thought was, I can go through my thought for how I picked each one each time I did it. The reason I picked Falk the first time was I thought it was an ironic thing of the XCOM commander now being on the mission, much like at the end of Enemy Unknown and 2, where, like, technically on the, like, 2 especially, like, don't you kidnap, like, a body of an avatar?
Oh, yeah, yeah, you take over an avatar and you get a big, like, power-up for the final level.
Exactly. And I was thinking that with Falk of a similar, because I think you do the same thing in Enemy Unknown. You have to get a psionics class guy, and then you can go inside his head for the final mission. That was what I was thinking with Falk, was like, oh, wouldn't it be ironic if the guy who's been commanding all the XCOM soldiers throughout this game now goes on the final mission and, you know, does all the stuff. When I did Angela the second time, my thought was, well, the way that they've written this game is like almost like she's kind of like the second protagonist. Like she's got that similar kind of like hardiness as of William Carter, where it's like she doesn't really follow the rules to the extent of she goes off and saves her brother. So it kind of felt like thematic resonance of, oh, wouldn't it make more sense if I go with the person who's kind of like the second William Carter, essentially? Yeah. The reason I went for Weir this time was most just because I've never finished the game as Weir before. But then I also thought from a perspective of like, he seems like the guy who's most willing to accept like alien kind of technology and working with the aliens. So I was like, oh, that makes kind of sense for that as well. So they all kind of have like, you can kind of, there's reasonable
rationalize each decision as like from either a thematic or a kind of self-preservation perspective.
It's just a shame that Barnes once again gets fucked over and you can't pick him.
Oh yeah, Barnes gets such a way, I guess, like, you know, I'm just gonna control Barnes and we're just gonna fly the fuck out of here.
Barnes really is the Winston Zeddemore of this game, because much like Ghostbusters on the fucking Mega Drive, where you could only play as the white Ghostbusters, you couldn't pick fucking Winston.
No Barnes, I'm afraid. No Barnes.
I know. Sorry, Barnes. Barnes is there on the final mission, though. He does... Yeah, because Barnes does fly the spaceship, doesn't he? Like, that's kind of his...
Yeah, he does. Like, once they build the Avenger, I think it's called the Avenger, right?
They call it, yeah, the Avenger.
They call it the Avenger. Once he gets his UFO, which I guess is an FO, then he pilots that instead.
Yeah, which I guess is kind of a nice thing of, hey, you know, even though, you know, black guys in the 1960s were probably, you know, didn't really get to do, like, a lot of advanced stuff. He gets to fly a spaceship, which, you know, nobody can say that they got to do that. So
he did his parts for civil rights by flying that UFO.
he flew it to Washington during the fucking poor what's-his-face. Martin Luther King's speech just gets completely sculpted by a fucking UFO. I had written all these good lines and you fucked it up.
I sit at the front of the UFO.
I just like the idea of Martin Luther King being like, you fucked up my golden day. Like, you upstaged him at his birthday, but it's him fucking Washington giving the I have a dream speech.
I have a dream that one day, and he just looks up.
Also, it turns out, like, yeah, he was really into civil rights, but Martin Luther King hated aliens. See, now we're just pitching they should have made this more like Assassin's Creed, where they work in, like, figures of history to, like, you know, be part of the team. God, yeah, imagine, like, if Einstein was, like, building your weapons and stuff. God, that'd be good.
That'd be alright. Instead, we get fucking Dresner. Who the fuck is Dresner?
Yeah, no, exactly. What experiments was he doing in Nazi Germany at the time? That's what I want to fucking know.
Was Churchill dead by now? He should have been in the armory instead of Webb.
God, yeah. I'm just thinking though, because Dresner is like, so like 1,000 years ago when we started this episode, I did mention that Atari had done a third-person shooter XCOM before this one called
Oh yeah, it
Enforcer?
sucks. It's a terrible game.
Oh, it's dreadful. I have had to combat with so many fucking people over the years who are like, oh, the Bureau shit. Atari actually made a good third person. It's like, that's just contrarian brain. Like, you've never actually played either of those fucking games. Enforcer is genuinely dog shit.
And I actually made a review of Enforcer, and the reason I remember is I recorded the entire game in one night because the internet was out.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me the story. Yeah, it's just like, oh, my internet's out. What am I gonna do? I guess I'll make a video about it and play an entire game of Enforcer.
Because I was on a big binge of Enemy Unknown at the time, so I thought I should play one of the old XCOM games. But which one isn't talked about very much?
Yeah, which one? And I wonder why that's the case. Oh, that's why.
It has a Pac-Man level in it. That's good.
I was going to say, actually, because like we're talking about how the Bureau could have been better. Enforcer is kind of like, it's almost close to being good because it's got that, it's very twin-stick shootery feeling. And
it's very cheesy. It's tonally another world from this game.
Well, I was going to say Dresner feels like a character, could have been a character. Dresner would have been the most serious character in Enforcer. But in the Bureau, he's like I've invented a new weapon for you.
Well, yeah, like the scientist in Enforcer who's called like Abel or something. He's, the stereotypical nerdy, high pitched.
Jeez, the aliens are attacking. Yeah, kind of thing.
Oh god, I can't do that pitch.
Oh god.
According to my calculations.
What? They just keep getting bigger and uglier.
If he had a bow tie, it would spin. Like that's
yeah. No, if he saw a sexy woman, he would do like 20 minutes of kind of japes, as pratfalls and japes. God bless him. But yeah, that's kind of what Dresner's character's like in this. Again, it's funny, like this game doesn't really have a ton of levity, but again, it's the prestige thing. Levity isn't prestige.
No, levity detracts. Like the most you get is a joke where Barnes cuts off Folk. That's it.
Yeah, it's characters, but yeah, it's the Nathan Drake thing. It's the characters are cheeky, but nothing's funny. Like there
are a few quips in this game, but they're very out of left field. Like they don't land either. It's just like the game can't decide where the tone should be.
Yeah, which the final level's a little bit of that as well. Is just that like you are very much on an alien ship at this point, and there is a little bit of the kind of starry-eyedness of like, wow, I can't believe we're in outer space. But then everyone else is like, straight to the fucking mission, get it done.
That's like, oh yeah, by the way, you board the UFO and you go into space because turns out Axis is there now, so this will this time it will really do it.
Yeah, it turns out that in between the level, while you were while William Carter was trying to flush an alien down the toilet, Axis's spaceship is just now in the upper atmosphere. Yeah, don't worry about it, I guess.
Just get in the UFO. We're gonna go. This time it will work. So when we attacked Axis at his river base where he was making the sleepwalker juice, he got away. When we set off a nuke in his house, he had already left.
Yeah.
But this time he's really not leaving.
He only has one house left. This is it. This is how we get to him.
Third time's the charm.
Yeah, third time lucky. No fucking Bioshock subversions there. They still have to keep to the video game rule of threes, I suppose. But, yeah. But there is a slice version with... should we bring William Carter with us?
Why?
I know. Yeah, why? Why should we bring him?
We don't want him to brig, so we may as well see it get some use.
We don't want him to get into trouble on the base. Well, the base has been completely fucking bombed out. Well, they show the cutscene where Marin Fogg is like, I'm so sorry to everyone who's now getting their asses absolutely blown the fuck up. But the spaceship literally only has enough room for 7 people. And we've decided to bring the guy along with us who's completely betrayed us.
Like, especially, they save him, they put him in the brig, and they're super apologetic, and they're like, Carter, you were a good agent. And then it's like, oh, the only reason Carter was any good was because he had alien powers. What a fucking chode.
Yeah, because an alien was fucking puppeting him like... An alien had a hand up his ass like Sooty and got him to command the entire squad.
Like, we've saved you, but we are going to dunk on you relentlessly for this entire mission.
It is really interesting because it's like they want to have the cake and eat it of like the Spec Ops the Line thing of like calling the player like a dummy, because it's like, oh, you thought you were hot shit, huh? Well, fuck you, it's because you had an alien up your ass.
I actually thought that was more complimentary, of saying, oh, Carter was never cool, but you, the player,
but that's what
cool.
I mean. Yeah, no, but it's also the complimentary thing of, wow, you're so fucking cool at like commanding, like, again, because, well, that's the schism, isn't it? Is that you played 80% of the game as William Carter until you discovered you're an alien, and now, like, they want to dunk, like, that's the thing, they want to be able to like dunk on the gruff military protagonist sort of thing towards the end, but the only way that you can do that is by literally disconnecting the player from that character.
It takes some of the venom out of it, and it's also, so I liked Carter enough that when the twist happened, it's like suddenly he was like this fucking comic book villain. Nah, I'm gonna bomb the base if you don't get the fuck out of my head. It's like, what the fuck, who are you? And I guess that's the point. But that's why it's really weird, the line is kind of blurred between, okay, so how much of that was ever really Carter?
That's what I mean.
When you're the ethereal in everyone else's head, they're still them, but they say, oh, he's just kind of in here, but I'm still me.
Like, to spoil a far, far, far better game than this one that came out 2 years later, but that's MGS5's entire thesis is like, who is Big Boss, and like how much a Big Boss is affected by his legendary status, which was built up in cutscenes and like, you know, the writing of those games, and how much was built up by player actions. And this game kind of wants to achieve that, but like, even like, again, I'm not going to mention the 6 months thing. I think even with like sort of the ability that 2K Marin had as a developer, they can't, even if Ken Levine worked on this, I don't think they could have quite pulled it off, like, you know. And I don't know whether that just goes... It comes
very late in the game, and there's no angle to the twist beyond it being a twist. It's like, you thought you were this guy, but you're not. And you just kind of look at it and go, okay. And then you're rolling your hand like, and?
No, again, there's
no and.
It's at least Kojima spells it out to you by saying, yeah, the thing about, like, you know, the thing about video game characters is that they're not just made by the developers, they're also made by the players. And it's like, okay, cool. Not the strongest message, but that's enough to kind of hang a game on. But yeah, like, this has not, like, this, again, to go back to, I think this is a good game, and I think this is a cool twist, but it's just, again, to go back to the sort of the hollowness of prestige games, what is the point of having a subversion if there's no, like, point to it?
Yeah, it's like, everything in this game never really amounts to anything, both in design and accidentally. Yeah. And then this twist is just, oh, okay then. I'm genuinely trying to rack my brains for what this says about the construction of the game, about like the relationship between player character and player. But you don't look back on anything you do as William Carter and think, and it's not put in a new light by the reveal that, oh, it was an alien all along, because also the alien doesn't totally directly control you, and how aware was Carter of any of this?
No, exactly. And like, you know, you could even make a point of like, oh, it's a generico third-person shooter because you took over like a military guy and that's all he knows. And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't get subverted in the final level. Like, you don't, you know, you're not in first person, and then the game doesn't turn into enemy unknown in the last like moments of the game, which maybe could have been more interesting. But like, you know, so again, it's like, it's all mouth, but no, like, it's all, yeah, it's like a piece of...
Okay, even the thing I was trying to think about is like, okay, well, if you pick Weir, then suddenly a science guy is very good at combat, so that's interesting. But then it's like, oh no, Weir goes into the fact that he is a combat veteran as well. Like,
everyone's a combat veteran.
Everyone you can pick has combat experience.
Yeah, exactly right. It's like, what a fucking waste. You know, they just basically were able to like write gaps in any potential holes of this thing of like, oh yeah, everyone's a third-person shooter protagonist, so it doesn't matter. It's like, again, it's
imagine if people... imagine this in the final level. Imagine if once the Ethereal is outed as a thing, imagine if you just played as 3 generic squad members, but you could swap between them.
Oh, like the Xbox version of Battlefield 2, where you could swap, or drive as San Francisco.
Yeah, and like suddenly everyone is a protagonist because it's revealed like, well, I'm the Ethereal now, so now my big twist is I'm just gonna like play whoever the fuck I want, because
oh hell yeah,
and like maybe like you're trying to pilot these guys to the character you actually want to control, whether that be Weir or whether that be like Weaver, or you know, so suddenly all the generic squad guys are the frontliners until you can get back to like an actual character.
And you know what? If that game had come out, all the reviews would have said, well, the game's really shit up until the last 20 minutes. Why wasn't the entire game like that?
You know what? Yeah, exactly right. Like, wow, thanks to the twist, the coolest mechanic had to be, like, just sequestered until the last minute.
It's a game that would only be remembered in, like, Games Radar top 5 games that were shit until the last 10 minutes kind of, like, thing. God, yeah. See, that's what I mean, like, that's why I find like so frustrating about this game is just the fact that you can see how like it's like a kid that can do better in school. It's like I can see like a better game. I can see multiple better games inside of this one, but what they ended up with, and I think partially, and again, like I always hate on bullet signs just the easy answer being, well, they didn't have enough time to make a better game. Because I even think if you just get into the bedrock of the fact that they wanted to make this a prestige game, it was always going to be hamstrung by the fact that, oh no, it can only really do this, this, and this. In a way that, to go back to when we were talking about Firaxis and Enemy Unknown, the fact that they were treating that as a downloadable game meant that there was no pretensions of what it had to be. They basically said, oh, make whatever the fuck you want, kind of thing, because we know that this is going to be a download, this is only merchandise for something else. And then when they were able to incubate that and make a more interesting game, 2K saw that and went, oh, fuck yeah, why were we sleeping on this? This is good. Like,
at least they caught it in time.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Versus Enemy Unknown, versus the Bureau XCOM Declassified, where it's just constantly that, as we said, they're playing with the dial, they're trying to get through the static of trying to find an interesting game, and they never really do.
It's just a bunch of half-baked ideas that, like, yeah, you can see all the glimmers of hope in kind of every element of this, but it's like, oh, it's not really doing it. You're not getting anywhere.
No, and the biggest problem with it is that it's fine. Of all the complaints that we have about this game, it's still very playable. You can still go around and have a great time with it, but you're just so fucking annoyed because you know that it can be so much of a better idea. Like, and the fact that, well, the main one being is that they're never going to do another. Well, actually, I don't know. I was going to say they're never going to do another version of this.
I think XCOM, the IP, is in a weird spot at the moment because the main guy who was kind of pushing the new ones, he's left the company and said he's never. If I'm thinking of the right guy, he's left and said, I'm never doing another strategy game. So yeah,
Jake Solomon was kind of, again, to go back to the whole Jeff Keighley auteur theory. He was the guy for the way that Sid Meier was for the Civilization games. He was the main, he was the lead visionary of those XCOM games, and he worked on Enemy Unknown, and he worked on 2. He handed the gauntlet to somebody else for Chimera Squad, but then that game just never really. And I like Chimera Squad, but that game never quite found the audience that
I'm gonna being a bit pessimistic because I own Chimera Squad, but I don't think it was ever going to pick up an audience the same way because people like the kind of flexibility and freedom. So it's going to be fun, but it is at best going to be a side game while you wait for the main course, surely.
And the funny thing is that when they started developing the game, they treated it like that. They said, this is a side project. We want to experiment with ideas with XCOM, but then for some reason got bumped up to being like a full game, which it never really was. And at the time, that was when Solomon was working on Marvel's Midnight Suns, a game that I like. It's not XCOM, and partially my issues with that game is what that game is doing. Not that the fact that it's not XCOM, it's just that the way that it does its strategy, I just don't particularly gel with. But also, it came out at the height of Marvel fatigue, so it's like, oh fuck, like what the absolute worst time for this game to come out. Because if this was a GameCube era game like fucking Ultimate Alliance, it would be remembered fondly as one of those games. But unfortunately, that is not the fucking universe that we live in. And yeah, as you said, Solomon left the company, has now moved elsewhere, and has said, strategy games are behind me. I've said everything that I wanted to within the genre, and I want to do something else. Which, fair enough, if you want new challenges, go ahead. But then, where does that leave XCOM outside of like modders who will eventually probably then make their own games, but in a vision of, well, I have issues with XCOM and I want it to be more like this. And not to throw shade on any of the modders of XCOM, but like, especially stuff like Long War, that isn't what I like about it. I don't want a more complex version of XCOM.
modders tend to be power users or people who want to play as their favorite characters and put them into the game. So what's come of the XCOM modding scene? Well, you got Long War, you got Long War 2, and from Long War team, they have gone off and they've done Terra Invicta. I think it's called Terra Invicta. Let me double check.
A game that you've promoted on this podcast.
I have promoted it, yeah, because it's Terra Invicta, and that is XCOM. It's not XCOM. I think it's kind of unfair to just say XCOM, but that is an alien invasion game. But what's it about? Well, it begins before the alien invasion. You know it's coming, and you've got to unite the Earth in preparation for it. Then the second half is a space war, which I can see how XCOM fans would want that, but that's not the XCOM fan I am. I'm glad it exists, by the way. I'm not putting it down, not saying, oh, they should
no.
what I like. But it's like, okay, cool. That's like kind of where we're going now. Well, that's like where someone has gone anyway, where no man has gone before.
Yeah. And that's always going to be the thing with indie stuff, which that's kind of become sort of my mindscape on a lot of indie games recently, because I know people have always said that, like, well, AAA is down the tubes and indie's going to be the savior of all of us. But, like, indie's not in a great place at the moment either, because the money for that stuff is just completely... The money that dried up for AAA also dried up for indie. So what we've ended up in is now with the fucking AAA initiative, where the only games that are getting funded are stuff that's like, oh, it's like a game that I already recognize. Okay, cool, thumbs up. And it's like, you're not really getting much creativity there, but it's still being tuned down the funnel of, well, I can only make so much of this game, so I'm just going to focus on the stuff that I find interesting. And you end up in a situation like, and I'm not going to name him because he's a good friend of ours, but like with something like Hades, where if you're a fan of roguelikes and people are telling you this is the best roguelike ever made, and you play it and you're like, this isn't what I fucking like about roguelikes.
Yeah, that is always the tricky thing of when you are a kind of, let's say, specialist fan of something, it gets way harder. And then it does get very annoying to sing praise of, oh, they've finally done it right. And then you play it and it's like, no, they've done it simpler. They've made it easier to digest, which is cool if your taste buds aren't attuned to this, but like it's like all the kind of games that like 2D, like I like 3D platformers. A lot of the big indie 3D platformers aren't to my tastes, which have gone into like Spark is to my taste. That's made by a Sonic fan, so I got perfectly served because for once, like something was totally on my wavelength. But that's a very rare, very lucky scenario.
Yeah, in a way that like Enemy Unknown was like the original game was to me, whereas like I had never gelled with a strategy game before until that one. Like that was the knock on for me. And like I know that in 2K's mind, they were looking at something like the Bureau as being like, well, this could potentially be your onboarding into something like that, but can't quite fully commit to that. And then when it looks at the other way of that, oh, it's a BioShock prestige game, well, those people aren't being satisfied either because it's kind of weird and clunky and doesn't quite pull any of its ideas off. So it's like, we've ended up in this kind of weird place with games now where
if you like Mass Effect, this doesn't have any of the relationship mechanics or deep RPG choices. If you like Mass Effect for the combat, this is a rigid, worse version of it. If you like BioShock for its twists, this one doesn't say anything about games or philosophy or anything, really.
I mean, granted, neither really did BioShock. Well,
but BioShock had a better illusion of it. BioShock hit the drum a bit harder of like, oh, an Irishman said it, so it sounds kind of poetic.
The thing with BioShock is that people always kind of gassed up the crazy taxi arrow was the bad guy all along, which is a stupid... And again, that goes to the thing of, okay, and what does that mean? Oh, it means that people who play games are too conditioned by UI. Okay, that's... Like,
all right, cool. Okay. So am I going to ignore the arrow in the next game I fucking play?
Okay, all right. Oh, and are we going to like do a twist? No, okay.
All right, next time I play GTA, I'll turn the GPS off. That's... Oh, wait, cool.
Where do I go? This is the more interesting thing is just the you go on the small world ride and like Walt Disney says, being a libertarian is the fucking best thing in the entire universe. And then you get off the ride and and it's a fucking shit tip and you're like, this game is good. Like this is you summed up this entire game in 30. I don't need to play the rest of the game. You just fucking nailed it from there.
I think the funniest thing is like the exact same beat is done in the opening of Doom, and people talk about that example more. It's like, People talk about the opening of Bioshock as like, man, this libertarian paradise, look at it, lads, we did it. And then you get off and yeah, it's a dump. And everything went to shit because this philosophy can't be fully sustained. But then in Doom, a man says, I did it for the good of humanity. And Doom guy looks at a corpse and looks up and it's like, that was good. You did.
And then in Infinite, they forgot to do that because you go on the space shuttle ride and you end up in picturesque America, and then they go, "Oh, isn't this bad?" And it's like, "Well, I haven't seen anything bad." Well, yeah, no, they go, "Isn't this bad?" Because
we're kept aloft by the power of racism.
Yeah, well, it isn't even that. It's kept aloft by the power of fucking science fiction bullshit that has nothing to do with the racism. It's just basically, oh, imagine if America seceded from America and became more racist. It's like, I don't know, Ken. Like, people are living in that right now. Like, this isn't really saying anything, bud.
You didn't need to go into the sky for this. You just needed to jump to a different state.
And then because he became like so high on his own supply, he became an enlightened centrist. He was like, actually, what if racism could be good as well as bad? And it's like, no, Ken, stop. Miss Levine, stop.
I can't believe it. After 10 years, he's finally making another Bioshock.
And you know what the problem is? I can't wait for it. I'm really excited for Judas. And it's an unironic thing. It's unironic because I do genuinely like this. Again, let's talk about fucking throwbacks. He's doing a throwback to the fucking era of prestige 360 games with fucking Judas, where it's like, was a dumbass FPS, but it's got a lot of big ideas in it. And it's like, cool, Ken, I can't wait to go on this fucking roller coaster with you again. But it is also the unironic thing of like, oh, you're gonna fucking fudge this. And so I can't wait to see how you're gonna...
Do you know what philosophy he's picking on this time? Like, what bookshop has he been in?
Yeah, that's why, like, what book is this? Because 10,000% it's going to be about mean tweets. Because that's all anybody writes about nowadays. It's like, a guy was mean to me on Twitter. Are we more polarized than ever? And it's like, no, you're a fucking dipshit. Like, you didn't need to make a game about this, dumbass.
Calm down.
Which is why Kojima's the best, because he was the guy who was like, actually, should we make a game about why we should all be nice to each other? And he was able to get it out before COVID happened, and it's like the ultimate COVID game. Like,
what if he's imagined a world where everyone's nice, and then he's jury-rigged the systems so that you have to be nice, and that is somehow more insightful than a game where it's like, what if this philosophy would really fuck you in the long run?
Yeah, like, again, it's just so... Again, it is the ultimate middlebrow thing of just like, yeah, I read a book. Yeah, we're going to stay with this book to this game. Like, versus Prey, which is a game that nobody remembers, and that's because it was smart enough to go, we're not going to do... That's lame. Like, we're not going to do... That's stupid.
What if you could walk... What the philosophy of Prey was, if you could walk on the ceiling, that'd be mad.
Oh, well, that's Prey 07. I meant more...
I'm thinking of the other Prey. Yeah, well, there's two Preys here. That's
we got to do both. We got to do both Preys on the pod at some point. But the newer Prey is more just kind of like, don't trust anybody, not even yourself. It's like, okay, I won't. thanks, I guess. The Bureau XCOM Declassified. I have nothing else. This is the cleanest chicken carcass we've ever done on an episode of
wow. I'm amazed nearly 4 hours talking about this because, yeah, this is the most generic 2013 game.
So, like I said, it is the year of Bioshock Infinite, Mass Effect 3 was the year of Bioshock Infinite and The Last of Us.
Yeah, this was chasing all the weirdest trends, and I thought it had become what it was because of critical reception. I thought, you know what, people would have been... I take back a thought I had 4 hours ago, which was, you know what, if they had led with XCOM Enemy Unknown, this game would have been forgiven. No, this game would have been forgotten faster. Like...
Yeah.
Like, the only reason people can remember is like, this is the game that disappointed everyone before they were undisappointed by the review of, no, you're going to get what you want to. It's fine. We're not giving you a syndicate here. This is the genre you like.
I was going to say, I think the legacy of this game isn't that, like, I think if this had come out before the Firaxis one and it was an FPS game, it would be remembered. And if it was exactly like this, what we got, it would be remembered, like, in infamy. Now it's just forgotten. Like, it is... I think even most XCOM games, you would say to them, hey, did you know it had a third-person shooter? And they go, oh, Enforcer. You'd be like, no, the Bureau XCOM Declassified. I mean, that is a question. Do people remember this? Would people remember this game more than the weird Atari era of XCOM? I mean, that's the...
That's the kind of, at least... you know what the annoying thing is, XCOM Apocalypse, the kind of third one that is
Yes.
every time I read about that game, I think this sounds really interesting. And then you just kind of hear about how many fucking problems it has. And it's like, that's a shame. It's like the last city on Earth, if you blow up certain buildings, you hurt like your relationship with the business that owns that building, which can cause problems for your shopping. It's like, oh, that's really cool. And it's like, the combat system sucks. The systems barely work. And it's like, oh, damn. This sounds really neat. It's a damn shame.
Whereas with this, it's like, and we could staple on another 17 hours where we come up with better XCOM games than the one that we got here, but it is like, you'd say to somebody, oh, they made a third-person shooter based on XCOM, a cynical gamer would go, well, that was obviously fucking shit, wasn't it? Because, like, you know, anytime they turn a strategy game into, like, a dom shooter, it's always bad. Despite the fact that the two examples of when they did that, which is this and Syndicate, are both good. So that is incorrect completely.
I would say this is fine. I don't know if I'd go good.
This is both better than it does. This is better than you would expect it to be if you were a cynical person.
Yeah.
But it is also much worse than if you had like a bit more of an open mind and you go, oh, actually, yeah, because Enemy Unknown kind of looks like a third-person shooter. So if they made that in real time, yeah, that would be like really interesting. But then you play it and it's like, oh no, this is like this is a glass half empty. Like this is like there was so much potential on the table here from. Because when we were talking earlier about, like, how would you even do research and development, like, in a third-person shooter, did you ever play Starhawk, the PS3 game?
No, I've never played Starhawk.
So, Starhawk has this thing in its multiplayer that I don't know if anybody else ever did this, but, like, you play it like a shooter, but then you also basically had, like, a construction gun. And what that meant was that you could throw down temporary structures. And so it'd be, like, oh, like a simple FOB that you could use to like heal yourself, or you could put down like a communications tower so you can improve the map. Or like for the most part, you would use it to build like new vehicles or whatever. And what I thought was like, what if you had like a third-person shooter like an XCOM where you can't go back to base and do research and development, but what if like in the game world there were like little safe areas where maybe you do like little bits of crafting or whatever, but then what if maybe you could just throw out a little crafting table in the middle of a firefight, and at the risk reward of you might get shot, you can just build shit. Or like, oh hey, you know, you've done all this kind of creature research or whatever. If you can find a safe area for a second, then we'll let you unlock like temporary stuff or whatever. Like my thought was just leaning all in on the real-time kind of shooter aspect and just simplifying stuff down to, again, to go back to The Last of Us, a game that came out this year, you would have to like stop and pause to like build Molotovs or like to heal yourself and stuff like that, which isn't massively strategic, but you could see that being like the beginning parts of maybe like throwing a little bit of base building into, like if it was an open world game, imagine if you could just like build a base somewhere and you could just constantly get like Minecraft, like you can just build a base and constantly keep going back to that and improving that over time. Kind of.
Yeah.
Like, maybe not a good idea for XCOM. Maybe if that was like a zombie game or whatever, like that might be a good fit for that. But yeah, like this is a game that just fills me full of ideas of how can you, oh, even if you just wanted to go, no, we want to make BioShock. Okay, fine. Go back to first person, strip out all these, maybe even just remove the command layer altogether and maybe just have the idea that you just jump between different guys, whatever. Like, you know. There is a better way of doing
the idea in that abandoned XCOM squad combat game from the 90s that Enforcer came out of because they basically this project got too ambitious. They abandoned it and cannibalized it for parts to make Enforcer.
God, yeah. See, that's the thing.
Squad shooter was on the cards at one point. It's very odd.
And to go back to the kind of indie point that we ended up on, it's just like, I am surprised that these aren't ideas that people have picked up and kind of gone away with and figured out, you know, something to do with. Because I feel like there is probably a hunger for a game like this. It's just no one's quite tapped upon it. And whether that's just because of the state of indies at the moment, where it's like, no, you have to make a game like something, we have to make a game like Vampire Survivors because people know what that is and know that it's good. Or, you know, whatever. It's just like...
Balatro came out recently. There are still there's still experiments. There's going to be surprises that kind of hit us throughout the year. I think looking at stuff like Triple I as like this is the state of the indie scene. It's the broadcasted part of the indie scene.
That's true. Balatro and Vampire Survivors, though, both had the same thing of they were made by one guy over the course of like 5 years, just in their off time, though.
Yeah.
Like,
And hey, there could have been someone who's been working 4 years on their masterpiece, and it's going to come out real soon.
That's true. Somebody could literally, as we're speaking, could be making. I guess indies aren't making.
I mean, we got Xenonauts 1 and 2, but that's more in the classic XCOM style.
That's true. And I was about to say nobody's making third-person shooters yet. There are indies making first-person shooters, like the Zemanskis and stuff. Actually, no, not true. El Paso Elsewhere came out, and that is a third-person
and then
shooter.
also Risk of Rain 2. That's a third-person roguelike.
Yeah. Damn.
There are cathedrals wherever you look, or whatever that dumb quote
That's
is.
true. When are we getting the? What I'm waiting for is hashtag Bessa Bureau. that's the cathedral I'm looking for.
I think if we were gonna get Jordan Peters on an episode, I think it'd have to be Catechumen. That would.
Wow. Yeah. What game are we gonna have Jordan Peterson on for though?
Catechumen.
Oh wait, is that a game?
That is a game, yeah. Catechumen. It's a Christian FPS from the 90s.
Oh hell yeah! No, we got to get him on for that. God.
I know stuff. I know my weird games. It's pretty much all I know.
God, do you think it'd be like with Rogan, where he just bursts into tears at random stuff?
That's what I hope. I hope for reduce into tears on that episode. You know, I'm sorry to bring us back to the game, but I did realize there was
that's fine. Yeah,
there was one thing we forgot to talk about, and it's very lame. So.
Alright, well, let's talk about it anyways.
The final boss.
It's not really a final boss.
Yeah,
it's like
I know.
Waves.
It's a final wave. It's two mutons at once.
Oh, yeah, health. I was going to say, like, I know it's a stupid thing to say on bullet time, but it's just kind of like, if you want to imagine what this game is like, you've probably played it before. Like, there's nothing in this game, like, apart from the command stuff, like, all the scenarios in this game are, if you play Gears of War, you've played this game before.
Yeah.
And that goes down to when Cliff Bleszinski opened the box of the Covenant and looked inside and got a new game idea, which was Horde mode. Every single game after Gears of War 2 did Horde mode, and this game does Horde mode a fucking lot. There are like two little set pieces in it that I kind of like. One which is when you go on the mission with Nico and he's rigged an arena with explosives.
Yeah, that's a good bit, because suddenly your command interface gets, set off that mine, and you can play a little bit more strategically with, I've got to move this alien here to blow shit up.
And they kind of do that a little bit with when you meet up with Angela on a mission, you can just use it to do sniper. She's basically like an infinite sniper, essentially, which is like cool.
I forgot to bring it up, but I do want to get it out, which is way too late now, but the pacing in this game is terrible, combat-wise, gameplay-wise. Every level feels like 4 gunfights too long, where it's just... Because sometimes it will go like, okay, you've wiped every enemy from area, you progress. Oh, enemies coming from the back. So you do a lot of arenas, like, forwards then backwards to stretch the gameplay out. And the final mission is just the worst about it. It's like... It is nearly an hour and a half of the same arenas over and over again, culminating with, how do we do a final boss? How about we do a wave of 2 elite mutons, and you defeat them, and then we do another wave of 2 elite mutons, then we do a heavy sectopod, and for dessert, about 2 elite mutons.
And then you press a button and lay in the bath, and depending which character you played, that's the thing. And the ending that you get, whether it's good or bad, was based on which character you picked on the final mission.
Yeah, so even if you saved all the Sleepwalkers, if you picked Folk like I did, they're all killed off screen, so screw you.
So the best ending, quote, the best ending for this game is if you play as Weir, which means that they still send the outsiders home, which sucks, but they're able to cure all of the Sleepwalkers, which, funnily enough, when they're cured, they didn't remember anything.
That's
cool,
good.
All right, that cleans that up. And they're able to reuse alien technology into like human innovations and stuff. And during all of these end cutscenes, this is like the only mea culpa to people who like Enemy Unknown. They're speaking to they're speaking to the guy who says commander in Enemy. What is that game? He's the chairman, right?
Yeah, God, that's just like in fucking Deus Ex where there's like Bob Page. So
Bob Page is right at the end.
Yeah, you just occasionally get a pull of like, and Bob Page was there. Cool.
It'd be good if I have never beaten Syndicate. It'd be good if like the last level is what the credits is your guys explaining that to Peter Molyneux. I don't know what any of the characters are in Syndicate, so I'm just assuming Peter Molyneux is the poll they use to go, oh, that's the original Syndicate guy.
Oh my god. And
It's him.
in case you're wondering what's happening to Carter, by the way, because we just stopped talking about the story, Carter breaks free of the brig and he just kind of acts like a little bit of a ruffian during the final mission. He's like, oh, I'm gonna fuck things up for you. I'm releasing the aliens. Have fun. And then you get a choice of whether to kill him or not, if you're playing as Falk anyway. Like, he gets kind of beaten up and dragged in front of you and you're given a gun. It's like, do you kill Carter? Do you not? Doesn't matter. He's not even mentioned in the FMV at the end.
It is a really silly point, but it makes me think of, you know how people complained in Bioshock Infinite where it was like they gave you a button prompt whether to shoot a guy or not? This at least does do the Spec Ops line thing of that if you want to shoot Carter, you actually physically have to shoot him.
Yeah, it's got that edge.
Yeah.
You have to use the game's controls to enact a choice.
There we go. That's 0.01 of a point that I can give to this game. That's a decimal I can give in this game's favor. Over
It
Bioshock.
trusted the player. It didn't let us enter tactics mode and like lift Carter and do a combo kill.
Alley-oop.
Alley-oop.
Oh, you know that we were talking about voice stuff earlier. I forgot to mention that my favorite one, which is with Carter, of yeah, he's a gruff guy, but you can press the roll, and when he rolls, he does like Quake guy grunts.
Oh
Whoa!
yeah. I actually like the rolling animations in this game. They're very exaggerated. And like, especially if you do a backwards roll, he really like leans into it. It's quite interesting.
And you know what? I like doing them out of cover. It had a nice like kind of dynamic feel to it of like rolling out of cover and then snapping into another bit of cover. It's good. It's
pretty neat. There we go. That's naught too.
But then we go. I only mention that because for all of the command stuff, depending on what character you pick, they do re-record all of them with the different voice actors. So with Weir, he just go rather than saying alley up, I think he goes like up and away instead.
I like that. That's good. I can't remember what Falk says.
Up you go.
Probably, yeah.
Well, Angela is very kind of William. Well, actually, no, she's more William Carter because she doesn't say like alley up. I think she just goes, "I'm pulling him up." Up you go, kind of thing. Like, she's very dead serious about it. So there you go. That's another decimal that we can give towards this game.
They re-recorded some lines.
Yeah.
Well, they recorded some lines, sorry.
I think that I noticed as well, but I noticed it with Angela, and I don't think it's actually true, but like, because Weir wasn't so noticeable. But when Angela's taken over by the ethereal, she speaks more in kind of like a monotone. Like sort of like kind of averaged across the line, which I was like, oh, is that kind of like an alien thing? No, I think that just must have been a choice that the voice actress made, because with Weir, he doesn't do that.
Yeah, and I don't think Falk does either, but Falk is very like neutral sounding a lot of the time.
Anyways,
anyway.
Yeah.
So that could have been the actress just decided to, actually give
hey, I'm going to make an interesting choice here.
Yeah. And then neither of the other actors picked up on like, oh yeah, or Falk said, well, whoever was playing Falk said, well, fuck you, I sound neutral all the time anyway.
Yeah, what the fuck? This is my voice. How dare you? Girls. But yeah, the finale is you beat all the aliens, and then you get 3 different cutscenes, and the worst ending that you can get is Angela, because she just says, "Yeah, kill everyone."
Yeah, she didn't strike me as the kind to do that, but
no, I'm surprised by that as well. But no, she says, "Yeah, kill all the sleepwalkers," and it's like, oh fuck.
It rubs it in, especially because, as you said, playing with Weir, they forgot everything anyway. They were no threat to the operation.
No, exactly right.
Falk's ending isn't exactly pleasant because, well, he lets the sleepwalkers die humanely, which seems pointless because we cured them. But
fair enough.
Yeah, they're sedated. They're allowed to go out on hospital beds. So nice, good thing there. As for the outsiders, we turned them into slave labor, salvaged all their technology, and destroyed all of it. But we got the internet out of it, so that's good.
Oh, excellent. Cool.
Way.
Hey, thanks, Falk. And the XCOM chairman says, okay, I'll keep that in mind. And then throws all of the... Oh, yeah, and then again, to go back to this sort of dark heart thing that they never touch on about, like, oh, you have to redact this information. Yeah, all the cutscenes of them just, like, striking through all of this info with black marker. That's the only time this sort of CIA stuff comes in, is right at the end, is that they basically say, yeah, this interesting part of XCOM history never actually happens. And then in XCOM 2, they say, yeah, it doubly never happens.
Hey, you know this thing that didn't exist? It didn't exist.
And the only kind of, like, reflection that you do get of the Bureau, weirdly enough, is that... Did you ever play the expansion to Enemy Unknown, Enemy Within?
Yeah, I got Meld and I like that expansion. Yeah.
It's okay. I don't mind it, but like the human side that they had, Exalt, they're all dressed up like 60s guys, and I wondered whether
I
that
was reading some stuff, and yeah, there's kind of the implication that these guys are like a Splinter Cell from the Bureau, which is the one nod this game is gonna get.
So again, it kind of feels like, oh, was Enemy Within sort of designed to be like, yeah, no, this is part of XCOM lore, we're gonna build this in. But yeah, when they get to XCOM 2, they're just like, no, fuck you. kiss butts, we're not doing. And it might have been because, and even though this wasn't a real mini series because 2K Marin only made 2 games, yeah, after this one, that was it. That they were basically dissolved and put into other businesses. I mean, as I was saying with they were trying to get Infinite out the door anyways, so a lot of people were getting pulled off this right towards the end of the project to be put on Bioshock Infinite to get out the door for 2013 as well. And a lot of those people just stayed with Irrational until that got folded and either ended up at different parts of 2K, like Hangar 13, who did Mafia 3, or for some reason they decided to stick around with old Ken and are now at Ghost Story Games. So there we go. So yeah, that was the very short life of 2K Marin. They made Bioshock Infinite and they made this, both games that, I mean, have you played Bioshock 2 out of interest?
I have, yeah. So I wasn't plugged into the discourse when I did play it. I remember... So being not plugged in is very funny in this case, because I played Bioshock 1 and I liked it, but didn't see it as revolutionary. And I played 2 and thought that was fine. Then years later, people thought it was terrible, a horrible sequel to the first game, or just kind of meaningless, needless. And now that one has kind of turned again.
Yeah, the one was... Yeah, exactly. It became a thing of like people didn't... It was a bit like a Sonic CD kind of thing, which is like, oh, because Yuji Naka didn't work on it, it's not a real Sonic game. Whereas it was like, well, Ken Levine didn't work on Bioshock 2, ergo we can just not treat it as a real Bioshock game. Whereas, yeah, as you said, now the kind of opinions turn around and it's like, oh no, this is way more like, it's everything that Bioshock did, but better. It's better mechanics, better gameplay. Even the story is kind of more like, the only thing that hasn't really got going for it is that like the libertarian stuff is turned into kind of like half-baked collectivism stuff, but even like can't really commit to that. So it's mostly just playing in a sandbox of, oh, this is an interesting world to play in. But hey, I guess I say more about that on the episode. But I was gonna say, like, of the 2 games that they made, which would you say either you like more or is better?
Well, I hate Bioshock Infinite, so...
Yeah.
But I can't say I really like this. It's just not bad. It's fine. Like,
well, they didn't make Infinite, they made Bioshock 2.
Oh, sorry, 2. Okay, I guess 2 takes that one, yeah. I think.
Okay, good, easy, because I was going to say the same thing. Yeah, Bioshock 2 is a better game than this.
Yeah, like, no, I don't hate this, but I just kind of nothing this at the end of it. Like, I started off and I thought, wow, this isn't working. Then the powers kind of came in. It's like, okay, it's fine. It's got a rhythm. It's all right. Then I realized I was just constantly fighting to get into it, and the story was going nowhere. Well, when the story went nowhere and the twist didn't really kind of add up to much, it's like, like this game can really just be summed up with a noise.
Yeah, no, it is. It's just, yeah, it's just it's the woman shrugging emoji. The game.
You could do worse.
I will say though, because you did mention Infinite, and obviously this comes out the year of Infinite and The Last of Us. I mean, I'm not going to make it too easy because I know which game you'll say if I said which is better, that Infinite or The Last of Us. So again, is this better than Bioshock Infinite?
In my opinion, I'd sooner play this over Infinite. Infinite is a terribly tedious game.
Yeah, no, Infinite is very much the Emperor's New Clothes for like the prestige FPS, I think, which is why The Last of Us then picks up the crown of, oh, this is what prestige games will now be from now on. And
we have told a perfectly serviceable zombie story, but we did it in a medium which apparently has never had one, so it's amazing.
No, exactly. We made a third-person shooter that's kind of as good as like an NFX show or or one of the AMC shows that wasn't what's it called, Mad Men or Breaking Bad.
And then Joel did something unbelievable.
Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't say that like Super iPad. And then Joel does something unbelievable. He dies.
He falls down the stairs while I go into photo mode.
Ellie, I keep falling down the stairs. Yeah.
Ellie, help!
I'm now wondering though, like, what's going to be because now I feel like kind of people are getting a bit sick of the Sony stuff, or maybe that's just me with wishful thinking.
I think here's the thing. I think
Yeah.
gaming discussion has become so it's funny because it's all on Twitter, but there's so many people on Twitter that's become so decentralized that a few years ago it was easy to kind of tap in and think there's a few thought leaders. So when all these people say, "Oh, The Last of Us is really big and meaningful," you kind of feel like, "Oh, there is a really big shift going on." Last of Us 2, bit more divisive, a bit more scattershot because of both the leaks and because in the end. I don't even know where I go with that thought, but I think you know where I'm heading with it.
Well, we'll do The Last of Us 2. We'll do on. Well, actually, we don't have to do it on Bullets time. Fucking Jake and Blake did it on Something Rotten, so there we go.
It's just people kind of. I don't even want to say take it the wrong way. I think I watched. I'm sorry. I'm trying to pick my words very carefully here. I don't think it's terrible, but the people who praise it to high heaven aren't in their right minds either.
Right. No,
it's but it's too divisive and it's come to represent too much that to even say it's middling is taking an extreme position.
We're in very politicized times, I think.
Yeah. I think it's a fine third-person shooter. I think its themes of revenge are... people treat it very hypocritically, I'd say, where they say, "Oh wow, look what it's doing with revenge," where it's really not actually doing what a lot of people think it is.
No, I think it's as you said, because the game was so politicized out the gate, sort of defending was seen as a bit of like an act of like rebellion, which meant that a lot of people. It was a bit like The Last Jedi. Like, I like that. I think that film is fine, but like...
I walked out of that thinking that was a perfectly fine action flick, not realizing that it was going to lead to years of discourse. What a bizarre thing.
But it's now you have to be performative in saying, no, actually, it was probably the best film of like the past 10. And it's like, well, you don't have to say that. Like, you can just say it's fine.
It's just an action movie. It's a fucking kids franchise. It's a fucking adventure serial franchise. It's not that fucking serious, man.
No, like it's the Marvel thing as well. It's that like you cannot not like like if you don't like Marvel stuff, it's seen like an attack on Marvel fans. It's like that's not the case, and I think Sony were able to weaponize that really well with like, you don't like Ratchet and Clank? What the fuck is wrong? How fucking dare you not like, the Sony first party games? And it's like, I don't know.
Look, I checked out of superhero movies after like the Spider-Man Raimi trilogy. I've had my fill, man. I'm just not into this.
And then that was it. They never got any better after that.
Yeah, I watched the first of the I watched both Amazing Spider-Man movies, and I thought, you know what? I'm good. I don't need any more superhero stuff.
I don't need another Spider-Man origin story. I know where it came from.
I'm gonna cheer when I see Maria get killed in Sonic the Hedgehog 3, but I don't need to see Uncle Ben eat it again. I've seen enough.
Yeah, but imagine if that happened in the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, though. That'd be really weird.
If Uncle Ben died in the Sonic the Hedgehog.
If Shadow killed Uncle Ben.
That'll be good.
Yeah, that'd be really funny, though. God.
Oh, okay, yeah, I do need to see him killed by Shadow's hand, but after that...
God. I know that we've been having this thing of, like, we want to wrap up talking about the game, but I haven't even got into the Metacritic of this yet. Do you want to take a guess on what the Metacritic score is for the Bureau XCOM Declassified?
Oh, man, that's hard. I am going to guess 57.
Ooh, higher than that is 66.
Oh.
So not a 7 out. It is lower than a 7 out of 10, which I would say sort of deserving for that. It's not
fair. There's been the argument going around on Twitter lately that because of American grading systems, no one gets what a 10-point scale is meant to be. 6 doesn't mean bad. 6 means it's above average. And you know what? Yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is.
The kindest review it got, funnily enough, was from Joystick, who gave it an 80, that said, paradoxically, the Bureau XCOM Declassified feels immediate and inclusive as a strategy game, relying more closely on your rapid-fire commands than the burst of your rifle. The odd hybrid is far from being fully evolved, but it's well suited to further study, which I think kind of sums up, why this episode is 4 hours and 20 minutes, which is that this could have been a far more interesting game if they had like a second attempt at it, which will probably never happen.
It is an uncomfortable mixing of two genres, which you can see what they're going for, but damn, they don't make it there.
Yeah, Edge I think also sums up really well. They gave it a 6 out of 10, which is it's a slick slice of B-movie alien blasting. In short, but we're glad it's standing alongside a more authentic take on XCOM rather than wearing its visage but not quite acting the same. So I think, it sums up that.
I kind of broadly agree, but I don't think it hits B-movie vibes. I think it slinks into that occasionally, but can never settle on where it wants to be tonally.
It's prestige. It can never fully commit to genre. Like it's trying to do elevated genre. Essentially, it doesn't.
Yeah,
pull it
it's
off.
like, hey, what if we did the 50s B movie, but we kind of brought it into the modern day, and you kind of lose the charm of both when you do that.
Yeah, and again, it's like it just does kind of go into this game, which is damning with faint praise, which is that thank God a quote real XCOM game came out because this would be so shit otherwise. And it's like, no.
Oh, I can kind of see there would be lingering disappointment if there wasn't an XCOM sub-series alongside it.
Yeah, and I guess it's like, if Banjo-Kazooie Nuts Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts got the XBLA re-releases of the N64 games, which probably took a bit of the sting out of that. But yeah, it's the thing of
there is a tricky thing because it's a bit of a glib example, but
sure.
Okay, and I'm gonna say this. Not everyone was thinking this rationally about it. There were a lot of people who were just angry. But a big part of the fear when something like DMC Devil May Cry comes out.
Oh, yes.
Yes. When that didn't do terribly well, you kind of have to go, shit, does this mean the franchise I like also died because something connected to its IP died? So if this game was all that came out and this didn't do terribly well, there is the very real fear that, well, that means the chances of a quote-unquote proper XCOM kind of die alongside it, even though that's a very unfair, it's very unfair that it gets dragged down by something that's not what the series ever was before.
It feels like a blood purity test. Like, I've seen a lot of people, I don't know when this episode's going out, but when they announced the remake it's kind of a re-release of Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, I've seen so many people go, you need to buy this game because it's going to send a clear message to Nintendo that this is the kind of Paper Mario that we want. It's like, no. Nintendo will look at the sales data and what they'll probably just see is that, Paper Mario is popular, let's put a new one into production. But that doesn't mean it's going to be
yeah, they're never going to read the intent the exact way you want. That's because you and Nintendo do not have the same goals.
That's why data analysis is a job. And as he said earlier, people on Twitter isn't as much as people like to pretend that it was the kind of the voice of the internet, it's not really the case. It's more like the loud minority more than it is like the silent majority. So
yeah, people who are perfectly content aren't posting about it.
No, exactly right. So I will say though, because it's always a fun thing whenever we do it on the podcast. I did decide to see what Destructide wrote about this game, and good for us, it is a Stephanie Sterling review. She gave it a 45 and says, the Bureau XCOM Declassified desperately wants to be liked, but by failing to satisfy in any direction, all it succeeds in being is a disappointment. It wants to be a strategy game without being a strategy game. It wants to be a shooter without being a shooter. And it wants to be XCOM without being XCOM. As such, it's nothing.
Well, so is your writing.
Damn. God,
that's fucking harsh, but
boom. Hold on, let me mix in some Radio 1 Extra fire in the booth sound effects.
I don't like Stephanie Sterling.
No, it's alright particularly. And you know what? I'm glad that we were talking about the worm turn, and I'm glad that people are starting to wake up a little bit to the fact that she's not a very good writer nor person. There we go. But there we are. So that was XCOM, the Bureau XCOM Declassified. A game
James,
can
I have a thumbnail request for this thumbnail request for the episode, which is just the game's logo but out of order?
I was going to say I might ask Harry to write me a bit of code, which is it constantly updates the title of the podcast. So sometimes it's the Bureau XCOM Declassified, sometimes it's Declassified the XCOM Bureau, sometimes it's the XCOM Bureau Declassified. That'd be good. Right, let's bring it home with the quiz. And this game would have qualified for the charts the 24th of August 2013. So I'm using VG charts for this, for these are Yankee charts, which is exciting. Now, Snake, do you, if you believe it qualified for the charts, where do you think it came in?
I think it... Okay, what does the number go up to on the charts on this one?
So on VG charts, I think it goes up to 30.
Okay, that that makes it less likely in my mind. I'm gonna stake down. This did chart. I'm gonna say it charted at 20.
You're not gonna believe this. This game charted at number 5 this week.
Whoa, okay. It came out the gate okay then. Came out the gate in the numerical score it belongs to.
Yeah, it literally came out the smack average of the top 10 this week. It sold 90k copies in its first week, which, not terrible, but it does drop off massively the week after.
Didn't have a long tail.
Yeah, and basically, and looking at the other sellers on this, like, all the ones above it are all doing, like, 100Ks pretty bigly. So, which we might as well start with number 1 in the charts, which is also new this week, is a developer that we have covered on this podcast, and a developer that you have covered twice. Oh yeah, we've covered this developer twice on this podcast, and both episodes that you have been on, which is exciting. Third-person game.
Okay, developer. We haven't done Ubisoft on here. It's not Ubi, is it?
It is not a Ubisoft game.
Okay,
no.
I've covered them twice. Wow, I'm bad at... I want to say as well, I want to give myself something. I'm going to be extra slow on this quiz because we've been going 4 hours and my brain is fucked.
Yeah, there may be some medicine for...
Yeah, I'm going to give it a go, though. I'm going to give it a go.
That's fine.
I'm also trying to think who the fuck I've talked about. My God. Okay.
We've talked about them very recently. I'll give you a clue. We've spoken about them with Mitch and Stuck Matty.
Ah, okay. So, alright, this is Volition. So,
this is a Volition game.
Saints Row the 3rd.
It's not the 3rd.
The 4th.
It is Saints Row 4 by Volition and Deep Silver, which at this point has, well, yeah, it sold nearly 500,000 in its first week, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I do little personal histories, but I really don't have much of one where it's like, I don't even think I co-opted it with my best mate Jack, which I had done for 2 and 3. And I think by this point, we were just kind of checked out. Neither of us liked 3. I bought 4 just because, they got powers. Sure, I'll see it through. You know, it was originally meant to be a DLC that got turned into a full game.
I did know that. Yeah, it was called Enter the Dominatrix, and then they turned it into, its own game, right?
Yeah, and I just kind of played that with a... Well, this isn't the game I like anymore, but I don't have as much bitterness as I do for 3 anymore, so...
The funny thing is that I got into the series for 3, and I remember liking it, but I remember liking it at the time because it was a similar thing to how a lot of people felt about Sunset Overdrive, which was... I think I was a bit tired of, like, Ubisoft and Rockstar-style open-world games, so playing this, it was like... Oh, this like the third one, I was like, oh, this reminds me of sort of like Crackdown and like kind of those more loosey-goosey ones. I was like, oh, this is great. But then by the time I got to 4, I think I was so exposed to other open world games that I was like, the magic's, I'm donezo with this. Like, I'm not really.
It's funny as well because I've also considered Saints Row the 3rd the game where it does get its own identity. So to hear that, like, you played it and thought, oh, okay, but then you played a bunch of other games, came back, and it's like, oh, I've had this.
Yeah, no, but when I got to 4, I was just kind of like, nah, this is I'm not on your wagon at this point. I'm not feeling it. So, but now the 3rd, I still have strong memories about. But like 4, it was just like, nah, I'm out of the series, and it turns out that Volition nearly were as well. So there we go. Then they went on.
Volition is a fascinating company, management wise and decision wise.
Yeah, they got bandied around a lot. They were at THQ and obviously Deep Silver here, and then they ended up with Embracer, and now they're gone. So, not good. Now, you mentioned Ubisoft. Number 2 this week is another new entry. It's a game from them. I think it's a third-person shooter, if it's not as a first-person shooter. But it's definitely a shooter. And you know what, I'll make it even easier for you as well, just because it narrows it down.
Tom Clancy?
It's based on Tom Clancy.
Okay, so I'm trying to think what third person. Well, was it a Ghost Recon?
It wasn't Ghost Recon, no.
Okay, Ghost Recon kind of didn't stop doing as well after Advanced Warfighter, I feel.
No, but this is 2013, so this is still when this franchise is relevant, but we haven't seen a new one of these in a long while.
It's not Rainbow Six, is it?
It's not a Rainbow Six.
Yeah, okay, because you said first or third person, and that game was both.
It's just I genuinely can't remember if this... So this is the series that's usually third person. Oh, so this is probably a third person game then.
Splinter Cell?
It is a Splinter Cell, but which one?
Oh god, I can't remember. They had so many weird subtitles. Conviction?
It's the one after Conviction.
Deadly... No, god, Pandora's Tomorrow, that was the second game. Chaos Theory was the... No, Chaos Theory might have been the second game. You can tell I checked out of this series early, because I'm...
Yeah, no, so it's Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory, Pandora Tomorrow, Conviction, Double Agent, and then this one.
No, sorry, man, I'm never going to get it.
That's fine. So new this week, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell: Blacklist.
Nope, I would have not got that. That was never coming to mind.
Yeah, I think this was like the last one they did, funnily enough. But yeah, Call of a Million Souls.
One of them got retooled, which I was really disappointed about. I don't remember what it was, but it was after the Xbox gen. And I was thinking, I might get back into this series, because the early previews were like, Sam has now left the agency and you've got to use social stealth and you're just a civilian and it's going to be very...
I think that's either Double Agent. Yeah, no, I think that's Double Agent, because that's also the one where
Didn't they just retool it into more of a standard third-person shooter, but also you're not with the agency, rather than social stealth, be careful?
Oh yeah, no, there's no social stealth in it. No, it's mostly, it's a little bit like Hitman Absolution in a weird way, which is also a social stealth series that kind of... Yeah, and for that one they kind of dropped that. But that's the game where they had all the like the UI prompts and like objective stuff. They would just project that onto the size of buildings and stuff, which I always thought was cool. But hey ho. Right. Number 3 this week is another new entry, is a game from Disney. And the genre of it is kind of a bit weird, because it's a mix of lots of different
Is it the Disney
stuff.
Worlds game, like the Infiniverse, buy our statues and pop them into the thingamajig?
I'll give you that, because he partially said the name. It is Disney Infinity.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't remember the thing, but I knew what game he was talking about, because it was that and that Spyro spin-off thing.
Yeah, so obviously Activision had Skylanders, and this was Disney looking to cash in on that.
Yeah, I couldn't remember Infinity, but yeah, you could buy a lot of add-ons for that, and they for a while dominated the racks at CEX.
Yeah. Number 4, which has been in the charts for 12 weeks, is the Xbox 360 port of probably the biggest PC game of that time. And probably still one of the biggest PC games of all time. So.
2013 biggest PC Overwatch?
No, it's not Overwatch.
No, it's a few years too early.
I'll give the clue. I think this is, according to Wikipedia, this is the best-selling game of all time.
Oh, Minecraft.
It is Minecraft Xbox 360 edition from 4J Studios, which as of 12 weeks has sold 700k copies. So, pretty good. And will obviously go on to sell even more than that. Number 5, we already know, is the Bureau XCOM Declassified, sold 90k across both consoles and PC.
I mean, it's funny to think a lot that side by side with Minecraft at any point in history.
And it's really funny to think of, this list is super interesting in regards to, what got to propagate and what was kind of, weird gimmicks of its day. Which, kind of number 6, sort of fits into that. It's been in the charts for 2 weeks. It's an RPG starring one of gaming's most famous mascots and his brother.
It's a Mario RPG.
It is a Mario RPG.
Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story?
It's not. It's a Mario and Luigi. It's not Bowser's Inside. I'd be surprised if you get this. It's a 3DS one, so this would have been...
Partners in Time.
It's no Partners in Time, no.
Oh, that's the only subtitles I remember.
I'll give you a clue, because it might help you come up with what the pun name of it is. It's a game that is about heading into Luigi's dreams.
Dream Team.
It is Mario and Luigi : Dream Team for the Nintendo.
Wow, I am out of my element, because no memory of this one. I'm struggling on the subtitles today.
100k copies sold, though, of 2 weeks. Number 7 has also been in the charts for 2 weeks. It is an FPS sequel about bank robbers.
Payday 2.
It is Payday 2 from Starbreeze and 505. It has sold 80k copies. Good job, Payday 2. Don't know how well Payday 3 is doing. I should
Doing
ask.
bad. Doing very bad.
I was going to say, I haven't heard good things, so I should...
They've struggled with that in the Raid World War II, so... and the fucking Walking Dead thing that came and went.
Oh, yeah!
Payday
Overkill
2 has covered 3 failures at this point.
Oh, jeez, and yeah, Starbreeze, we were talking about them earlier because of the darkness, but God, I will pencil in at some point. Maybe we'll do it. Actually, no, we'll just cover those games whenever they come out because I really do want to do Syndicate at some point, but we'll figure out when, I guess. Number 8, though, which has been in the charts for 11 weeks, is a Nintendo 3DS game. Sold 600k copies. It's a life sim.
Tomodachi Life?
It is not Tomodachi Life.
Ooh, what else? What other life sims did they... Animal Crossing?
It is Animal Crossing. Which one?
New Leaf.
It is Animal Crossing New Leaf for the Nintendo 3DS. Good job on that one. This is... I would argue this is kind of where the Animal Crossing series started to get big, but obviously, you know, COVID happened and New Horizons
got even bigger.
New Horizons, the fucking... New Horizons just outsold, like, all top 10 fucking Sony games on that fucking Sony list. It's ridiculous. Like, it's shifted like 60 million copies.
Oh my god.
It's fucking nuts. More than all the Gran Turismo games combined. God. By the way, speaking of Nintendo, number 9 on the list has been in the charts for 40 weeks. Is a Wii U launch game.
Fucking absurd. Okay, is it like Wii U World or Wii U Play or...
You're very close. It's not Wii U World, but it is...
Yeah, it's the bundle-in game of all the screen gimmicks that I...
Yeah. It's a theme. It's a interactive theme park of sorts.
Yeah.
I mean, you're very close. So I'll just say, Nintendo Land.
Nintendo Land. Wii U
remember
World.
when we spent 40 fabulous weeks at Nintendo Land?
Do you remember when we spent 5 minutes at the particularly shoddy Wii U World?
Oh yeah, fucking! They should have called it Wii U World. That's a funnier name.
Yeah, because then if it was bad, if like the fucking articles write themselves, it'd be PU World.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
God, fucking Nintendo. Yeah, like people were just expecting, like, well, I mean, the Wii was a big hit, so obviously Nintendo Land has to be that console's fucking Wii Sports. But it was not.
Screen gimmicks, baby. Screen gimmicks.
By the way, for folks at home and Snake, Wii Sports is still in the charts after 353 weeks at number 23.
Fucking hell, man. The Wii. The fucking
can't
Wii.
Be beat. Can't be beat. But bring it home. Number 10 in the charts, which has been there for 11 weeks. A game that we have not been able to stop talking about on this podcast. One of the biggest games of 2013.
Is it BioShock Infinite?
It's not BioShock Infinite.
Fuck. We've been talking. Now we've done the thing of we've been talking about this, and was it Mass Effect 3?
It's not Mass Effect 3. The prestige game that has now taken
The Last
crown.
of Us.
Yeah, it is The Last of Us by Naughty Dog and Sony. The game that has invented the games of the past. God, I'm really bad at math. 17 years? God. Yeah, 2013, 2024.
11. Yeah. What a time to be alive.
What a time to be alive.
You're either making a third-person game where you cry and the characters cry and you go, this was really sad, 10 out of 10, or you're playing a Skinner box with free-to-play elements. I'm not that cynical. I'm playing I beat fucking Brigade the other day. I'm not playing these games.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to think of what I thought you were going to make a joke about the bureau where it was like you either make a game which makes you cry and you give it a 10 out of 10. You play a game where where you're an old man and you roll and you go whoa and you give it 6 out of 10.
You either
not
cry
prestige
or
enough.
you roll.
God. Well, there we go. We made it. Like all
Big
this
game.
time talking about.
I think this game been on the docket since the start of Bullet Time, just waiting in the wings for like this.
The thing was that I put it off for a while because again, like talking about like how the era of the where the FPS was quote the prestige game, like this is what I've always found interesting about digging into on Bullet Time. Whereas third person shooters is just one of those things that we'll get to them eventually, but I've always felt a bit more like the third person shooters time was kind of more of the PS4 era, which I know. I mean, third person and first person games have existed forever.
There was the 360 era had like Army of Two and the Kane and Lynches. It was always
Gears
kind of
of
waiting
War,
in the wings to kind of take its center spot. But and Gears of War,
exactly.
obviously, like FPS was more that generation, but the third person shooters was still kind of knocking around, just in a more cover format.
Yeah, the cover shooter kind of limited their potential for a long time until, again, I think I would say Uncharted started to build a path to it, but then The Last of Us kind of taught people, oh, this is the everything game now. This is what every game will be like from now on. Or it's a Skinner box game, I guess. But like,
yeah, I mean, that started in the I bought a PS3 because I went round a mate's house and played Uncharted, and I was like, whoa. Which is, the same reason I bought the reason I like begged my parents to buy me a PS2 when I was younger, is I went round a different mate's house and played The Bouncer, and I was like, whoa.
And then you bought a PS5 for
Judgment, and it came
for
out
Judgment, and that was it. And did you say whoa at any point playing Judgment?
No. I mean, I said I said whoa when I was playing Judgment on PS4, and my fucking console sounded like it was going to explode.
It sounded like it was going to take off like Air Force One.
Yeah, and then I bought a PS5, and I bought Judgment, and I bought Lost Judgment, and then they came out on PC, so there was no point to any of this.
I mean, that's fine. You got Astra's Playroom, and
I got a YouTube player for my TV.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
because I don't have a smart TV. I have a dumb TV, so I use an external thing to.
You got a way to watch 4K content on your 1080 television.
Yeah, exactly.
What a treat! God.
This will be a treat.
This will be a treat, Uncle Mo. While we eat, Uncle Mo, thank you very much for coming on to. This is why we did this earlier in the day, because I knew this would go long, but obviously
it was a good shout. Yeah,
we had a. I think we had pretty spirited conversation about the XCOM Declassified. Is there anything you would like people to check out, or anything you'd like to recommend?
Check out my new Brigade video. I found it kind of funny that while I was playing it, I couldn't help but think, wow, Brigade is a semi-real-time adaptation of a turn-based format. And then I was playing the Bureau, and I was like, this is a real-time adaptation of a turn-based format. What a time to play. This is when you see, this is like two opposite directions. This is when you see a big game studio trying to make it mainstream versus what Ufnarovsky was trying to do, which was, let's take something that's niche and make it even more fucking niche.
Yeah.
Let's retreat further into this niche.
Again, it's the thing that we were saying about, like, the kind of the split between indies and big AAA companies, which, don't try and buff it out. Just let your weird flag fly. And eventually, Snake might make a video about it. When did Brigade E5 come out? Like
2005.
Wow.
Yeah, it began development in 2001 as a one-man effort and got delayed twice. And
well, there we go.
Because I'll spoil one of the funniest thing I found out in research, which was, he didn't actually want it to have a really in-depth story. It was just like, literally the story is just an excuse for why there's tactical combat. Then they got the writer of Jagged Alliance on. It's like, now we need to have a story. But then the fucking bespoke engine was made by Ufnarovsky and two others, and they're all like graduates from St. Petersburg Maths and Mechanics department. So, like, university, so they're all fucking clever clogs. No one else knows how the engine works. It takes 6 months to implement the story mechanics into the game, breaking their deadline by 6 months.
Oh, God.
Like, what a fucking... Because the designer didn't know how the engine worked as well as anyone else, and that was his job.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Games, eh?
Video games.
Video games. Speaking of video games, hey folks, I've been James. You can follow me over on X, the website formerly known as Twitter at HotCyder, HOTCYDER. If you like the podcast, please leave us a positive review. If you really liked it, you can also help support more episodes over on Patreon, over at HotCyder. I haven't got anything interesting to plug, but I will say I barely looked at my notes throughout this episode. It was mostly just stuff that retained in my head, but I did make a funny note, which I'm just going to mention right at the end of the episode, which is I like the fact that the healing items in this game look exactly like the Medi Gels from XCOM Enemy Unknown and XCOM 2. So, there we go.
I think they literally probably just used the asset.
They probably just lifted the asset completely. But isn't it funny that just in the 1960s they just had those?
Yeah, they had some spray. It's like, wow, this is really advanced.
Yeah, really cutting edge. Good job, guys. Am I going to say keep bureauing?
I hope you say that rather than keep comming.
Ooh, yeah, keep comming's a good one.
No, it's not a good one. It's not.
Why not?
Because it sounds like something else.
Oh, yeah. God. Do you think anyone's ever done a porn parody called XCOM?
I hope so.
I hope so. If you've done that, please send us a link. But please warn us if that is exactly what it's going to be.
I'm just curious what alien species turn up in it. I can hazard a guess, but
ooh, yeah. Do you think the big golf ball guy's in there?
Oh yeah, the golf ball guy. Well, he's in a bit of a bead.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no. God. That's bad idea. Bad visual image.
Or is it too good an idea?
No, I'm now like William Carson when he's thinking about his dead wife and child, and I'm rocking back and forth in the chair, but I'm thinking about him being a big bead. It's not good.
Stay away from my wife. I can save her.
No. No. I'm gonna start. This podcast has been made possible by Dylan Robinson, Eric Hamilton Schneider, Jesse Garasha, Kevin from Pixellet, Mouse, Twyla27, Valerie B, VG, and the HotCyder support tier. If you'd like to help with the production of episodes and gain access to extra content, consider supporting over at patreon.com/HotCyder. That's HOTCYDER. A special thanks to Max Coburn for the Bullet Time theme tune.